Okay.
Take those.
Try and get it.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. I, Jonathan Kipp, Town Moderator, call the first session of the Londonderry Budgetary Town Meeting, known as the Deliberative Session, to order at 9:02 a.m. Please rise and remain standing for the National Anthem, a pledge, and a moment of silence. Performing the National Anthem this morning, we have Dylan Torrey Moody from Londonderry High School.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets rang there, the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
and remain standing, please. Just please recognize and remember those who serve, have served, or may have died to protect us and our right to participate in this, the purest form of democracy. Thank you. You may be seated. All right, a couple of things. First, make sure you keep your voter card and your ballots with you at all times. You'll need the voter card to gain re-entry should you step out for any reason. And please turn these in when you leave for good. We have some non-voters here who are seated to my right, behind me, and they may be called upon to provide subject matter expertise should I recognize them, should a question come up that they're equipped to answer. So at this point, I'm going to introduce the head table, and I think we'll just start at the end. Down to my right, Sherry Farrell, Town Clerk. Sarah Jardine Lee, our Controller. And Kelly Karen, right here, who is our Deputy Town Manager and Director of Economic Development. Beside me is Elizabeth Lisa Burns, who is the School District Moderator and also an Assistant Town Moderator. Thank you, Lisa. And then now, going down in this direction, Megan Carrier, Legal Counsel for us today. Sean Mulholland, Town Manager. Ron Dunn, Chair of our Town Council. Sean Faber, Vice Chair of the Town Council. Ted Combs' empty seat is there, a member of the Town Council. Dan Bouchard, Town Councilor. And then Deb Paul, also a Town Councilor. Beside Deb, we have Joseph Gagnon, Chair of the Budget Committee. Kate Burbidge, Vice Chair of the Budget Committee. And then that's Nicole Derry, Budget Committee. Ryan Cronin, Sarah Meyer, Patrick Elizum, and Rebecca Rowe, all from the Budget Committee. Thank you all for being here. At this point, as is tradition at our deliberative session, I'm going to turn the microphone over to Sean Faber, who will start our awards ceremony.
Morning, everyone. When I think of what makes this town special, it's really, you look around and you look at other communities near us, and it's just, we have a phenomenal amount of green space. You know, you go to the Musquash, it's just such a beautiful asset that this town has. You think of what else makes Londonderry special is, you know, we've had a nice historically low tax rate for Southern New Hampshire, and we still provide leading services in this town. And as I think of Citizen of the Year and I think of who embodies some of these key things that make Londonderry Londonderry, I think of Mike Speltz. Just being chair of the Green Space Commission, which actually got this all started, got the giant percentage of conservation land that we've got preserved in this town to keep that look and feel, to keep what we really have going as far as being able to enjoy and recreate the resources that we have in this town. Mike has been a key part of that. And when it comes to the fiscal responsibility end of that, Mike has saved us so many dollars in this town. It's one of those where when you look at the resources a town has, I think of Mike as a resource. Mike just saves an absolute amount of money and puts so many hours into this town behind the scenes in filling out grants. I don't think there's a person in this town that can write grants better than him. He was a big part of just recently the Lithia Springs purchase this year. So we would have to pay attorneys a lot of money for the amount of time that Mike puts into this. And he's really an unsung hero behind the scenes. He's won many Volunteer of the Year awards here. And you know, it's giving somebody recognition like that is just an absolute honor. I see the work that the Conservation Commission continues to do, and it's really, he's a big driving force and key part of that. And you know, everybody in this town should know Mike, and we are very lucky to have him. So with that, Mike, if you could come on up. And with that, we'll have Ron Dunn give the next award.
Thank you. This morning, I have the greatest privilege of recognizing someone whose quality has become one of the most important voices in Londonderry. His work to secure clean, safe drinking water for all our residents and all the work he does as far as environmental work doesn't go unappreciated. Many people in our town know him personally, but nearly everyone has been touched by his efforts. Our 2026 Volunteer of the Year is Ray Breslin. He has given countless hours, steady determination, and tremendous amount of heart to this community. Ray has served on the Utilities Committee and on the Water Subcommittee since the day it was formed in 2023. From the start, he embraced the work with a sense of responsibility that goes far beyond anyone that could reasonably expect from a volunteer. He reads everything he can put his hands on. He has all the reports, he has all the statistics, he gets all the data from the state, all the reports, he reads them all. He has full knowledge of everything. When there's a meeting in Concord, Ray will take the time to go up there and testify, or just go and hear the hearing so he's more knowledgeable. When there's meetings here in town, he makes the time to go to the meetings and make sure he has input, or at least has the knowledge of the meeting that's going on. What makes Ray stand out is how sincerely he believes that the residents deserve clear, honest, and timely information. If the town has been preparing to communicate something, Ray is there to make sure he understands it and ask questions. He has a way of pausing the discussion. He tilts his head a little bit and says, "Wait a minute," before offering his perspective, and reframes the conversation into something he may better understand or can explain to the residents. Ray also cares deeply about hearing from every part of the community. Recently, he began work with Londonderry High School students so he can collaborate with the Utilities Committee. He wants young people to be involved because they are the future of Londonderry. He wants young people to stay involved in the committees and have an opinion, and it's very important to him that we hear their perspective. Just last week, more than 125 residents came out to a water town hall where they could participate and ask questions directly to the town, New Hampshire DES, and Pennachuck Water. That event happened because Ray insisted that the community be involved. It was his idea, his planning, and his presence that made this presentation happen. Ray, your dedication, honesty, and compassion strengthens this town every day. Londonderry is grateful to have you, and it's my honor today to present you with the Volunteer of the Year. I'm told that Ray is on his way. The snow has delayed him. He was doing the mail run this morning, so as soon as he gets here, I'll make sure I present it to him.
So we should all stand up and say surprise.
My God, that's perfect. Stand up and clap.
Yeah.
When Ray gets here, we'll acknowledge him. Next up, David Bouchard, to recognize retirements.
That's too bad. No, here he comes.
Is he coming? Want me to go ahead?
Too funny.
It's my pleasure this morning to recognize one of our greatest assets that we have in our community. That's our town employees. We have several town employees who have retired. We have Paul Shack, 40 years with DPW. 40 years that that man's worked all kinds of different hours, making sure our roads were clear and making sure we had safe roads out there. Next individual is Brian Malupski, 15 years with Public Works. Brian's also known as Bubba. That's how everybody knows him over there, and he's been a great asset to this community. So I'd like to ask our DPW, Dave Wally, to come up and accept these. Next department I'm going to recognize the department that I worked for 28 years, and it's amazing. Some of these people were young pups when I was there. So Mark Morrison, 22 years with the Londonderry Police Department. Keith Lee, 19 years with the Londonderry Police Department. Tim Moran, 25 years. Oh, 15 years, sorry. I gotta put these glasses. That's what happens when you get old. 15 years. And James DeFelice, 7 years. I understand none of these individuals are here today, and I'd ask that our police chief please come up and pass these awards on to our employees that have retired. Next, we have Councilor Coombs.
Sorry, I'm going to jump up and recognize Ray. Mr. Breslin, if you come up front, please, and accept your Volunteer of the Year award.
Hello, everyone. Next up, we have recognition for boards and commissions and elected positions. First up, we have in recognition for John Farrell for his many years on the town council. I understand he may not be here today. Next, we have Chad Franz, former chairman of the town council. Next, we have Kathy Wagner, who was our town treasurer for many, many years. And then next up, we have Patrick Cassidy, Jason Goldman, and David Plaza from the Budget Committee. Then we have Lynn Wiles for the Planning Board and his many years serving on the Planning Board. Thank you, Lynn. Next, we have a Master Plan Steering Committee. We have Jake Butler and Christy Meinher. And then we have the Heritage and Historic District Commission, Kristen Endek and Christopher Kenny. Thank you both for your time on the commission. And then lastly, Assistant Town Moderator, Rob Palmer. Thank you all for your service. And if any of you are here, please come on up for your certificates.
All right, now we want to give some special recognition to two special people. First up, I want to introduce our leaders to speak about Ron Campo.
Good morning. Ron Campo was a Recreation Commission member who dedicated his life to making Londonderry a great place for children and a great place to raise kids. Ron was also a 20-year school board member and was president of LAFA for 25 years. Ron didn't do things for years, he did them for decades. If you visit the LAFA complex up behind the Central Fire Station, you see what used to be 2 playing fields for the kids. It's now double digits, and that was Ron's vision. I have to say, if there was a Hall of Fame for volunteers, Ron would be a first ballot inductee, unlike Belichick. I don't understand that one, but that's okay. I would also like to thank the Campo family, his wife, Joan Marie, his children, Justin, Mike, Ron, and Steve. They shared Ron with us. And so when I left today, my wife said, "You're gonna cry?" I'm gonna try not to, but it's tough for this guy. Ron Campo was, there's only 2 people I can think of, Bob Lincoln and Ron Campo. They're right there as the best I've ever seen. And could we get Justin to come up? I don't think the rest of the family is here. Honestly, it's too early, it's too hard for Mom, so the son gets the business.
Next up, to give a special presentation regarding Jim Green, Sherry Farrell.
Good morning, everyone. Linda Green, the love of Jim's life, Jim Green, is on her way, but the snow has prevented her from being here, but she might walk in if we're lucky. It is my greatest honor to present this award for Jim Green to the love of his life, Linda. If you had the pleasure of meeting or crossing paths with Jim, even in the grocery store, he always had a kind word and probably a great joke to share. If you were having a bad day, somehow he made it better. Jim served on many committees in our town and throughout his life. Jim exemplifies the phrase, service above self. Love of his family and his community above self, always. Simply put, he always put others first. We cannot thank him enough for his service to our Senior Resource Committee for many years and for his service as a trustee of the trust fund. He was our chairperson for many years, and he always had a joke, and it's very difficult for us to ever have anyone sit in his chair during our committee meetings. Very special man, very special family. We cannot thank him enough for his service to our town. Jim treated everyone with dignity, respect, and kindness. He will never be forgotten, and we can never thank him enough. So when Linda comes in, maybe we can give her a little round of applause to Jim Green. Thank you, everyone.
Up next, Ms. Paul, to present more board and commission.
I'm the shortest one here. Y'all know, thank you, Ron, for doing this. You know I always speak from my heart, but this time I wrote it down so that I made sure that I got everything right. So forgive me for reading. It's something I normally don't do. But before I get to who I am recognizing, I wanted to take a moment to say how grateful I am for all of the people in this community who have stepped up and served on all of these boards and committees and commissions. It takes time, patience, and a real commitment to Londonderry to do so. Every one of you who have stepped up helps keep this town moving forward. And I, for one, and I'm sure all of us, sincerely appreciate it. And I guess I'll get going with the ZBA, the Zoning Board of Adjustments. One of the toughest boards we have to serve on. I would like to say thank you to Irene Macarelli, Christine Perez, and Rob Robowski. Your decisions on these boards are not easy, but they shape the character of our town, case by case. You brought judgment, fairness, and a lot of patience to the table. And we truly appreciate the work you have done. So if any of those three people are here after this presentation, you can come up and get your certificate. Next, I have the Art Council. Jan McLaughlin, thank you for your service and for keeping the arts and culture alive in our town. Your work brings people together and adds so much heart to this community. We are grateful for your creativity and dedication. Now, the Traffic Safety Board. Probably the board that hears the hardest stories to handle. Paul Peddle, thank you for your service. This work is often behind the scenes, but it matters every single day. You've helped keep our roads and neighborhoods safer, and for that we appreciate you. Now, conservation, something that is near and dear to my heart. The guardians of our natural spaces. Thank you to Leo Lee, Rich Lombard, and Tiffany Macarelli. Our spaces Our open spaces, wetlands, and trails are precious, and your dedication helps protect them for generations to come. Your work makes a real difference in the quality of life here in Londonderry. Senior Resource Committee, the voice for some of our town's most important residents. Thank you to James Barres, if I mispronounce your names, I'm so sorry, and Ann Fenn, for making sure that our seniors stay front and center and that their voices are heard in our community. And finally, for serving as cemetery trustee, a role that carries deep meaning, thank you, Miss Marie Baru, for caring for our cemeteries that honor the people who built this town. Your work preserves our history and shows respect to every family represented there. So thank you to everyone, and if you're here, I have your certificate. Please feel free to come up and get it.
Well, congratulations and special thanks to all those who serve and have served our community. Jobs well done. It is now my pleasure to introduce our town manager, Sean Mulholland, who will present the State of the Town address.
I'm not one of the shorter ones. Moderator Kipp, Chairman Dunn, members of the Town Council, the Budget Committee, elected officials, employees, residents, and guests, good morning. I looked at the previous State of the Town addresses, and there's a long lineage here and some pretty good, I thought, pretty well-written State of the Town addresses, especially Mr. Smith in particular. He's an orator that's well above my ability. I hate to say it. He's far better at that than I am. And then we had Art Salidas in his sense of brevity from the previous year. So I tried to compete with Art, but I found that challenging because of all the positive things to say about this community. So unfortunately, mine is a little bit longer than what Art had produced. So thank you for being here, for participating in one of the most important traditions in New Hampshire government, town meeting. It is where residents directly shape public policy, approve budgets, and decide what we will build together as a community. Today, I want to provide a clear State of the Town update, where Londonderry stands today, what we've accomplished, what challenges we face, and what we must do next. Londonderry is a community with strong roots and a proud history. We are also a town that expects results. And I want to begin by recognizing the people who make this town and operate every day. Our police officers, our firefighters, dispatchers, our public works crews who are out there working as we speak, our administrative employees, department teams, our boards, committees, and commissions, and volunteers, and the residents who show up, ask good questions, and help us improve. This is a public service at its best, and Londonderry has a lot to be proud of. One of those core responsibilities of town government is to maintain stable services while respecting the taxpayer dollars are not unlimited. Over the past year, we have taken steps to strengthen how Londonderry plans and manages its finances, with continued focus on transparency, long-range planning, and public understanding. As we've discussed publicly, I've advocated for a longer and more transparent budget process, one that gives town council, budget committee, staff, and the public time to ask questions, evaluate impacts, and truly understand the budget before decisions are finalized. This is a work in progress and has not yet been fully realized. Our simple goal is a budget process the public can trust. And I want to be direct. Building that trust requires more than accurate numbers. It requires clear communication, strong documentation, and making sure residents can see, not guess, how decisions are made. Transforming our process will take time. This year, Londonderry has begun one of the most important initiatives in our town's modern history, the development of our first strategic plan. The strategic plan is not a slogan, it is not a binder that sits on a shelf. A strategic plan is a commitment to focusing on priorities, measuring progress, using resources intentionally, and aligning our operations across all departments. It creates shared direction and shared accountability. And most importantly, it helps ensure that the decisions we make today are connected to the outcomes residents expect tomorrow. If we want to keep providing high-quality services, Londonderry must modernize. We must improve systems, not just workload. We must reduce paperwork, not increase administrative burden. And we must digitize operations, because residents in 2026 should not have to rely on outdated processes to interact with their local government. Modernization means improving technology and cybersecurity, reducing manual processes, using modern software to track requests and workflows, making permits, forms, and information easier to access, and giving staff the tools that increase speed and accuracy while improving customer service. This is not about making town government corporate. This is about making town government efficient, responsive, and reliable. Modernization also means changing how we evaluate our work. In today's environment, the town government must make decisions based on reliable data, program performance, and measurable results. Good intentions do not replace outcomes. Effort does not replace effectiveness. This is why we will continue to strengthen a culture where departments can answer key questions like, what problem is this program solving? What does success look like? Are we getting the outcomes residents are paying for? What can we improve, streamline, or discontinue if it's not working? As town manager, I believe responsible stewardship means we should be willing to invest in programs that work and be willing to change programs that do not. This is what accountability looks like in a modern municipal government. A strong town does not only respond to immediate problems, a strong town plans ahead. Londonderry has continued important work through its master plan process and public engagement efforts. Most recently, the master plan survey summary collected 658 responses from residents and business owners, capturing feedback across transportation, natural resources, and economic development. That feedback matters because it helps to ensure decisions we make aren't just technically correct, but aligned with what residents value most. Planning is not paperwork, planning is accountability to the future. Infrastructure is not always visible, but it is what determines whether a community functions. Over the last year, Londonderry has continued to focus on maintaining and improving our roadway system, municipal facilities, public safety readiness, water infrastructure, and long-term utility planning, the internal systems that support everyday service delivery. Water infrastructure continues to be one of the biggest long-term issues facing Londonderry, not only because of demand, but because of cost and complexity. Community discussion continues around the High Range Road Water Project, which has been described publicly as targeting completion in the fall of 2026. Projects like this are not simple. They require engineering, financing, coordination, and strong communication. Because water is public health, economic development, and quality of life all at the same time. Londonderry remains well positioned in the region, and we continue to see economic activity across southern New Hampshire. Economic development is not only about growth, it's about ensuring that growth is financially responsible, properly supported by roads and utilities, and consistent with the character and expectations of the community, and does not overburden the ability of our departments to provide governmental services. Regional forums, including economic development updates, continue to highlight the broader pressures we all face: housing, workforce, infrastructure, and transportation. We are not facing these challenges alone, but we are responsible for how Londonderry responds. Every department in town government is affected by today's workforce reality: competition for qualified employees, rising benefit and operational costs, increasing service complexity, and higher expectations for responsiveness and professionalism. We have also navigated public discussion related to wage adjustments, staffing needs, IT hiring, and contract management, topics that deserve transparency and clear facts, and we should not lose sight of the core truth. If we want stronger services, we must be willing to recruit, retain, and support strong employees responsibly, fairly, and transparently. Town government works best when residents feel informed, respected, and included. This is why Londonderry must continue improving community engagement, public communication, access to information, clarity of decision-making, and responsiveness to resident concerns. Transparency is not just about publishing information. Transparency is about making information understandable and accessible so residents can participate meaningfully in the process. This includes how we communicate budgets, projects, policies, and performance, and how we invite feedback early enough for it to matter. Going forward, we will continue building a town government that doesn't just work hard behind the scenes, but communicates clearly and consistently with the public. Londonderry's future will be shaped by the decisions residents make, starting right here today. The priorities are clear. Delivering Londonderry's first strategic plan, a plan that is measurable, realistic, and built on guiding decisions, not collecting dust. Modernize and digitize town operations so we can improve service delivery, reduce inefficiency, and meet residents where they are. Make decisions grounded in data and performance. We must invest in what works, improve what we can improve, and have the discipline to change that which does not produce results. Data-driven decision-making is the watchword of the day. Continue investing in core infrastructure, water, roads, facilities, and the systems that keep the town functional. Improve transparency, public communication, engagement, because strong trust builds strong communities. Closing. I want to close with this. Londonderry is not defined by one vote, it is defined by a pattern of responsibility. A community that shows up, a community that asks thoughtful questions, a community that cares about its future. This town has strong values, strong people, and strong potential. As town manager, I pledge this. I will continue working every day for a government that is effective, ethical, transparent, and worthy of the trust residents place in it. Thank you for the opportunity to serve. Thank you for being here. And I respectfully ask for your support on the warrant articles and budget decisions before you today.
Thank you, Mr. Mulholland. And now we get busy. So our purpose today is to discuss, debate, and amend warrant articles. All warrant articles will move to the official town meeting ballot either as written or as amended by this body, by you. Voting on the warrant articles will take place on March 10th, 2026 at the Londonderry High School Gymnasium from 6 a.m. to 8 p.m. and you must bring a photo ID in order to vote. I'll remind you of that again. Please make sure you bring a photo ID to the voting place on March 10th. Today's rules, the moderator's rules and the rules for our proceedings, and there are summaries on the screen. Under the laws of the state of New Hampshire and the Londonderry Town Charter, the moderator sets the rules for conduct of the meeting. We do not use Robert's Rules of Order or any other formal set of rules. If you have a question about a process or a procedural objection, please stand and say point of order. I will immediately recognize you and you can state your point of order. If necessary, the moderator will make rulings as we go along. Any ruling of the moderator can be challenged by this group before we move on to the next item of business. A vote will be taken, and if a majority agree, the moderator will be overruled. Warrant articles. I will summarize each warrant article and then request a motion and a second from the town council to discuss the article. Following the announcement of the town council and budget committee votes on the article, a member of town staff or a citizen petitioner, if applicable, will present the article. Immediately following those presentations, any voter in attendance may ask questions and discuss the article. When you do so, please approach and speak into the microphone. Clearly state your name and address for the record. When making or seconding a motion, clearly state your name for the record. If those keeping the minutes did not catch your name the first time, we may be asked to repeat it so that we can make sure we have it accurate in the recording of the meeting. Address all comments and questions to the moderator. All comments and questions must be specific to the article under discussion. Please keep your comments clear, concise, and brief. As somebody who will remain unnamed, although I think today he's become the master of brevity, be recognized, be brief, be seated. Please avoid repeating what others have already said. Motions to call the question. Those motions request a second in a 2/3 vote. If passed, voters who are in line to speak and anyone seated at the head table who has previously told the moderator that he/she wishes to speak will be allowed to speak. In addition, the moderator shall have the right to refuse to recognize a motion to call the question if, in the moderator's opinion, voters have not yet had an adequate opportunity to discuss an issue. We have 29 warrant articles to review today. If discussion becomes bogged down and repetitive, please be prepared for me to encourage you to wrap up your comments. Now, a note about amendments. Any one of you, any voter, can make a motion to amend an article, and I ask you to please provide your amendment to me in writing. There are forms on the table here. If you know you're going to offer an amendment, please take a form at any time and fill it out and have it ready when we get to your article. Following the motion and a second, the amendment will be discussed and voted on. We will vote on a pending amendment before we entertain additional comments, before we entertain any additional amendments. While an amendment is pending, all discussion and debate will be confined to that pending amendment. Following discussion and/or amendment, the warrant article will be placed on the ballot either as written or as amended. Any questions? Seeing none, we will move forward to warrant article number 1. Warrant article number 1 is the election of officers. Those are the folks who I thank you have stepped up to run for office. We will vote on them on the ballot on March 10th, and no action is necessary at this session. The next two articles, Articles 2 and 3, both relate to charter amendments. Neither one, on neither of them may we make any amendments. We will open them for discussion, but we are not able to make amendments because a public hearing is required for any changes. So Article 2, shall the town approve charter amendment number 1 summarized below? And motion to open discussion. Mr. Dunn?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Thank you. Presenting, Mr. Mulholland.
Yes, the town's charter was created in the 1990s, 1996. It followed a format that a lot of communities used at that particular time. Obviously, things have changed with time, and there is a format that is used across the country that has a certain order of different types of articles. So what we propose to do, and this one is actually, this article removes the transition provisions. When the town transitioned from a Board of Selectmen form of government to a town charter that had to have a transition provisions in the charter, those are obviously no longer needed, so this actually removes those. This is part of a process to slowly but surely every single year update the town's charter. The last time the charter was updated was in 2020, and then prior to that was 2011. It's a good idea to make changes to those on a regular basis because there's a lot of material in there, and if it makes it a living, breathing document, if you do a little bit every year to make sure it's modernized and it's up to speed. So this is this just simply changes the transition provisions when we transition from a Board of Selectmen form of government to a charter form of government that are no longer needed because we've already done that back in the 1990s.
Thank you. Is there any discussion on Article 2? Seeing none, Article 2 moves to the ballot as written. We have a motion and a second to restrict reconsideration. Probably not necessary for this because we can take no action, but I'll accept the motion. All those in favor of restricting reconsideration, raise your cards. Opposed? Reconsideration is restricted. Warrant article number 3, very similar. It's additional charter amendments. I'll entertain a motion to open discussion.
I'll make a motion to move to discussion.
Moved by Councilor Paul.
Second.
Thank you. Presenting, Mr. Mulholland.
Article number 3 involves reorganizing, changing the numbering system, and again, following the format that's used across the country. The National Civic League has come up with a model municipal charter, and this simply follows that format. It changes no power or authority of any official or any body. It simply renumbers what those look like, and it creates spaces for adding other provisions in the future. So when you look at our municipal charter, it'll look similar to that of other municipalities across the country. Again, it changes no authority or any powers whatsoever of any official or board or, of course, the voters in general.
Any discussion on warrant article number 3? Seeing none, the article will move to the ballot as written. Warrant article number 4 addresses a bond issue for the Morrison Meeting House. In addition, we have a citizens petition article, number 26, addressing the same topic. We will address warrant article number 4 first, and then immediately following, we will address article 26 because the topics are so similar. We will not entertain a motion for reconsideration until both articles have been addressed. So warrant article number 4, bond issue for the Morrison Meeting House. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $3,381,000 for the purpose of renovating the town-owned Reverend Morrison Meeting House. Said sum to be raised by issuance of serial bonds or notes. Further, to raise and appropriate $307,814 for the first year's interest and principal payments on said bonds. The estimated tax impacts: the first year, 4.1 cents, second year, 4 cents, third year, 3.9 cents, and then in 2029, 2030, 3.9 cents. If passed, this article will require the town to raise $307,814 in property taxes, resulting in a tax rate impact of 4.1 cents in fiscal year 27 based upon projected assessed values. I'll accept a motion to open this article for discussion.
So moved.
So moved. Second, please.
Dan.
Mr. Bouchard. Second. Thank you. Presentation by Mr. Mulholland.
On September 15th of 2025, the town council asked me to come up with cost estimates for what's commonly referred to as the Lions Hall, but it really is the Reverend Morrison Meeting House, its actual proper name. So I developed that within the short period of time that I had to come up with estimates that would renovate the building and also ensure that it's legally compliant with all regulations. The Reverend Morrison Meeting House was constructed in the 1700s, moved to its present location in the mid-1800s. Repairs and upgrades were made in 1910 and 1929, and the building has served as a town hall for many years subsequent to that. The town moved the town hall out in 1968. The building remained empty in the early 1970s, and then it was leased to the Lions Club for a number of years. There were lease agreements with iterations from 1988, 93, 2014, 2019. That lease expired on April 1st, 2024, and the building has been unoccupied for several years now due to its condition. Several studies have been commissioned regarding the building. Weston Sampson Engineering developed an existing conditions report with options in October of 2022. And then a briefing was provided to the council in October of 23 with several redevelopment opportunities for the building and site. Our Corps of Architects produced a historic building conditions assessment in 2025, and also a report from Structures North Consulting Engineers on the structural integrity of the building. And then there was mold testing that was conducted in August of 2025, which showed the presence of different types of mold likely caused from water infiltration from roof leaks in the building. The building is presently posted by the health officer due to the health risks of mold. In December of 2025, an assessment of the septic system was conducted. The septic tank was pumped out, and a high-level assessment of the leach field was conducted, indicating the system was functioning. It was discovered that the septic system was not permitted by the New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services or the town. Additionally, it was determined that the water is not an issue. There's a well on the site, and there was a question about whether or not it was too close to the septic system, and that is no longer an issue. We've been able to verify and rule that part of it out. The town created a Reverend Morrison Meeting House Study Committee in July of 24 with a report and recommendations that were due in October 1st of 24. The last set of minutes indicates November 21st, there was a meeting with the town council and a PowerPoint presentation was provided that articulated the findings of that particular committee. In December 15th of 2025, we received the report from REARC Construction in regards to cost estimates for the building to get the building up to code, deal with the mold, and meet all the requirements that are necessary. The estimated cost is $3.3 million, and you have the number in the warrant article there. This will make the building ADA compliant in the first floor only, meet the fire life safety codes in terms of a fire suppression system, and also make it ADA compliant throughout the building. We were also asked to come up with a cost if the building needed to be demolished. We have a cost of $584,359. That is admittedly on the high side because we don't know to the extent there might be lead or asbestos or any other types of contaminants that have to be removed. Normally it would be less than that to demolish a building of this nature, but we are not proposing demolition of the building. That is the presentation I have for you.
Thank you. Town Council, your vote on this article, please.
2 in favor, 2 against, and 1 abstention.
Thank you. Budget Committee.
0 in favor, 5 against, and 2 abstentions.
Thank you. This article is now open for discussion.
Good morning. Are we working? Yes. First, I want to thank the road crew because they did a great job to get us here and walk in. Marilyn Hoffman, 45 Hardy Road. I want to speak in favor of this, but I hope when you present it to the public, you can call it the Lions Hall in parentheses because I think there can be some confusion. There's also a Morrison house at the Historical Society, dissembled. And I think most people might think they were voting for something else or wouldn't know what they're voting for. So I think you have to make sure it's called the Lions Hall. What I want to say is that in addition to the historic value of this building, which was researched for you for free by a volunteer, it also has a lot of memories for people in town of everything from dances to meetings to putting eyeglasses in the Lions box outside. And secondly, it's right in our historic center where we have Old Home Day and concerts and veterans events and all kinds of activities. And it's nice to have the historic churches and the historic buildings there because partly that's why we love New England and we love Londonderry. Makes it different from other parts of the country. So I'd really like to see this building preserved, and if we can't come up with this particular amount this year, then there's the second, to vote for the second one. I'm pleased you put them together so we can go home. No. Anyway, thank you. I hope people support this.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Tony DeFrancesco, 1 Cheshire. Procedurally, I would like for the town council and the budget committee to justify their votes. I think it would make sense on this article and it would make sense on the next article that you're going to bring forward on this particular topic. Many people don't have the advantage of time, and many have not watched the meetings to understand what's going on, how it's going on, and whatever. So I think it's important for them to say why they voted yes, why they voted no, and why they abstained on both of these articles. Thank you.
Thank you. Reasonable request. I'll ask the town council and the budget committee to please do that.
Absolutely. I'll start off. I voted no, and I just don't think it's fiscally responsible for the town to spend that amount of money on this building. I do not want it torn down. I think there's other options we can take. But I think we have a lot of priorities, such as the DPW facility, which is needed. And I think to spend this amount of money is not fiscally responsible. That's my vote.
So I abstained on this vote. And the reason I abstained is this is a very important building to this community. It's also an extremely high cost. When I was running for office, I did a listening session with the community to hear specifically about this subject. And I really, it came through the passion of how important this is. So this is something that it doesn't belong to us as the town council. It belongs to you as a community. One of my frustrations, even before I got on the council, was seeing this building get kicked around and kicked around and kicked around, and this solution, that solution. We just never got it across the line. So this year I decided, you know what, we're gonna force this. It's going on the ballot because this building is just, you know, getting worse and worse as we do nothing. And so what I wanted to do, and the instructions to the town manager were, let's get the minimum available cost to get this building open and usable, the first floor only. And so we got that. We had that provided back to us, and we put it on the ballot. And I don't believe it's up for me as a council member to tell you what a valuable building in your community we should do with it. You as a town need to decide. You need to tell your friends and neighbors. You need to come up and express your will at the ballot and tell us as a council what you want to do with this key community-held building, and we will respect whatever your voice says.
Yes, I had voted yes on this item as this is a town-owned building, and for us to use this building as a community and to actually open as a town-owned building, we need to actually put the money in there correctly, respectively to construction and repairs for ADA compliance, make sure the building is safe, fix all the items that the town manager had made mention of. And certainly this may sound like a large sum of money, but when we do it out as a 20-year bond, it's actually quite minimal cost impact to the tax rate payers. I would just hate to see a town-owned building that we are not maintaining and we cannot use. So
Mr. Combs, if you said it, I missed it. What was your vote on the article?
I voted yes.
Thank you.
I voted no on this article, and the reason I voted no on this article, when I originally came on the council, I asked about what are we doing with the Lions Hall? We need concrete numbers, not guesstimates. So we asked the town manager to go back and get these concrete numbers. Concrete numbers came in at 3.3 million. We also asked how many people are going to use this building? What kind of groups? Town manager went out and asked all these different groups, if we repair this building, if we open this building up, are you going to use it? Only 2 groups came back and said we would use it. I have a problem spending 3.3 million. I want to preserve, you know, the history of Londonderry, and I think it's important that we preserve it. But to have only 2 groups, a Lions Club and a cheerleading group, say they're going to use this building, I just have a hard time trying to justify $3.3 million. When we're looking at a district office later on for 3.9, brand new building. Being in construction, I know that when you're dealing with an older building, you don't know what you're going to find when you open up those walls, what kind of problems you're going to run into. So we had that study done at 3.3 million. I cannot support this. People have asked me, you know, why? And I said, well, that'd be like me going to my wife and saying, you know what, I want to build a garage for $200,000. And she says, what are you going to put in it? And I said, well, I don't know. Maybe I'll put a canoe in there and, you know, a lawnmower. I just think it's a lot of money to be spending, and we don't have anybody that's going to use it. If
So,
we
Mr.
had-
Bouchard, you're a no, yes? Is
I'm
that
a no.
correct? Okay.
Yeah.
Ms.
So if
Paul?
we had a purpose for it, I would say.
I voted yes. I believe that this building helps with the character and the quality of life in this town. And so I think it's hard to put a price tag on what that's worth. We've put out survey after survey, and people keep continually saying they love the old buildings, they don't want to see them torn down, they love the feel of it, and it is kind of our center of town. We don't have a downtown, but a center of town can be considered your downtown. And I believe that if the building is functional and working, there will be groups that step forward that want to use it, like the Scouts, maybe the Women's Club, maybe the Green Team. I believe that it will create a life of its own. I think even maybe the Rotary would step up. So I think it has a little bit of the field of dreams to it. If you build it, they will come. And I think that, in all honesty, there will be businesses that will step up and contribute to the cost itself, and maybe donate product and or time, labor, to create this building as is. So I voted yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Budget Committee, please state your vote and a brief explanation of the reason for it.
So I voted no. It comes just down to the dollar amount. The Budget Committee spent the better portion of the budget season trying to remove $400,000 from the operating budget to reduce the tax burden. Since in future warrant articles that were initially funded by the undesignated fund balance, they would be funded through levying taxes. It just did not make sense to then go on and support another article that would have brought on $307,814 when we just worked so hard to reduce the tax amount by $400,000.
I abstained. I was one of the abstentions. I didn't feel strongly either way. I understand the importance to the town, but I do think the $3.3 million is a realistic cost. And if this does pass and put into service, we don't know what the operating costs are going to be. We don't know what it's going to be used for, and those unknowns were not enough to sway me towards a yes, so I ended up abstaining from the vote.
I voted no here. A lot of the reasons are already, I echo what Kate and Joe said. We were asked to cut a lot of money from the budget already, and a lot of that came from things that are really important, like a salary, delaying a position, delaying a purchase that might be important, fixing something that might need to be fixed down the road. And when I think about priorities, that's where the priority, I think, should be. I agree that the building looks nice. I agree that historical things are neat to have in town, but that didn't feel like enough of a reason to prioritize that over employees or really outfitting departments with everything that they need. And then to Kate's point, what's not in here is all of the cost moving forward to heat that building, to have electricity there, and we know that very old buildings, you don't fix them once, right? So easily this could become an issue down the road, the structure itself. So that was why I voted no.
I also abstained. As for the budget number itself, I think it's a realistic number. I think that's truly what we're looking at to get this building operable. But to Ron's point, the number of priorities this town is facing, I felt it hard to prioritize this above other things. But I also understand I don't have the emotional attachment to this building that a lot of people do, and I've heard a lot of people speak passionately about it, retaining it as a centerpiece of the town. So that's why I abstained. I understand the fiscal responsibility we're trying to achieve, but also understanding the character of the town and want to retain that. So that's why I abstained on this one.
So I voted no. I love history, but I feel like it's definitely a want and not a need. We don't know what it's going to be used for, all kind of the same points, and I do want to prioritize the DPW.
I voted no also. I support what town councilors Dunn and Bouchard said, as well as my fellow budget committee members. And I look at the absolute needs we know are coming at this town: a DPW facility, school district offices, the looming water issue, which I don't think taxpayers yet know how much it's going to cost us. These are absolute needs. With all due respect for the historicity of this building, I respectfully voted no, because at some point we do have to protect taxpayers wherever we can. I would encourage personally that those who support this building, you know what? Maybe we could look at ways that people in town could start contributing to this. Let's raise some money, let's find some grants, let's kickstart this thing, and then maybe come back to the town in a year or two. Just a suggestion.
I also voted no on this article.
Could you please move a little closer to the microphone? Thank you.
I also voted no on this article, echoing a lot of what has already 20-year bond. We already know it's an old building. There are going to be other costs associated with this, also operating costs, which we do not know. So we're going to be paying for this over 20 years, and then whatever other costs we find down the road. So to me, it was not fiscally responsible.
Thank you, councilors and committee members. The article remains open for discussion. Please.
Jeff Penta, 30 Holston Ave. I'm your chair for the Master Plan Steering Committee. For the past 18 months, a group of incredibly dedicated individuals really drove forward the feedback from that initiative. So, I guess I'll take this opportunity to thank them publicly. One of the chapters, which is open for public comment for the next 27 days, you can find it online, refer to cultural and historic properties. And I just want to read a few of the narrative that is in draft form right now. Workshop participants indicated that Londonderry's historic buildings would benefit from additional investments and updates. So this narrative came from all the data that we collected as part of that process. One of the key strategies that I want to just kind of touch upon that came from this plan for the adaptive reuse of historic sites to reflect community heritage while supporting contemporary needs. That is the key strategy here. That is the goalpost that we should be planning against. Yes, it's great to have our historic buildings. If we don't have a contemporary need for them, a contemporary use for them, then it's going to continue every year to be on this ballot. I want to encourage our community to really kind of step up, create a real plan. What is it going to take to actually have this building be useful so the next 50 years we can create those same memories, create those same aspects of the community that the last 250-ish years, I apologize if I don't actually know how old the building is, mea culpa, has. Without that, that is where we are right now. It's great to say, yes, we all love this building. Yes, this is an important building. We need the plan. We need the community to have that plan. And Councilor Boucher, I believe you were the one that said, with only 2 groups, I agree. I would have absolutely been right there with you if only 2 groups came up to me and said, yeah, we have this need. I think there's more. Councilor Paul, I think you also kind of raised up some good groups to bring up. There's a need here. It's gonna be expensive, but again, I just wanted to share what the community has said as part of the master plan. Again, it's open for public comment for the next 30 days. So I encourage everyone to kind of read it and comment on it so we can bring that back to the planning board for adoption. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Penta. Mr. Plaza, I believe you're next in line.
Dave Plaza, 207 Pillsbury in town. Dan, you said it right about old buildings. Anybody who's opened them up, you never know what you're going to find. That is a true thing. I've worked on old barns before. It's a love for the building, or you have deep pockets in the story for that one. One thing about the building, you look at it, it's vinyl sided. There's nothing really inside of it. If you go on the second floor, it looks like 1950s, whatever, ceiling tiles, paneling, painted walls, nothing fancy for molding. There's nothing really that you can see that is physically representative of old. The part that is the frame of the large open room. If you can look at it, if you've ever seen it, you'll understand what I'm saying. That part is the part that's worth saving. You can look at this building and we can say, I can build the same thing, make it look the same way with all new structure, all new materials, and it would last a lot longer than I think if we try to fix this and fix this. Ideally, if we could build something new and then expose the frame of that main part of the building. As you look at those trees that support it, they're like 50 feet long, about yay wide, about yay tall. And you can tell they're handmade. That's the part that's worth saving. After that, no. Thank you.
Jonathan Esposito, 5 Shelby Drive. I just want to thank Mr. DeFrancesco for taking the opportunity to ask the council and the budget committee to illuminate why they voted the way they did. That's usually a question that I like to ask, but he beat me to it this morning. I just wanted to provide a bit of context here because I'm frustrated as a citizen and as a former member of the Lions Club, the fact that this issue has effectively been dumped on the taxpayer. The Lions Club was responsible for the upkeep of the building during the many years that they had a lease on the building, and it was a very generous lease, something like $1 a year. When the building was returned to taxpayer control a couple of years ago, the town of Londonderry and the Lions Club released a joint statement in which they stated that because the club had lost revenue during COVID, that they could no longer afford to keep up with the upkeep of the building. Unfortunately, this directly contradicted a briefing that was given to members of the club about 6 months prior, for which I was present for, when we were told internally that the club had actually made money hand over fist during COVID. So the fact that this is now on the taxpayers, at a $3-some-odd million deal, is rather frustrating to me. That being said, I agree in principle with Councilwoman Paul that we want to maintain our historical buildings and we want to maintain the historical nature of the historical character of Londonderry. But I think Councilman Bouchard really nailed it when he said we have to have a clear path forward as to how the building is going to be utilized if we're going to invest this kind of money into it. Prior town manager, Mr. Malaguti, had commented on this issue a couple of years ago, and I did not agree with Mr. Malaguti on much, but I agreed with him on this. He said that the town of Londonderry was not interested in getting into the rental business because I had asked him if the town was going to effectively take over, if we did revamp the building, if the town was going to take over the building and rent it out at cost to offset the operating costs, which would then fall back on the taxpayer. Unless Mr. Mulholland can comment otherwise, unless the town has a plan for managing renting out the building at cost to offset the costs to the taxpayer, I would encourage us to, as a community, to vote no on this.
Thank you. Any further discussion on Article 4?
Good morning, Garrett, 8 Hyde Park Circle. I have a question, and I'm not sure if someone up there can address it or someone in the audience behind me. Instead of compelling taxpayers to pay for this, could the building be gifted to the Londonderry Historical Society, who could then undertake a capital campaign, raising the funds for the renovation supported by voluntary contributions?
The answer is yes. The town council does have the authority to disperse of town-owned property. So yes, that is something within their authority to do.
Does the Historical Society need to accept that gift, or could they refuse the gift? Is there any openness on the part of either the town or the Historical Society to pursue that path?
Yes, they would have to accept deed to the property, so that would be incumbent upon them to do that.
Okay, thank you.
Any further discussion on Article 4? Seeing none, Article 4 will move to the ballot as written. We now move on to Article 26. Article 26, this is a citizen's petition article to establish a capital reserve fund for the Reverend Morrison Meeting House, Lions Hall. It's to see if the town will vote to establish a capital reserve fund under the appropriate RSA provisions to purpose of reopening and maintaining the building and surrounding facilities as a public event multi-use center, and to raise and appropriate the sum of $950,000 to be placed in the fund, and further to authorize the use of $475,000 from the June 30th unassigned fund balance. I'll accept a motion to open discussion.
So moved.
Second?
It's
Okay, we have a motion and a second to open discussion. This being a citizen's petition warrant article, under the statute, the primary petitioner has designated Mr. John Farrell to make the presentation, who I assume is with us today. Mr. Farrell, you're in silhouette there. I couldn't see you.
Good morning. Thank you. John Farrell, 4 Hancock Drive. I'm here on behalf of Dr. Ellis, who is the curator, and Mrs. Green, who is here, who is the president of the Historic Society. The Historic Society is in the business of saving buildings, saving history. When this particular citizen's petition was actually submitted before the numbers were given to the public about the $3.4 million, it's closer to $3.4 million, for the renovation of the Reverend Morrison Lions Hall. The demolition of $600,000. Now, during all the presentations, during the budget pieces and everything else, you didn't hear anybody say they wanted to tear the building down. Everybody wanted to find some sort of mechanisms to save the building. What this citizen's petition is doing is demonstrating a mechanism to do that, to do some things that have been mentioned up here, and to give us the opportunity to be able to save what is, you know, the crown jewel of the center of town. If you go around New England and everything else, you look around and this building's very similar to this. If you've been in the building, you'll find that the original town vault still exists inside the building. Yes, is it expensive? But if we look across the street, right through the windows, the firehouse was $6.2 million. That was expensive too. $3.4 million is a lot of money. The proposal from the Historic Society is to think outside the box and find another path. To find a path on which be able to work with getting grants, work with getting people to volunteer, work with people to make something like this happen, and to do it as a community. Whether the Historic Society is interested in taking over control of it at some point or another, that's a different discussion. But in this particular case, in the 250th anniversary of this country, we should be really thinking about how do we continue to keep the beauty of this town. Everybody who stands at Town Hall turns around and sees this building. It demonstrates who we are as a community, where we've come from. So that's what this petition is about, is to figure out a way to make that happen. Because if we're being realistic, 60% at $3.4 million, we'll be spending $600,000 to demo the building. That's just being realistic. Because in today's environment, I don't see that happening. Thank you.
Thank you. Town Council, your vote on this?
1 yes, 3 no, 1 abstention.
The Budget Committee?
0 yes, 7 no, 0 abstentions.
Rather than hearing from each individual, I'm anticipating the question of why your votes. Could you tell us individually what your vote was in a very, very brief summary of the reason for it?
I voted no, and my reasoning is similar to the last gentleman. I think we can do something privately.
I abstained for the same reasons. This is a very important building to the community. I believe the community should decide, and I should not influence that. I should just execute whatever you tell me I should do as a public servant.
I had voted yes, as this is a capital reserve fund, as these funds can go forth towards long-term maintenance of the building, energy usage on the building, and if there's anything beyond what is found in the walls from the construction company for the 3.38 million bond, these monies can help go towards that renovation of the building as well.
I voted no on this because being in construction, I know that you need concrete numbers. This is not a concrete number to get this building open. And I also had a problem taking $475,000 out of undesignated fund balance by a citizen's petition. We had that problem last year with the furniture for the library, and people removed that because they did not want to see undesignated fund balance used in a citizen's petition. So that's why I voted no. No concrete numbers.
I voted no as well. I didn't like the word surrounding facilities. I wasn't quite sure what that meant, because there really isn't anything wrong with the pavilion. And I didn't like the undesignated fund balance, and I do not believe that it is a realistic number. I did want to point out one thing about the bond. It is a large sum of money, but everything everybody's talking about, this will move ahead gradually. Doesn't mean we need to spend every dime that we acquire from this bond. If we do get people step up, if we finally get us put on the registry, if we can then go after some grants, that bond money doesn't necessarily all have to be used. So keep that in mind. It's a large sum of money anticipating that we don't get anything, but if we do get something and we do get other people stepping up, and I'm glad this is all happening because it brings attention and dialogue to something that needs to be talked about. So that's why I voted no.
Mr. Gagnon?
I voted no, similarly for the reasons I voted no on Article 4. The Budget Committee worked to remove $400,000 from the operating budget. This would increase taxes by $475,000, and I additionally share the concerns that Councilor Bouchard and Councilor Paul have with removing money from the undesignated fund balance through a citizen's petition.
I was also a no for similar reasons about the use of undesignated fund balance on a citizen's petition. And also, I too work in the construction industry and understand that this amount of money is not enough to do much, if anything, with the Lions Hall, based off of what I saw on the estimate from REORG and my own experience. So,
I voted no for basically the same reasons. I don't think that this amount of money would get the building open based on what we know. And I question, well, where's the rest of the money going to come from? There's not a real plan for that at this point. So, yeah, so that's why I voted no.
Also no for very similar reasons.
I voted no and ditto.
I voted no, similar reasons. One other point I'd make is that when REORG presented their study to the Town Council and Budget Committee and presented that 3.381 million number, we heard that if that was approved from the time construction began, it would take close to a year. And so I won't speak for anyone else. My feeling was if we're going to approve that, then maybe this money for the ongoing maintenance of that facility isn't needed now. But my idea would be come back next year or the year after that if the 3.381 million passes and we actually refurb that building. This could then be a follow-on to actually pay for the ongoing maintenance.
I also voted no on this article for very similar reasons that have already been talked about. $950,000 from a construction point of view is not enough. We need the almost 3.4 million just to open the doors.
Thank you. The article remains open for discussion. Any further discussion?
One piece I failed to mention is in 2014, when we replaced the floor, it cost $60,000. Maybe today that's $120,000. The purpose of this is to not lose the building. If both of these fail, the building will be in dire need, and sadly, we'll probably lose it.
Ann Champa. Do I have to give my address to the here?
Yes, please, and also speak into the microphone, Ann.
What?
Into the microphone, please.
28 Wedgewood Drive. John, I have a question for John. Why were the words surrounding facilities included in this?
When we submitted this, it was the language that was recommended from the town. That was not the original language from the Historic Society. So my understanding is that this went through a process in the town just to maybe be able to answer this better for me.
So part of
and
the-
this is what was sent back to us, will be approved to go on the ballot.
So, can I?
Yeah, go ahead.
Part of the reason for that is if we were to just do to reopen the building, then once the building was reopened, this fund wouldn't be able to use for anything. This fund wouldn't have been able to use for anything once this building was reopened. So we added the words maintaining the building and surrounding facilities. By that, it was essentially the parking lot. If something were to happen to the pavilion, as you just saw recently, where they do the trees, that was redone. So if the, right, but that wasn't done for free. It cost money to do that, so it would allow us to utilize this fund for those items as well, should both pass.
It's confusing to the public. Yes, please. It's confusing. It makes it sound like maybe the church next door, you know, or across the street on the town common.
It was not, it wasn't intended to, it was intended to give more ability, so should they need to widen the parking lot if it does develop further or gets more popularity, we're able to without having to go and access extra funds. You're able to make an amendment to remove that portion if you would like.
Or you can make an amendment to clarify it. I think what he's trying to say is, it's like, you know, the pavilion, the shed in the back, anything that's in the property lot lines.
Right, but I think we should just put it towards the building if you want to remove the words surrounding. because
Why don't we
that's
let people comment and go from there?
Are there any further comments?
I'd like to make a motion that we remove the words surrounding facilities.
That's not a motion. You would need to submit a written amendment there on the forms are there on the table, and then we would take that up as an amendment.
Another thing, I think another thing that's impeding this is the town council not signing off on the document that the state considers this a historic building, because that will open up the floodgates of grants. We need that document signed for us to continue with anything to do with the building. It doesn't require you to do anything. Just, it will give us a way of getting funding to restore this building. I'm not sure why you don't understand that, it seems. It's not gonna have any chains on you afterwards. It's nothing. Just like the just like the Morrison House. It was registered as a historic place in New Hampshire. They don't have any requirements by the state. We're looking for the same thing, but you can go for grants through the state for this building. We can put in our best efforts that way and get matching funds for this building. Please think of that. We have ways to raise funds. And I'll be the first person in line trying to get those funds from the state. Please.
Please, approach.
John Loker, 34 Parmenter Road, Londonderry. As a retired pastor, I hate to see previous houses of worship destroyed. However, I know what Mr. Bouchard said. When you get into this, inevitably, more things are found, and it's probably going to cost even more money. I would I think, agree with Ann, if private funding, looking for grants or whatever is out there, resources, I think that should be tried first. But my question is this: if these articles should fail, is there any plan for the town to use this real estate? And if so, what is it?
I'm sorry, I should have been listening to you. I was distracted. Sir, could you just ask me the question again?
If these articles should fail and the building is destroyed, what about that real estate? Has the town decided on what they may do with that property?
I can answer that. There's been no assessment of that. There's been talk about that. That came up in the budget committee. A member asked, can we look at possibly selling it, giving it to another entity? Those options, at least not recently, I've only been here 8 months, have been thoroughly explored. So that would be one of the next steps. We should make an emergency repair. There's a small section of the roof to prevent the water from coming in. Those things I would suggest I'd be authorized to do that shortly after the meeting in March.
So nothing permanent yet on that? Or?
There has not been a thorough assessment recently, certainly not during the short period of time I've been here, about what else we could possibly do. We haven't explored all of the options, if that's really what you're asking.
All right, thank you so much.
Any further discussion? Mr. Moderator. Mr. Bouchard.
I just want to clarify something about Ms. Campo came up and asked about the historical building and listing it as a historical building. I just want to point out that Mr. Ellis did come to the town council. He did his homework, did a great job, gave us some nice history about it, was ready to ask the state, and he had already talked to the state about listing this building as a historical building. That vote was done by the town council. Councilor Paul and myself voted yes for this. Our fellow councilors voted no, not to list it as a historical building. So, just so you know that.
Mr. Moderator, want to clarify what Dan had said. We moved this to the Heritage Commission, and then the Heritage Commission moved to not recommend moving it to the Historic Registry. And I also want to bring up, Mr. Mulholland had done some research on what potential grants are out there. Mr. Mulholland, would you be able to speak upon that?
There are certainly grants, as was indicated by Ann Champer. If it was listed as a historic structure, there are opportunities for for funds with that. A lot of those funds have dried up, and the amount that's available is limited right now. That changes from year to year. But obviously, you can't win if you don't play, right? If we're not on that list, we can't apply for those. But they're relatively small. There's a lot of competition for those. And they're also going to look at the building, and it was said by somebody else here as well, there's not a whole lot left of the structure that would be considered historic. The beams, those sorts of things. There's actually a tin roof that's a ceiling that's covered up. There's the banister. Those are the things that have the historic value. It's got vinyl siding or metal siding on there now, and a lot of that, you can't see the historic structure that was there before. So we're going to be in competition with other buildings, and that's going to be tough, obviously.
Please approach. We've wandered a little away from exactly the purpose of this article, so let's please try to keep our discussion focused on the article in front of us.
Kristen Grages, 17 Sutton Place. Just for clarification, if these two articles fail, will we be bulldozing this building?
No.
Great, thank you.
No.
What was the answer?
No.
No.
There's no funds appropriated to demolish the building, nor have there been any specific plans or talks about doing that, other than getting the estimated cost of doing that. But that was not moved forward. There was a discussion about that. The council said we are not going to move forward with that possibility.
Thank you.
Jonathan Esposito, 5 Shelley Drive. I wanted to kind of get some further clarification on something that Councilman Bouchard opened the door to, some discussion there. Can the other councilors elaborate on why there was a no vote as far as listing this building, accepting the state designation to list it on a historic register? Or could someone clarify why it was punted to the Heritage Commission?
I can wrap it up succinctly.
Succinctly, please.
Yeah. So just to be clear here, there's a decision step. We needed to get over the line. We've been kicking this around for years, and people have been very frustrated. This is the town going to fund this building or not? If the town chooses not to fund the building, then the council decides, okay, what are our options going forward? That may include giving it the Historical Society. It may include very many other possible options, but it will not include the town funding this. So this is to see, will the town fund this, and we can take care of it. If the town says yes, we do not have to pursue that. As far as on the historic list, if the town chooses to fund this or not to choose to fund it, we can put it on the historic list at any time. We could put it on the meeting after the election if we so choose. When we have grants paired with that or a plan going with this, we will do so if that is in the best interest of the taxpayer. There was no grants brought forward in any specific at that time. The Heritage Commission evaluated and it said the same thing. That is why it was not.
Thank you, sir.
Anybody with new information to present that hasn't already been? Mr. Skudlarek?
Paul Skudlarek, 20 Woodbine Drive. What I've heard a couple of times is that the cost that has been described in the bond, $3.4 million, I believe it was, is not an adequate or a sufficient number to actually do the job that needs to be done to open the doors. I then heard from the same architect engineer group that it was. I'm going to go by that. I think we need to make sure we're clear on that this is a real number, the $3.4 million to get the doors open. I think most in this room, maybe everybody in this room would agree that this is a building that deserves to be saved in some form. What we haven't discussed is the cost of not doing this, not moving forward with the bond, not moving forward with this article to allow us to do the things we need to do Waiting another year, if we need to bring this back next year for another vote, that's another year of deterioration that this building's gonna face. And the building costs will be exponentially higher than they are today. So people need to consider that as well.
Thank you. I have an amendment that's been presented, which I'd like to act on. Ms. Champa did submit an amendment to remove, quote, "and surrounding facilities" from the text of the warrant article. So by submitting this, Ms. Champa, you've made a motion to open discussion on your amendment. Is there a second for discussion on this amendment? Thank you. Okay, we now are discussing the amendment, which is to remove "and surrounding facilities." Is there any discussion on the amendment? You were all in silhouette. It's hard for me to see you, but I think I see
Mr. Moderator.
something. Yep. Yes, sir.
I'll speak first. So,
We need a second on the motion in order. We have a
Oh.
second, Mr.
Well,
Ellis.
wasn't a-
I'm sorry.
was
Go
there a
ahead.
motion on that?
Go ahead.
So, I would make motion to not favor this amendment, as the construction costs that are built into the bond article are not for refurbing the parking lot, and many of the surrounding items that may come up on the property. And if we need to do renovations at one point in time, that's where these funds can really come into use. And if we really limit this money just for the building, we may incur more costs down the line that we're not looking at right now. We need to think of a global picture. We need to think about not just today, we need to think about tomorrow and years going forward. We can't be looking at just a simple cost today. Things may go up, things may change, weather may impact the property. We need to look at all the different options for this property. And if this warrant article for the expendable maintenance trust of it gives us that opportunity. Thank you.
We're discussing the amendment, which is to remove "and surrounding facilities."
I asked that we remove that because I don't want the public thinking it's a different building. You know, you could be talking about any other building on that side of the road or across the street. It's confusing when you say it that way. It doesn't specify.
Then I would suggest to change the amendment again for
Because
anything
we
on the
don't-
grounds for that property.
we
If you're
shouldn't
referring
be-
to other things, then that's one. But,
We shouldn't be, we're talking about a building.
yes.
We're not talking about the parking lot or anything else, just the building, I thought, in that article.
And that's what your amendment addresses. So are there other comments about the amendment?
Mr. Moderator, I have to add something as well.
I'm sorry?
I have to add something as well when you're ready.
Okay.
I think Jonathan Esposito, 5 Shelley Drive. I just wanted to ask, could Mr. Campo highlight why that, once again, because it was mentioned earlier and it's very important, why that language was perhaps suggested to be included in order to enable funds to be released in the future and so on?
I can help out with that. One of the issues is the septic system has to be replaced if you say just the building, because we have an illegal septic system. So there's no other option other than tearing it out if you say just the building, which means I can't fix that, which means it'll just, you have a building you can't occupy.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Martha Smith, 38 Shasta Drive. My feeling about this amendment is that it's perhaps not needed because the building and surrounding facilities, the town only owns this building and that piece of property. They don't own the church next door, unless I'm wrong, or other houses or buildings in that area, and therefore you wouldn't be able to renovate or do anything to any other buildings that the town doesn't own.
Thank you. On the amendment? Okay, seeing no further discussion on the amendment, I'm sorry, Mr. Ellis.
Dave Ellis, 1 Wilshire Drive. The original citizens petition did not have those words in. That was what people signed on that petition. The reason for not including them was that we want this money to be focused on the historic structure The parking lot is not a historic structure. We don't need, I mean, if something goes wrong with the parking lot or the surrounding buildings, that's a separate issue for town council to consider at the time.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion on the amendment, we will now vote. And what you're voting for, if you vote in favor, you're voting to remove "and surrounding facilities" from the original wording, of the warrant article. All those in favor, please raise your voting card. All those opposed? Okay, the amendment fails. Discussion remains open on the original warrant article as written.
I would like to gauge the following question. I would like to make an amendment to change these dollar values to 0. Do people agree or disagree that I should bring this up? My reasoning is there's no substance to what this money is used for, and we may be throwing $1 million at a building that we have no idea what it's going to take to finish it.
Clarification, which this particular citizen
$950,000 to 0, and $475,000 to 0.
I'll second.
So what we have is apparently a pending amendment here that's been moved and seconded to zero out the warrant article. Am I correct? Yes. Okay. I think while you're writing that out, the intent is pretty clear. We can open discussion on the amendment. We have a motion and a second. Discussion on making the dollar amount 0.
Mr. Moderator, Bruce Hallowell, 10 Phillipsburg Lane. The town has an expendable maintenance trust fund for town-owned buildings. Would the possibility exist to adding additional money from the undesignated fund balance into the expendable maintenance trust fund for the purposes of providing the town council and the town manager the ability to make some adjustments to the Reverend Morrison house that keep it from having water come in through the roof and mitigating mold? Could that be a possibility?
The answer would be yes.
Hi, Marilyn Hoffman, 45 Hardy Road. I think it's a bad idea to eliminate citizens' petitions that were signed by the requisite number of people. The citizens care about it, and there's only a small number of people here in the room today, and I think we came out to protect this kind of thing so that things that the citizens want aren't arbitrarily changed. So I would vote against this amendment to reduce it to 0.
Further discussion on the amendment. Mr. Ellis.
Dave, that's one Wilshire again. I'm concerned of the effect of reducing the value to 0 is effectively denying the citizens' petition during deliberative session. Shouldn't it be allowed to go to the voters in March? I would ask the moderator to clarify. I did not think that it was legitimate to 0 out a citizens' petition during deliberative session.
A citizen's petition warrant article can be amended like any other article on the ballot, including moving the dollar amount to 0, which is what this current amendment is. Do you have a point of order, Mr. DeFrancesco? You're speaking to the amendment to 0 it out. Then yes, please approach.
So, and I think it's important to understand that the people sitting here are also citizens. And so, to the point of the attorney, we're doing what we do. This is the system. This is how it's set up. Thank you.
John Farrell, speaking to the amendment. This, again, the citizens petition was submitted before anything was submitted to the town. For several years, this was just getting kicked down the road. So the $950,000 was to be able to, for the Historic Society to be able to save the building. Zero it out, don't zero it out, but do we want the building saved or not?
Mr. Moderator?
Yes, Ms. Paul?
May I say something?
Please, into the microphone, yes.
Okay. I understand why people want to zero this out because it's coming from the undesignated fund balance. And I do understand that it is the citizen's choice. My suggestion would be to show a true number to the taxpayer. So I would suggest, instead of taking it from this undesignated fund balance, the citizens who signed this petition wanted $950,000. And I think that that's what the taxpayers should see, what the cost is for $950,000. Because if we keep depleting our undesignated fund balance, we wouldn't have money in there like we did to be able to address the issue that popped up at the library, that could pop up at another building, and to move quickly to fix it. So keep that in mind as we pay down the undesignated fund balance. It's there for a reason. It's there for things like what happened to the library. And that was, unexpected. And so we had the money available to be quickly and be able to address those issues. So I'm not sure if we can redo this, or the person who wanted to zero it out would like to say if all the money came from the, was presented as the taxpayers. So I wanted to put that out there. Dave?
Would you speak to that, please?
I don't believe that an amendment that would increase the tax impact of this article would be lawful, because that tax impact would not have been warned in advance.
We're discussing the amendment to zero it out, and a lot has been covered, so if you have something new to offer, please do so. Otherwise, we're going to vote on the amendment.
Yeah, so, if this is zeroed out, we are still establishing, and should the voters vote for this, we'd still be establishing a capital reserve fund specifically for the Reverend Morrison Meeting House and Lions Hall. And that would, we'd be able to gauge from the public if they wish for us to contribute in the future by establishing this fund to go towards either saving, renovating this building.
I'm certain you're accurate, Mr. Guy. I just want to confirm with our finance folks that the capital reserve fund would exist. It would just not have any dollars associated.
The answer is on paper, yes. I'd have to talk to our banker about potentially opening an account with $0 in it, but we'd have the authorization to do it. So next year, if this were to pass at 0 and they were to come up, we would not be looking to establish, we'd be looking to fund.
Okay, thank you.
Does that answer the question?
Yes.
Okay.
Sir.
Mike Speltz, 18 Sugar Plum Lane. One of the ironies of applying for grants is if you have money, you get money. So one of the beauties of Article 26 is that it is money that can be pointed to in a grant application that says we have some skin in the game. We're here with match dollars. So if you're concerned about preserving this building, then, and if you think you could get a grant for it, you don't want to take this down to 0, because that is your leverage to get a grant.
Thank you. I'm going to call for a vote on the amendment.
Mr. Moderator?
Yes, sir. Mr. Bouchard?
I just have something I want to add to this. Okay. With $950,000, we don't have a plan, and that's why I seconded the motion to zero it out. I also had a problem with the $475 coming out of undesignated fund balance. If I look at the estimated tax impact on Article 26, it's 0.063. If you go back to Article 4, your tax impact is 0.041. It's less. So why? My other issue is with the $950,000, construction cost is going up. It's not going down. So you can start putting money aside. Our prices are just going to keep going up versus the 3.3 million.
The amendment is before us, which is to change the $950,000 figure to 0 in the warrant article. All those in favor of changing that to 0, please raise your card. All right, all those opposed? I believe the amendment fails by majority. The amendment fails. So we are now back to the original article. Is there any further discussion on the article as written? Seeing none, it will move to the ballot as written.
Motion to restrict reconsideration on the past two articles.
We'll do them one at a time, please.
Motion to restrict reconsideration on Article 4.
All those in favor of restricting reconsideration on Article, oh, I'm sorry, second? You have a second? Thank you. Restricting reconsideration on Article 4, the bond. Reconsideration is restricted.
Motion to restrict reconsideration on Article 26.
In favor of restricting reconsideration on this article. Reconsideration is restricted on both. Thank you, folks. All right. Article 5. Town clerk position benefits. To see if the town will vote to begin providing benefits equivalent to those of a full-time employee to the elected town clerk position. Upon passing this article, the elected position of town clerk will be eligible for applicable benefits equal to a full-time town employee starting July 1st, 2026. I'll entertain a motion to open discussion.
So moved.
I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Presentation, Mr. Mulholland.
In 2014, the town adopted a warrant article. Is this working? You guys see me out there? Is it working back there? And now it is. All right. In 2014, the town passed a warrant article making the town clerk's position a part-time position. There is no actual full-time or part-time designation for an elected official. They just simply are an elected official. The town of Londonderry is the 9th largest community in this state. We're bigger than half of the cities in our state. We did a survey to find out what the benefits were provided, what salaries were provided to town clerks throughout our state, and all but the smallest communities provide the funding for New Hampshire retirement system and health insurance benefits like other full-time employees, because this is simply a full-time job. There's two ways in which to compensate there's several ways to compensate a town clerk. The way we do it here is we do it by the budget process. There's other ways they can collect certain amounts of fees, and then actually that's how they get compensated. So NHMA provided guidance on this back in 2021. You either do one of two things. You either put that amount of money in a warrant article, or you put that in the operating budget, and you specifically call that out in the operating budget. You've seen how thick this is. That's obviously a bit of a challenge to try to find that, right? But we did at least do that, so the lines for the clerk's salary and benefits are culled out of that, so you can actually see those on the particular page that it's listed on. It's important to properly compensate people for the work that they do. It's not about the person who presently sits in the job. It's about whether or not in the future we're able to compensate, attract people to be able to fill this job. The person who fills it now is not going to be there any more than any of the rest of us are going to be here forever in these jobs. It's appropriate in which to do that, to recognize that this is a full-time job. So that's why I proposed that. If we make it a warrant article and we put the salary in there and the voters vote no on that, that means we cannot pay the town clerk. We are required by statute to have a town clerk, and I don't think anybody's going to do it for free. So that's the risk with putting the dollar value in the warrant article. You can do that, but exceptionally risky. So that's why I propose it the way I have, that we include it in the budget, and that This corrects the issue in the 2014 warrant article to clearly indicate that we're going to provide those benefits. It makes that clear to the voters that we're going to do that, and that is why that is before you at this particular time.
Thank you. Is there discussion on this article?
Richard Belinsky, 89 Hall Road. Let's get a couple things straight. We did have a warrant article in 2014. It was passed by the people, and it was never put into effect. So saying we adopted it was never put into effect. It's been ignored for 10 years. Okay? That's number one. Number two, this is precedent setting. Every elected official will probably come forward and say, where are my benefits? When you go to be an elected official, you do it basically to volunteer. People can say, well, we put in this many hours. Just for a little background so people don't think, will know where I'm coming from. I was the town treasurer from 01 to 04. I put in 20, 30, 40 hours a week. I didn't expect to get benefits. I didn't do it for the benefits. Matter of fact, I got $2,500 a year to do the job. And I was working a full-time job at that time. So you open Pandora's box that every elected official is going to say, where am I? That has already happened with the 15.8% pay adjustments that were done in this town. Because I'm hearing from all the other people in other unions, they all want to know where's my money. Okay? So that's a problem. Second of all, are they going to be held to the standards of other employees? As an elected official, you can work 1 day a week, every day of the week, 1 hour a week. You can take as much vacation. Are they going to be required to come in 9 to 5? Are they going to be required to schedule their vacations? Or are they going to still just be out there? All right. The other thing, we said 2 ways of doing this. I've talked to the state on multiple occasions on this. And yes, there is 2 ways of doing it. But burying it in the budget is not one of them. You can do it as a warrant article. It's supposed to be a standalone warrant article. Burying it in the budget is not a standalone warrant article. All right? The other way it can be done is the same way it's done for the tax collector. That at the March meeting after the elections, you go over a contract. That hasn't been done. It's been buried for at least the last 10 years in the budget. Nobody knows how much they're doing, how much they're voting on. All right? So let's not go to 20, we want to start enforcing stuff. Why don't we start by enforcing the 2014 warrant article that I think passed by 77% of the vote? It never happened. Part of it was worded incorrectly because it said make it a part-time position. You can't make it an any-time position. It's whatever they work. All right? The other problem I have with this is a budgetary issue in my eyes. Where's the dollar value on this warrant article? What are we voting on? We voting on $5? We voting on $500,000 in benefits? There's no number here. I don't know if the town, I believe it's 32:5. I don't know if we've adopted that. You need to have a dollar value. So what are we voting on? You start adding all these other elected positions and they want benefits. We're voting on some HR positions on the ballot. That's more people you have to service. You either do it for the right reasons or you don't. I think this is a bad precedent. We haven't enforced the 2014, and I don't like it when people try to insinuate that we did. It's more alphabet soup answers. All right? I've talked to a few of the people on the council here. They know the way it's supposed to be done. Why don't we do it right? To me, this is just trying to buy somebody's loyalty. That's whoever may be in that position. It doesn't matter. Some people are going to say, oh, it's because of who's. No, it's the position. I've been trying to get this straightened out for 10 years, and every town manager has ignored this. I've been told in the past that I'm wrong, and if I remember last year we had an issue, and I was told on wording of a warrant article, there was a big discussion out back, and the attorney come back and said, yep, you can't do that. He's right. This is bad. It's bad for the people. We don't have numbers. And Mr. Mulholland, I take exception when you say 2014, we never put it in place. It was never done. So if you're gonna say stuff, get it correct.
Further discussion on warrant article number 5. Seeing none, warrant article number 5 moves to the ballot as written.
I was trying to talk to you down here.
Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry. I do believe, to be fair, just, and balanced, that there should be a dollar amount to just this. How much is it gonna cost in benefits? And I think that it needs to be specific. We do it for every single employee that we hire. We put what the benefits are. Now, if the question is, and it has a dollar amount down here, a little tax impact thing down here, we should know how they got to that tax end thing. We're not showing it. And if you're gonna do it for one, do it for them all. And so I have a real problem with this being on here without having an actual number. What the citizens vote on, I could care less. If they wanna give the clerk, benefits, that's great, but they need to be listed what benefits they're getting and how much it's gonna be. And I would like to know if the clerk, any of the clerks, say they don't want the health insurance because they've got health insurance, are we gonna give them the, whatever it is, $12,000, $10,000 buyout that we give all the other employees? Is it gonna be treated exactly the same? These questions I've asked at the meeting repeatedly, and no one has answered me. So thank you. I'm against this.
Further discussion? Seeing none, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Couldn't see you there. Okay, come on up.
Paul Sklark, 20 Woodbine Drive. The one thing I noticed is there's no vote by Town Council or Budget Committee on this particular article. Can we get an explanation as to why that is, and if any of them on it, either the Budget Committee or Town Council would like to chime in on this article?
The reason there's no vote is there's no appropriation listed. Correct me if I'm wrong. Yep, there's no appropriation listed, so there's no vote.
There's an estimated tax effect, so I don't know what the difference would be.
Oh,
Tax effect is 0.
So that estimated tax effect is not related to this warrant article. It's the veterans exemption and the overlay to be raised, which are essentially, no matter what happens, those are part of the budget. So we included those in there so people are aware that for the veterans exemption and the overlay to be raised, that is the amount, and it allows you to see the actual tax impact of just that warrant article. So if you look, Article 5, estimated tax impact is 0.00.
Is there anything preventing, I guess, the Town Council or Budget from weighing in on this topic?
Nothing that prevents them from weighing in on it, just what goes on the ballot. That's covered by statute, but certainly they can hold a position on this.
Lastly, I would just say that this is a position that's too important, too all-encompassing, too involved to not provide benefits. I'm fully supportive of the article.
thank you.
No matter how much it is.
Glenn Douglas, 6 Overlook Ave. So they had this issue in Hollis, I think it was Hollis. They had a clerk that was only working a couple hours a week, and she was actually getting paid, I think, $60,000, $70,000 a year. This says, say 10 years from now, 6 years from now, we have a new town clerk. It says they get benefits equal to a full-time employee, but there's nothing in here that says, in exchange for full-time benefits, you're gonna work full-time. What if we have a town clerk, say Hollis town clerk moves here, gets elected, and decides to work 2 hours a week? And I do think there should be a vote on this, because there is a tax impact on here. We're adding money to the budget. And I'm not saying we shouldn't do it, but I think there should be something in here that requires, and you can't require a town clerk to work. They could work a day a year if they want, according to state law. This seems very open-ended for future people that could potentially abuse the system.
So I'll provide an answer to that. Actually, they can't do that if they're receiving those full-time benefits. That's why it says the same full-time benefits that full-time employees get. So if they don't work those hours, they cannot be in the New Hampshire retirement system, and they cannot receive those benefits. That's why it's written the way it is. So if they try to do that, then those benefits would be cut off because we are not legally permitted to provide those to them.
Paul, something additional?
Yes.
Go ahead.
I think it's a matter of transparency for the general public to know the numbers, number one. And number two, we have no process in place to monitor these hours. Who will be doing it? There is no boss of this position. So I struggle with the fence that it is about future and what it actually costs and how it will work. None of these things have been ironed out or stated or written down anywhere or approved.
Mr. Mulholland?
That's not correct either. They would have to go into our payroll system. They have to actually put their hours in there, again, because we have to have a trail to show that from the New Hampshire retirement system. And again, if we're going to provide full-time benefits that other full-time employees receive, that clerk would have to do that. If the clerk refuses to do that, we cannot provide those benefits to them.
Mr. Moderator, I would like to respond to what Mr. Mulholland said. I beg to differ with you. At that point, you were treating this person as an employee, and that is against the law because they are not an employee.
Seeing no further discussion, Article 5 will move to the ballot as written.
Motion to restrict for reconsideration.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor of restricting reconsideration, raise your card.
Sorry, who seconded?
I did.
Oh, Brian, thank you.
Reconsideration is restricted by majority. Warrant Article number 6, Fiscal Year 2027 Town Operating Budget. Shall the town raise and appropriate as an operating budget, not including appropriations by special warrant articles and other appropriations voted separately, the amounts set forth on the budget posted with the warrant or as amended by vote of the first session for the purposes set forth therein, totaling $56,592,573. Should this article be defeated, the default budget shall be $56,078,411. If passed, this article will require the town to raise $28,070,432 in property taxes, resulting in a tax rate impact of $3.72.8 in fiscal year 27, based upon projected assessed values. A motion to open discussion on the budget.
Motion to open discussion.
Second.
Second, thank you. Presenting, Mr. Mulholland.
Kirsten, can you put up, there we go. Okay. Next slide. This is an important chart, I think, when we look at the overall issue of budget. Our population has grown by 7% from 2010 to 2020. Our current population estimate is 27,101. I don't know how they get the one, but they do. As I indicated before, we are the 9th most populous municipality in the state. We're bigger than half of the cities in our state in terms of population. We have 42.2 square miles, and our population density is 642 people per square mile right now. As you know, that population continues to grow. The next one, please. This is just a chart that shows that growth and also a trend line. The blue is the actual growth, and the trend line is just to try to give you a barometer as to how that might look. However, you can see presently we're trending above that trend line. We have the villages at Technology Hill will add 1,000 more people by July of this year to our community. Then off of Gilcrest Road alone, you're looking at another 500 people. And then there's other developments in this community. I think everybody's well aware that we have continued growth. That growth is going to continue to put pressure on service demand in our community and our ability to provide the level of service that people expect. Next. This chart is to try to give you a depiction of how your tax dollars are spent. There are 4 portions of the tax bill, that being the county, which is 4% of your tax dollars that you provide each year. The school, the statewide education property tax is another 7.5%. This is for 2025. And the municipality is 24.4% of that. And the school district local portion is 64.1%. So that gives you a better depiction of where your tax dollars are spent. This is a chart that you're certainly not going to be able to see from there, but what it does show is the 2024 property tax comparison. I'll show 2025 next. It gives you some idea of where we are compared to the communities that are immediately around us. And just to give you some rough numbers, I'm talking about the municipal portion only, not the county and the school and all of that. We were, in 2024, we were $3.77. We were the lowest in our area compared to Salem, Derry, Wyndham, Litchfield, Hudson, Merrimack, Manchester, and Nashua. And some of those were double digits ahead of us in terms of the property tax. Next for the 25. In 25, that changed. We're at $3.53. Wyndham is just below us at $2.48, and Litchfield at $2.62. The rest are above us: Salem, Derry, Hudson, Merrimack, Manchester, and Nashua. And again, some of those by double, even triple digits in terms of the municipal portion of the tax rate. Just to try to give you some assessment of where we are compared to other communities. Not that we have to do what everybody else does, but clearly just to give you some sense. Next one is the Consumer Price Index. This used to be a good barometer to be able to get some sense of whether or not local government is growing faster than the economy. However, with revals every 2 years now instead of every 5 years, this kind of throws that off a little bit, but I did provide it nonetheless. Because as we know, when there's a reval, the tax rate may go down, but the amount that you pay is probably going to go up, especially on the residential side, due to the white-hot market for residential properties. And as you can see, for 2025, it showed a CPI, Consumer Price Index, of 3.2%, but the tax rate went down by 6.36%. Granted, that's the rate, not exactly what people pay, because again, the value of property has gone up considerably, and I'm going to show an example of that in a minute. But that chart provides that for you. Hopefully someday we can go back to some degree of normalcy in the market where we can actually do some decent benchmarking with this. This, again, is not the best tool, but I provide it for historical purposes. The next one is a budget history. I want to talk a little bit about this. If you look from 2013 to today's proposed budget, in terms of where the budget is, the budget has either been below default or just at default for many years, other than most recently in 2026 when it was above default. And of course now what's being proposed is above default as well. So meanwhile, while the growth of government has gone up here and there, as you can see, it has not been able to keep up with that population growth, which is the reason why I wanted to provide that, not to mention the cost of services that need to be provided in the community. And everybody out here is well aware of this. You have to deal with this in your own home in terms of the cost of food, fuel, and everything else that you have to deal with. And yesterday, I think I heard on the news that in the Seacoast area now, the average house is over $1 million in value. Obviously, that's a dramatic increase over the last several years, and that's what we are faced with. And reliance on the property tax predominantly puts us in a position where that is our predominant revenue source in New Hampshire. I think we're at number one again. New Jersey beat us out one year, having the highest property tax rates in New Hampshire. I think we are unfortunately at number one again. Other states have other diversified ways in which they collect their dollars. But we obviously rely heavily on property taxes. The next one is tax rate factors. Just to remind folks of that, there's a number of factors that go in determining the tax rate in the fall of every year. Appropriations, or the expenditures that we have. Revenues other than property taxes. Fund balance used to reduce the tax rate. What the assessed valuation is in the community. Last year we had $70 million in new assessed valuation. That's a lot for a community our size. That's due to the growth that we have seen. That helps to spread that tax burden over a larger base. And then overlay, these are offsets that when we set the tax rate, that we calculate to be able to use to pay for abatements that occur after the tax rate is set. And then war service credits is for veterans, and there's also elderly exemptions that are included in there as well. And then the chart just shows you that breakdown in terms of the property tax breakdown, which we talked about earlier. It's mostly education, which we all know that. That's no big secret. There's a lot of cost and staff for education. The town is a smaller portion of that, and we're consistent with a lot of other communities. The cities tend to be a bit higher in terms of the municipal portion of the tax rate, but this is not inconsistent, again, with other communities around us. The next item is, it talks about strategic budgeting. We're in the process of transforming our budget to a more of a strategic budget focus. And we're starting out with that strategic plan that I talked about earlier. That process is underway to get the public vetting of that, so we can, the governing body, that being the town council, can direct us as to where we should be going, telling us the direction that we want to go with, what services we want to provide, what things we wish to accomplish in the next year. And then there's business plans. Some of our larger departments, we don't have business plans yet, but we're going to be working on those. Performance measurement, another key tool in government that's in modern operations that are used. The money that we spend, is it actually doing the things that we want it to do? We need to measure that, and if it's not, why not? And should we keep spending money on things that don't produce any value to us? Analysis and evaluation is part of that process, and benchmarking. These are things that private sector businesses do and governments across the country do. It's part of the cultural change that needs to occur here, I would suggest, in our community. Budget objectives: achieve the town's overall strategic plan, again, as it gets developed and hopefully approved in May, which will kick off the budget process for the FY28 budget. Fund critical capital improvements projects and maintain quality service levels to meet the public's expectations. Challenges: none of this is going to be a surprise to any of you, but affordable housing, inflation, traffic congestion and traffic safety, growth in population, safe drinking water, and protection of our natural resources. As was indicated before, Mr. Penta talked about the survey that was done in our master plan, some really good work that was done by the master plan steering committee. Traffic congestion was one of the top things that our residents were concerned about. 88.4% wanted us to identify and assess problem intersections, and you can see the rest of the numbers on there. Clearly a priority of our residents. We listen to that, and you're going to see warrant articles that are relative to that further on as we get into the afternoon. Next was natural resources. 97.4% protection of drinking water supplies and aquifers was a priority of our residents. We're all well aware of that situation, and this survey bears that out. And protection of our wetlands, streams, lakes, and other surface waters, and the list goes down through there. But that was important. I don't want to minimize those, protection of wooded areas, but again, this is on our website so that you can see this information in there. But again, our residents are talking to us and they're telling us things, and now it's time to us to produce the results that they have asked us to produce. The town needs to have, well, I shouldn't say needs to have, it needs to continue its long-term financial plan. This town has done really good work over the years with its capital reserve funds, planning for the future, doing the right things that other communities do as well. So kudos to you. I've only been here 8 months, but you've been doing this for years, and you're going in the right direction in that regard. Utilizing unassigned fund balance to offset cost of capital projects, pay as you go, which you have been doing, trying to do more of that, and then fund those capital reserve funds. Maintain the policy to no longer utilize unassigned fund balance to artificially hedge the tax rate. That's still an issue that has not been fully vetted out yet. And then update the debt management policy and strategy, and I'll talk a little bit more about why that's going to be important when we talk about water and the needs of the future. Moving on, operating budget proposed for FY 2027 as adjusted by the town council and recommended by the budget committee stands at $56,592,573. And you can see the chart of what it was compared to previous years. This chart, this commonly comes up, people talk about this quite a lot. What's the ability of people to pay their taxes? And this just shows you the tax levy, and unless you got a microscope, you're not going to be able to see that. So I'm just going to verbulate that for you. In the case of 2025, the tax levy was $104,935,636. When I say the tax levy, that's the property taxes needed to be raised to fund the county, to fund the statewide education property tax, to fund the local portion of the education tax, and to fund municipal operations. So $104 million. The amount that has not been paid to date, well, not to date, as of the last time I ran this, which is a couple weeks ago, was $1.1 million. So less than 1% of the property taxes for 2025 still remain to be paid, and you can see that really trickles down from the other years in the past. Now, that does not mean that people are not struggling to pay their property taxes. Clearly they are. But this just gives you some degree of a barometer of where we're at. There are other communities that do not have anywhere close to this level of collections in their property taxes. They have a lot more money that's still out there, and they have more issues with their residents being able to pay their taxes. So again, it just shows you graphically what that looks like. What I did with this is I wanted to use, try to explain this to average everyday people. So when we looked at this, we didn't have the reval had not been completed yet. The average home in this community was between $600,000 and $650,000. So we took a real house on a real piece of property in our community, and right in the middle of that, valued at $634,700. That's what the average home price it was in our community. The reval showed that this same house was valued now at $770,500. And I still have that extra zero in there that I didn't remove. Anyway, what that shows is the municipal portion of property tax for 2025 for that house was $2,720. The total tax bill for that house was $11,149. That's an increase from the previous year of $2,392. Most of that is due to, obviously, the revaluation, reshifting the burden of property taxes onto residential property owners because of the value of residential properties is growing much faster than that of commercial properties. And this is happening throughout the state and across the country as well. So obviously that's a big increase for that particular property owner because of that shift and that revaluation. Some of that obviously is increase in appropriations as well. There were a number of union contracts that were opposed, operating budget expenses, so there's different parts of that, and also the changes in revenues other than property taxes that we bring in. So what I tried to do is, again, further try to break this down to make sense for most average people that would, are not into finance. So the proposed budget will increase this same house, valued at $770,500, to, if it's passed as it is, represents a total municipal portion of $2,912, or $146 more than the FY26 budget, and that represents 19 cents on the tax rate. And just to give you some idea, for every cent on the tax rate represents $7.70 added to the property tax of this particular house and property. If the default budget is passed, the municipal portion on this house is $2,820, or $100 more than the FY26 budget, which represents 11 cents. Again, this is the general fund budget summary. Remember when I talked about the $56 million? That includes sewer, specialized, their enterprise funds and those sorts of things. But the general fund, which property taxes fund, the FY27 budget is $48,074,443, which is a 7.2% increase, or $2.8 million higher than the FY26 budget of $45,211,389. The FY27 budget is $47,560,281, which is 5.1% higher than the FY26 budget. Remember, this is the general fund portion of that. The warrant article shows the total budget, including the enterprise funds. And again, this represents a 19-cent increase on the tax rate for the municipal portion. Next, I want to talk about the budget drivers. What represents these cost increases? Wages at just over $1 million. Benefits including health and dental insurance, $573,560. Retirement system payments of $271,251. Solid waste collection and disposal, $432,930. IT software, other managerial services at $280,540. These costs represent $2.6 million, 91% of the $9.8 million increase in the FY27 budget. This pie chart just gives you some representation of where by department of where the money is actually spent. And you can take a look at that. Again, it's on our website as well. And this is a pie chart that shows our revenue sources other than property taxes. Talks about licenses and permits, taxes, departmental revenue, interfund transfers, miscellaneous, and intergovernmental. I will just note that the licenses and permits is very high compared to other communities. That's because the steps that were taken, I believe, by Mr. Farrell and others to make sure that the registration of motor vehicles, that a lot of those vehicles are in Manchester, even though they registered in Manchester, they should have been registered here in Londonderry, and I'm pretty sure he took a pretty active step to make sure that those are properly registered here and that we get that revenue. So Manchester lost a lot of revenue. The town of Londonderry gained a lot of revenue because of that advocacy to make sure the law was being followed properly. And that's a big amount of revenue for this town. We have the largest rental fleet in the entire state at our airport. So kudos to the people who did that work in the past. That's millions of dollars that makes a big difference in our budget. Less money that has to be raised by property taxes. And that is the completion of my presentation. Again, this is on the website available for you to view.
Thank you. Town Council, your vote on this?
4 yes, no, 0 no, and 1 abstention.
Thank you. Budget Committee?
7 in favor, 0 against, 0 abstentions.
Thank you. I'm going to anticipate the questions. I'm going to ask the Town Council, whoever abstained, to please explain that.
Yes, excuse me, I abstained, and the reason I abstained is because I believe there are some warrant articles that should have been in our budget. What we've done in the past is they're taking money out of, excuse me, out of the budget and putting it as a warrant article. For example, Article 18 and 19 are both for part-time positions. When you go to the ballot and you're voting, you're looking at the budget, you're hoping that's everything, but it's not. Okay, there's other positions out there. Nobody sits there and votes and starts calculating, going, okay, the budget is this much impact on my taxes, this warrant article, and start adding all these warrant articles. You don't do that. And the responses I've heard in the past on the council is, well, the voters voted for it. So that's why I brought it out. That's why I abstained. I feel that some of those part-time positions should be in the budget.
Thank you. Okay, I have a, excuse me, a proposed amendment to this article submitted by Mr. Joseph Adams. Mr. Adams, would you approach the microphone, please? Thank you. And by submitting the suggested amendment, he's moved that we open it for discussion. Do I have a second to discuss this amendment?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Combs. So, Mr. Adams, please, and your amendment is to amend Article 6 by adding $50,000 to the budget with a new budget amount of $56,642,573.
56 million.
I'm sorry, $56,642,573. It's an addition of $50,000. So, Mr. Adams, the floor is yours.
I'd also like to introduce our Grange Master, Bill Perry, who is our boss. And basically what we're looking at here is typically projects for the Grange Hall, which is a registered historic site in New Hampshire, are funded through volunteers, fundraisers we do, things like that. And our goal with the Grange Hall is to make it a community asset. We do sponsor Boy Scout troops. We've had various organizations come in and use the Grange Hall for their meetings. And the problem with the Grange Hall at the moment is we need to upgrade our water supply. We have an artesian well, and we cannot produce potable water, drinking water, with that well system we have. We would like to tie into the city water or upgrade our well so we can have drinking water. When you entertain people for meetings and functions, you expect to have drinking water. The other major expense we're looking at is parking lot. Our parking lot is an old parking lot. It hasn't been resurfaced in the 30 years I've been here, and there's frost heaves and divots and potholes, and they create trip hazards. So if you want to entertain people coming to the Grange, you want the parking lot to be adequate for parking and for walking up in and out of the building. Typically, these projects we try to fund ourselves.
Our membership is 17 people now. We lost a lot of members after COVID started, and these are just two big ticket items that we cannot afford amongst the Grange members. So we're looking at the town saying, well, if you can help us with these two items, and there's a few other things. We have a heating problem that we need to fix, just some minor things that need addressing. If we can get these projects done, the Grange Hall will be more serviceable to the community. Some of these organizations that you talked about that want to use the Morrison House, they're more than welcome to use the Grange. We opened it to any resident. We've hosted birthday parties, retirement parties, bereavement parties. All the citizen has to do is come and ask. And we've had requests that are about 3 a month for people coming in, and they want to use the hall. It's capable of holding 75 people. We say, well, we don't have water, we don't have heat at the moment, thank you very much. They have to go somewhere else. So we're trying very hard to pick the major things that we'd like the town to help us with, and we think that'll generate revenue when we rent the hall out to people, and we can be more self-sufficient to take care of the other projects around the Grange Hall.
Thank you. So this amendment now, which is to add $50,000 at the request of the Grange, is open for discussion. Mr. Plaza? Oh, I'm sorry.
Can I add to it as well?
You may, yes.
William Perry, 12 Kestrel Drive. For those of you who do not know me, I do have several Grange members here today as well. I am the Grange Master of the Londonderry Grange, and to dovetail on what Mr. Adams talked about, we are the cornerstone of this community. Every one of us in this room knows, and every person in this community knows that that Grange Hall's been there for a long time. And as Mr. Adams said, we are open to all as a community-based organization. We would grant anyone that is interested in using our hall, so that would be much appreciated if anyone wanted to. To add to the community services that we have provided to our community, Mother's Day plant sale, that's a big event for us in a calendar year, and it generates a lot of interest throughout our community. Our Mums for Meals program, we've always participated in that. Our craft sales in the winter for our holiday sales. Our quilt raffles, our Boy Scout pancake breakfasts. And some of those entities have suffered just due to the fact that we have some restrictions now. So we are asking the town for a little help to get us back on track to where we need to be, as Mr. Adams mentioned, to move the Grange forward. That's all I have at the moment.
Thank you.
Dave Plaza, 207 Pillsbury. Who owns the Grange building? Does the town, or is it a private entity?
Please.
The Grange members own the Grange Hall, and it is, as Mr. Adams said, it is registered in the State Registry of Deeds Office as a historical place.
All right, so also in the past, how much has the town approved for the Grange improvements in, let's say, since 2008, 2009? One of them I do remember was 2013, 14-ish, somewhere thereabouts. I think it was like 25 grand for upgrades to the septic system. I drive by that building every day almost. I never really saw anything done around it. Could you explain the repairs that were ever done?
Justin, if you can articulate that one. The amount?
Give me 1 second to pull that up real quick. But you can.
While we're waiting for the answer to that question, Attorney Carrier, it goes to part of the question that I think was trying to be asked, which is, what's the impact of this increase in the budget because it's a private entity? So, Attorney Carrier.
Yeah, so I have a couple points, and one is related to that. So there's nothing wrong with this amendment from a legal perspective. This body certainly has the authority to amend the budget up, but I want to make sure that everyone understands that what this amendment doesn't do and can't do is guarantee that that $50,000 would go towards the Grange. So If this amendment passes and the budget passes, that $50,000 would be raised and appropriated, but it would really be a political decision whether or not those funds are actually used on the Grange. The only other thought I had, which I think goes to the question that was just asked, is that, as I'm sure a lot of you know, there are restrictions on the spending of public funds on privately owned property, on private interests. So I'm not saying that these funds could not be used for this purpose, but I would recommend that we just do an analysis. If the amendment passes and the budget passes, prior to spending that money, I would just recommend that we do an analysis and make sure that this is legal from that perspective.
Can I ask a question for consistency on this?
Please.
So when we just talked about Article 5 and we couldn't make an alteration of the article because it would improve, it would increase the amount, I just want to make sure that this is clear for the audience. What's the difference between that article and this article? Because this would also increase the amount.
Yeah, so it's different statutory processes. So the budget is governed by a particular statute that does allow this body to amend it up and down. But when we're talking about warrant articles, that's a different context, and we do have to warn that tax impact, and we can't change it, because if you have a warrant article, I mean, everybody knows or should know from the law that the budget can be amended up and down. But in terms of warrant articles, people might choose not to come and participate if they look at a warrant article and see that it doesn't have a particularly large tax impact, and then if this body were to amend that up or down, they might have made a different decision. So it's just different processes.
Thank you.
Mr. Campo, do you have a response?
Yes, so back in 2019, fiscal year 2020, there was 30,000 that was approved through a citizen's petition. All of that, however, was not expended. Only 18,760 of that was expended.
That is correct, as a follow-up to that. And what that money was used for, it was not used for the septic system. It was used for interior restoration, the roof on the building, and we purchased a heating system for the kitchen. And there's a separate heating system than the hall heating system. That's what those monies were exhausted for under that warrant article. And like Justin said, that was exhausted at $18,000, and it was approved by the town for $30,000.
Thank you. Any further discussion?
My understanding on that was part of the reason for it was COVID, and there was delays in obtaining people and things of that nature. And then the, not statute of limitations, but the statute of how long you can hold on to the funds had lapsed at that point, so it had to lapse.
Recognize Mr. Alazem.
Thank you. One question for clarification. If this amendment passes and the voters pass the proposed operating budget, this extra would become part of future default budget. Is that correct? Just for clarification. Okay?
Yes, that is correct.
All right. Second point, as our attorney has pointed out, there is no guarantee that this proposed increase would go to the Grange. So my concern is that with the Grange being a private organization, this either should have been another citizen's petition, or we'd like to see some, or I would like to see some private fundraising there.
Thank you. Mr. Valinsky.
Richard Blinsky, 89 Hall Road. Those are actually the 2 points I was going to bring up. Yes, it will be part of your default budget, so bad idea. It should be a citizen's warrant petition article, so people know they're voting on it. People vote on the budget. They don't know this was put in there. I mean, this is, you know, if they want to do this as a, which is too late now, as a petition, you know, citizen's petition, so be it. You can't be adding this stuff to the warrant, to the budget for next year, being part of the default. So, you know, that's something the town should have brought up. It shouldn't have to be brought up by other people.
Thank you. Any further discussion on the amendment to add the $50,000? Oh.
Yeah, I think it's important to add, these gentlemen, they came forward to the council during budget season to ask the council to create a warrant article for this funding. The council did not see fit to go in that direction, and I believe the majority of the budget committee felt that way as well, mainly due to the fact that the town does not own the property. This was before the deadline for citizens petitions to be submitted. I feel like that would have been a better fashion to go through that route. through a citizen's petition and then bring it forward versus coming here, trying to add it to the budget where we're not even sure if the $50,000 would go to improvements to the Grange.
Mr. Faber?
So my feeling on this is, and I'll say in opposition to what Councilor Bouchard said, I think that things should be explicit and not hidden in the budget. I think when we talk transparency as a value, we should have transparency on the ballot and budget, have the most things that you can see and decide what you want for, not put it in here. And I think because of the point in time that this is done, we don't have the transparency associated with where people know. The other aspect of it is to be fully transparent, and I'm glad we set this up here. There is no guarantee that it would get spent on that anyway. So in the end, we're just increasing the budget by $50,000, increasing the default next year with no guarantee that we're actually going to get this. A better mechanism would have been one of the ones that was before.
Ms. Paul?
And to add on to what everybody else is saying, that 50,000, correct, will be there year after year after year. So it's not a one-time hit. It's a hit for year after year after year once you add that to the budget. And we did request for them to do a citizen's petition, to do other avenues for fundraising and grants. I don't know if they followed through on anything.
Thank you. Any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of increasing the budget by $50,000, please raise your card. All those opposed to the amendment? The amendment fails. So we're now back to discussing the budget warrant article as written.
Dave Plaza, 207 Pillsbury. Question, from last budget season, we had a certain undesignated fund balance. I was wondering if somebody could refresh my mind with that one. And then secondly, what are we at today for approximate for the undesignated fund balance? Because I see we have like $5 million coming out of it, proposed on the warrant. Of course, $2.5 million for the school board building, I agree with. The other stuff, I don't know, 50-50. Thanks.
Currently, we are at we're at $11,567,168 in UF Bay. I can get that for you.
John Farrell, 4 Hancock Drive. So I'm actually reading this from someone who sent it to me who did the math, so I didn't have to. So from 2013 to 2023, the budget went up $12 million. That included adding the sewer fund to the operating budget, which is self-funded. And now between 2023 and 2027, the budget has gone up about $18 million. So the reason why I bring this up is that we talk a lot about tax burden. Back in the late 08-09 period, we were at about a 66% commercial, 34% residential. That went to about, in 2013, that went to about 58-42. Long story short is we're upside down now. It's more like 40%, 60% residential. While I completely understand that 80% of this is wages, benefits, and everything else, the key thing to understand is the town treasurer, Tom Dolan, asked the finance director for a number based on the 44 warrant articles that are being presented in March. 44 warrant articles. Might be the most ever. If everything passes, everything goes up by $1.20. $1.20 on 770,000 is $924. So keep that in mind when you go to the ballot.
Mr. Farrell, clarification. We're addressing 29 warrant articles today.
I'm sorry, I said in March, combined government, 44.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I have a question for Justin?
Can I answer?
Oh, go ahead.
So last year, you were looking at about 7.2 million. Yeah.
How much were we at the beginning of before the budget season, before we started allocating it to the warrant articles?
So that 11.5 is right now before budget.
Okay.
If you were to include the 600,000 that we used to lower the tax rate, you were at $12,167,168.
Okay, thank you.
Any further discussion?
Yeah, one final question after seeing the increase of about 5 million-ish. Any explanation why that number went up that dramatic? Because I know
The-
during budget season last year, is like there was a lot of discussion, it was like, how do we get rid of 400 grand? And the budget committee said, which I was a member of at the time, said, I don't think we can. So,
The sale of the Gilchrist Realty, that all went to UFB. Interest revenues, we anticipated the tax rates or the Fed rate being cut, and it wasn't. And motor vehicles came in higher than anticipated. And building permits came in higher than anticipated as well. So if you look at the revenues, you'll see those reflected in the revenues this year on the budget, with the exception of the Gilchrist, because that was a one-time. 2.9.
Further discussion on the budget? Seeing none, Article 6 will appear in the warrant as written. Motion? Motion and a second. All those in favor of restricting reconsideration, raise your card. Opposed? Reconsideration is restricted. Warrant Article number 7, construction of school district office. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $2,500,000 for the purpose of constructing a school district office building and any parking associated with the new building next to the town hall offices at 268 Mammoth Road. The school district building will be able to be leased, and further to authorize the use of $2,500,000 from the unassigned fund balance towards this appropriation.
Motion to, oh, sorry.
I'll get to you in just a second. This article is a special warrant article per RSA 32:7 and will not lapse until June 30th, 2032, or when the project is completed, whichever is first. If passed, this article will require the town to raise $0 in property taxes, resulting in a tax rate impact of $0 in fiscal year 27. I'll accept the motion to open for discussion.
Motion to open discussion.
Thank you. Second?
Second.
Thank you. Presentation.
I'd ask that Superintendent Small and Business Administrator, Superintendent Black, he just got promoted. Superintendent Black and Business Administrator Small come up to the table up here for the presentation, and the rest of the project team, if you could stand back here, that would be helpful. It's important for me to actually to demonstrate the project here. We've got a project team. Schools and towns and cities don't always get along. In this case, in this community, they actually work quite well together. And this group of people from both the town and the school came together. Yeah, Ted's up, okay. Came together to be able to work together to do this, and this doesn't happen every day. So this was a joint project, and I'm just going to kick it off by saying that either the first or second meeting that I attended here back in June of 2025, Bob Slater from the school board afterwards, he approached me and he said, look, you know, we've been struggling with this project for years to be able to get the SAU back here. Is there any chance we can work together and collaborate to do this together? Absolutely, I said, this is something that makes sense to me. Let's see what we can do. And then you'll hear about how we made progress with that from there. So we're going to go through this brief presentation, and then Bob Slater will talk about this to close out the presentation.
Great. So if you go to the next slide, I think what we just want to say is thank you to the town council, thank you to the town staff that work with us on this. Again, we've been stuck on this project for years, and you know the basic idea is we want to move the money that we're now spending on renting office space back to our students and back to the taxpayers. So in time, when we pay back the town the loan that we are getting to complete this project, we'll be able to do that, and that's huge. Right now, we spend about $250,000 on our rental costs. Just to give you a sense of what that means, we spend about $500,000 in athletics, so that's a big chunk of money that we want to turn back to our kids and then turn back to our taxpayers in time. And we've had this great collaborative project, which we've been able to come up with a plan for a 5,300 square foot building. And the reason why it's smaller than prior projects is now we're able to basically access space within the town and offices. Thank you, Mr. Mulholland, and really control our costs. And it's okay, we don't need to go through the presentation at this point. What we're really trying to do is benefit the taxpayers and make sure that our costs are going back to our students and not be bogged down by rental costs for all these years. So Amy's just going to explain some of the financial benefits, and we'll turn it over to Bob.
Yeah, we really just looked at a 10-year period. We would continue to pay a lease in perpetuity, meaning it would never end, and we'd be paying about $250,000 continuing, and that would escalate every year. If we had a 10-year bond, we would be paying over $400,000 a year. That would have a finite ending, but we would have paid back over $700,000 in interest. So by doing this, we're going to pay what we would pay towards a lease, but pay towards our current lease. In 10 years, that's done. And we have our own building, we have our own space. We're in the center of town where we can collaborate with the town, but also be accessible in emergencies to our schools. We can be present in the schools more easily, and it just makes sense financially to have us take on this project together at a 0% tax rate.
I just want to clarify a couple things before Bob jumps in here. So what we're talking about here is the $3.9 million building. We're going to be adding it to the town hall building across the way here, where the old SAU building used to be. That brings the SAU building back to the downtown area, right by where most of our schools are located. What we're talking about is using cash reserves, and Justin talked about we have sufficient cash reserves to be able to do this without having to borrow money. That's the advantage of doing this, is being able to get that done. And what's going to happen is the school, the rent that it pays presently to a private company where it has space right now, they will pay back the town portion of that until all of that is paid off. And then after that, the school, it'll be completely capitalized. They don't have to pay anything else other than the operating expenses to that. The other part I think it's important to recognize here is that this building actually shrunk while we were going through this process, and Bob's going to talk some more about that, because we're going to utilize, we were looking at cafeteria space or break room space, we're looking at meeting room space in this new building. We came together and we said we don't need to do that. We have sufficient meeting room space at Town Hall, and we have break room space at Town Hall that we can share that we've already paid for years ago. It doesn't make sense to build a new structure to do that. So we're able to shrink that building down, and Bob was the leading effort to do that by pushing that. We need to get this number lower and also provide a quality building. So pretty smart move on his behalf in that regard. So this, again, is a collaborative project, working together, using our cash reserve without having to borrow money, which we don't normally have sufficient cash reserves to do that. In this case, we do, and this is a good way for us to collaborate to reduce the overall burden to taxpayers. Bob?
Thank you, Sean, and good morning. We still have 5 minutes before noon. This project, again, as a town manager, the school board's been working on this situation for over 7 years to find a way to be able to get us back into a property that we own. As you know, we are located up at Kitty Hawk and have been now for going on 8 years at an estimated cost of $250,000 a year. So over the summer, thinking outside of the box, the school board got together. We understand the town had the sale. I think the finance director hit on it, of Gilcrest Road with some additional revenue. So I brought it to the council, and I want to thank the council for entertaining my presentation back in June on behalf of the school board to see if we could joint venture and capitalize on some fund balance on both sides to make this project and look at it to build a one-story building back where we were 8 years ago, and to see if we could save our taxpayers money and utilize that space that was there originally. So after our meeting in June, the council had a consensus 5-0 to move forward to look at this. Meanwhile, the new town manager, Mr. Mulholland, had just come on board early July, and I approached him after a meeting at 10:30, 11 o'clock at night, and introduced myself, said, by the way, I'd like to get a few minutes with you. This is what's on the horizon, and it took off from there. With his efforts and the superintendent's effort, we built a working group of 5 town employees, 6 school employees. This is never done, but I'm going to tell the town of Londonderry, us moving forward like conversations this morning, finance directors on the school side and on the town side, this is a must moving forward. All government agencies need to work together. We need to support one another, think outside the box, find ways of doing things that's cost efficient to our taxpayers. No prices are going down. Taxes either are level or rising. So every dollar that we retain that we can use wisely on a project that is needed to save eventually taxpayer money needs to happen, and it did with this group. Some are behind me, some are not here today, and the superintendent and the town manager, this has just been something that has re-energized the community. We are looking at spending $3.9 million to put a 5,300 square foot building back where it was, and guess what? That's what size was there. But now we're able to utilize the meeting rooms inside of Town Hall, as was stated earlier, and the lunchroom, so we could come out, to utilize storage areas and that without going with that second floor we proposed about 4 years ago. And we're able to add about 40 additional parking spaces between the upper parking lot and Laffer Fields to utilize for additional staff, which we know the police department has grown. The library is always busy, and Town Hall is always busy, so we're in this number is parking, which wasn't in the number 3 years ago. So by doing this together and not looking for a bond that we're gonna pay upwards of $700,000, $800,000 of taxpayer money, we're able to use fund balance on both sides. So this is a win-win for everybody. I am gonna stress that every project moving forward, the DPW project is being worked on, as everybody has stated today. There are people from the community, there are people from the school board, there are people from the DPW garage and the council. This is how we do things together. This is how we make Londonderry strong, is everybody's input is so valuable. We need positive information. If you don't like something, bring us something that's good. And that's what's happened with this group working together, and to minimize the cost and get us back to the center of town where the money is going back into you folks' pocket, not a landlord. So I appreciate your vote on this. I appreciate the council, all the working group, the finance directors, and let's please bring this home on March 10th. Thank you.
Thank you for the informative presentation. Town Council, how did you vote on this article?
5 in favor, none against.
Thank you. Budget Committee?
7 in favor, none against.
Thank you. Discussion is now open for this article.
We have one over here.
Thank you. Ms. Paul?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I just want to say I think this is a fantastic project, and it's something that I had on my goals as a counselor when I first got on, was to do more work with the school. So I hope that this is the beginning of a lot of other projects that we will be able to find synergy and be able to save money for the taxpayers and come out with a fantastic result. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Farrell?
John Farrell. So 7 years ago, when Mr. Slater brought this to the town council, so this is not a new idea, the cost was $2 million for a larger building. And it wasn't able to move forward. The one thing left out of all these presentations is the school department also pays the town taxes when they're in a private entity.
Any further discussion?
Richard Belinsky, 9 Hall Road. In general, I don't have any problems with this. The one thing I want to know is, was this addition engineered in such a way to, in the future, have a second floor? Because if it hasn't been, I think that's short-sighted. You know, we're talking about all the growth and 1,000 new people and this and that in the future. We've had that problem in the past with buildings. We couldn't go up because they weren't engineered to have a second floor. If you're gonna do this, engineer it, so down the road, whether it be for the school district or town offices or whatever it may be, we can go up. Because that's the more cost-effective way than building it and saying, nope, we can't go up in the future. So can somebody answer, was this engineered for a second floor?
It specifically was not engineered for a second floor because we don't feel there's a need to do that now or in the future. The town hall has plenty of space to be able to expand its present facilities, and I do not think that's necessary. There are large portions of the building that are simply file rooms with paper that need to go away. In a modern office building, you don't have those file rooms. So there is plenty of room to grow where we are. In addition to that, we're planning the DPW facility, which will take all the engineering department, which is the largest number of people in the building, and they will move to that facility. So there's plenty of room to grow within the existing facility that we have, and it does not make sense at this time to overbuild this structure. We feel that this is appropriate at this time.
Okay, using.
And as a school system, we have no need for growth.
Okay. We hear that now, and you just used the words "at this time." So when the time comes, we won't be able to do it. Was there an analysis done to see what the additional cost is to make this viable for a second floor? It's better to have it and not need it than need it down the road and not have it, and then we say, oh, we need another building. I've been here over 40 years. I've seen this. And I find it very short-sighted that it wasn't even looked into. You don't know what's going to happen here in 10 years or 20 years. You're guessing. So if it's engineered that way, you're ahead of the game instead of behind the game, which the town usually is. And also, with all our roof problems, make sure you get a good roofer.
Any further discussion? Yes, please.
Doug Dominy of 29 Tocano. You talked about this being a win-win. We might be able to make it a win-win-win because earlier we discussed actually a cheaper alternative in a same location. Instead of 3.9 for 3.4 million, you could reuse the old Lions Hall. So would anybody kind of address like why that option wasn't considered, or if it was, why it was rejected? Thank you.
I think the simple answer to that is it doesn't have adequate space to be able to do that. You'd have to do basically what historical value there is would have to pretty much be destroyed to make it a functioning building for that type of purpose. So that's why we did not consider that.
Any further discussion?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Tony DeFrancesco, 1 Cheshire. In addressing the previous comment from the taxpayer, we have other buildings in town that were designed and paid for to expand. And the problem that we found was when it's time to expand, the regulations and the codes have changed, which makes all that money spent wasted to expand, particularly when you go up. So something to think about also. I will say that this is a wonderful collaboration. Most people don't understand that we're under SB2 rule, and it's probably the least efficient form of government that's ever been invented. With apologies to the people in town who helped craft the SB2 language, it's a mess. And it's a mess because you have 2 forms of government in one town, what's often referred to as the same pair of pants, 2 pockets. But the 2 pockets don't connect, and they can't connect legally. How inefficient is that? Debbie, for 100 years, she looks good for her age.
Thank you for that.
Has said, why can't we can't even buy toilet paper together, buy a tractor trailer load because the money cannot commingle. So this is just a wonderful way to collaborate, to save the taxpayers hundreds of thousands of dollars now and in the future. So congratulations to everybody involved.
Yes.
So I think Bob Slater was right when he said this is really the future of how we go forward and collaborate as a community. We've got just ever-rising expenses, and we're trying to stay on top of this. And, you know, win-win has been thrown around, and this is exactly it. This is phenomenally a creative way to save the taxpayer money and still get us good functionality in this day and age. And, you know, we can thank the whole committee, but in particular, I just wanted to thank Chairman Dunn for your leadership on the council with this. I want to thank Councilor Combs for just being our eyes and ears on the council in this and just bringing back to us all the good information, all the hard work, and Chairman Bob Slater for all his work on the school side of this. This is the way we need to move forward as a town, and this will make us highly successful. Thank you.
No, I think it's important to stress, right, this isn't going to be a bond where we'll be paying more in interest over the next 10 years. This is going to allow the school district to get out of that rental agreement and get us to a place 10 years down the road when this is paid off, it's done. We're no longer paying monies to a non-town, non-school private entity. It fiscally makes sense to vote yes on this warrant article. It's great for the school, it's great for the taxpayer, it's great for the town.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Please.
Hi, Sandra Legue, 2 Fiddler's Ridge Road. I just wanted to briefly also be in support of this article, which is kind of shocking because I've been upset for 8 years of the school district office being up at Kitty Hawk, the way that we ended up there, the cost that we ended up there, and the trim level. It was like a Fortune 500 corporate office. And I've been upset with every proposal that has come forward to rectify that situation, and I voted no every single time because I was angry at how it was done. And I know that the school district office and the school board that is in place now, I think almost none of them, maybe absolutely none of them, are in place now. So that's not intended to be pointing fingers at anyone who's in charge now at the school district office or at the school board. So I appreciate the town and the school coming together. I love when Deb, you know, proposes that over and over again, and I know we're restricted by law. So this is pencils were sharpened, taxpayers were taken into consideration. I don't know what will happen on the ballot when the whole town is doing this, but it's just a really smart move, and I hope that it passes. And I just want to challenge the school district office to never grow in your administrative personnel, ever. I'm watching. We're watching. There is absolutely no need for additional people at the administrative office, and in fact, I'd like to see it go in the other direction. So if there's any possibility to not spend the full amount, you know, that would be a challenge I would throw out to the committee and to the school district office. Get down to the minimum footprint that you can. The trim level in the office should not be nicer than it is in the schools. I was one who used to throw out wisecrack comments like the SAU should be in portables if our kids are there, you know, things like that. So just continue along this line. I appreciate what you guys are doing. I appreciate what the committee is doing and the school and town together. So thank you for a strong proposal that finally I'm going to vote yes on.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion. Yes, sir. I couldn't see your hand behind me. Of course.
Yes, Ted Combs from the Town Council. I really want to commend the collaborative effort of this team from the school and the town and the staff and the expertise that they've really led along the way, going from the DPW department, looking at the different items regarding the land that we need to go forth, all the different permitting, the different architectural designs that we looked at, and how we were able to come down and bring the square footage down on this building to save the taxpayers' money. It was a really great effort leading forth on all fronts. So I really want to push forward that this is the right direction for us to go. I really encourage everyone to vote yes on this. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, I do want to offer my thanks to the committee who did such good work. This article will go to the ballot as written.
Motion to restrict reconsideration.
She gets it. Second. Warrant article number 8, Expendable Maintenance Trust Fund. Yes. Oh, you didn't vote on restricting reconsideration. All those in favor of restricting, raise your cards. Thank you. Nobody opposed? Majority rules. Thank you, whoever pointed that out. Article 8, Expendable Maintenance Trust Fund. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $200,000 to be placed in the town's Expendable Maintenance Trust Fund for the purpose of repairing and maintaining town facilities and infrastructure, and further to authorize the use of $100,000 from the June 30 unassigned fund balance for this appropriation. If passed, the article will require the town to raise $100,000 in property taxes, resulting in a tax rate impact of 1.3 cents in fiscal year '27. Motion to open discussion.
Motion to open discussion.
Do I have a second? Ms. Paul.
Oh, I'm sorry. Second.
Thank you. Presentation, Mr. Town Manager.
This fund is an existing fund. There was $430,000 in there, but I believe we drew some of that out. We're going to be drawing some out for the winter maintenance, which we're running over on. This covers the cost of making repairs to our building that are not specifically within our operating budgets, and there are limited funds in those budgets as well. Recently, obviously, I think most people are aware, we just had a situation at the library in terms of water damage. There's been a number of issues in terms of water damage there, and then the mold that has occurred there. That's going to require some degree of funding from this capital reserve fund, or this trust fund, I should say, to be able to do that, which is going to draw that down. And there's a backlog of other maintenance that needs to occur in buildings throughout the town. And I believe there's going to be a motion to make that change to this, so I'll let that be spoken to.
Okay, it's now open for discussion. Mr. Bouchard.
Mr. Moderator, I'd like to make an amendment to this warrant article. I'd like to make the amendment that to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $450,000 to be placed in the Expendable Maintenance Trust Fund for the purpose of repairing, maintaining town facilities, infrastructure, further to authorize the use of $450,000 from the June 30th undesignated fund balance towards this application, this appropriation.
So for my clarification, you're suggesting you're replacing the 200,000 with 450,
Correct.
and at the same time taking all of that 450 from unassigned fund balance.
Correct.
Okay. We have a proposed amendment. Do I have a second? We have a second. Mr. Plaza. The amendment to change the numbers to 450,000 is open for discussion.
Mr. Moderator?
Yes, sir.
The reason I'm increasing it to $450,000 is because of the issue that just we are running into right now at the library. That's over $230,000 that we have to do repairs for the mold and the water breaks that are there. The reason I'm also recommending that we use the $450,000 out of undesignated fund balance is there's no need to have you pay more taxes and raise more money for this. We already have it in our account. We can utilize it from there. So that's the recommendation. That's my suggestions for the 450.
I agree with Councilor Bouchard as well. We have an undesignated fund balance, and a lot of what we save it and keep it for is an emergency situation. This is the emergency. The library needs to reopen as quickly as possible, and increasing this expendable maintenance trust fund in order to support the reopening of the library as quickly as possible. I'm fully in support of that. So,
Councilor Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I also am in agreement because we don't know what's coming down the pike, and we need to be able to react very quickly, as we just learned what happened with the library. And I've heard that there's a minor leak in the police department, and who knows if there's going to be more leaks. This is very important that we take care of our buildings and we don't let them fall into disarray to the point where the maintaining them becomes astronomical. I want to say that our town manager is putting together with some other people a plan, a building plan that we haven't had before, like the school has, to make sure that everything is being updated and kept up. And I think this is very, very important. Thank you.
And I didn't read I didn't ask the town council nor the budget committee for their votes. They're both unanimous, which is shown on the slide above. So the amendment remains open for any discussion.
So I have a question for Justin. So if we put the undesignated fund balance up on this warrant article, and this warrant article is defeated, does that prevent us as a council, because as a council we've authorized usage out of the undesignated fund balance to use it throughout the year, to put it towards the library, to put maintenance on this, or does that, are we still open to that option? Because that's part of what I'm thinking is, you know, as these things come up, can we not use that throughout the year?
So, 2 questions to your question. When you say are you talking about utilizing the expendable maintenance trust fund for the library? Or
yes.
the fund balance?
Yes, yes. The
Okay.
expendable maintenance trust
That
fund.
will not prevent it, because this is not, while this is adding money for that purpose, it is not the reason for the warrant article.
Gotcha.
The
Thank
warrant
you.
article is to fund the expendable maintenance trust fund. Does that answer?
Yes, absolutely.
See no further discussion on the amendment to increase the dollar amounts to 450.
Sorry, me.
Oh, sorry, please.
Is there any guarantee that we can know for sure that those funds will be designated for that purpose?
Well, yes, it's for the purpose of the fund. So what the fund is defined for, it's for the maintenance of our buildings. So yes, we have to follow when it was originally established, we have to follow the original legislation that said it's to be used for these purposes, the maintenance of buildings. So for that part, yes. If you're asking about the library, it's a council decision on which building the monies go to be maintained, which project. They vote on that as we make recommendations to them throughout the year.
Thank you.
What is the current balance of that fund?
Was 430,000, but we're drawing some out for the snow maintenance there. I don't know.
Further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, we're voting on the amendment to increase the dollar amount to $450,000. All those in favor of the amendment, raise your card. All those opposed? Okay, the amendment passes. So those 2 numbers you see on the screen are now $450,000 each, and that article is now open for discussion, the amended article. Seeing none, the amended article will pass to the ballot as amended.
Second.
All those in favor of restricting reconsideration, raise your cards. Yes, sir. Please.
As the number changed, does the budget committee or the town council need to revote?
They have the opportunity to do so following this meeting on any of the articles that are amended that have the appropriations included.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll be moving on to Article 9. It's my pleasure to introduce Assistant Town Moderator and School District Moderator Lisa Burns, who will lead us through the next several articles.
Thank you, everybody. We are moving on to Article number 9, Roadway Maintenance Expendable Trust. This article is to raise and appropriate $650,000 into that trust fund. We are estimating the tax impact of 0.086 cents. Do we have a motion to open discussion?
So moved.
Thank you. And a second?
Second.
Thank you. And the presentation?
Article 9 is another example of the town of Londonderry, which is different than a lot of other communities in terms of its long-term planning and being able to pay as you go and using funds to be able to ensure that we can maintain the extensive roadway system that we have. It supports our pavement management, roadway preservation program. It involves regular investment, extending the road life, and lowers our long-term costs. It allows the town to respond quickly to deteriorating conditions in the roadway system, and it's a proactive maintenance plan to ensure public safety and infrastructure values. Again, Londonderry, this is an example where Londonderry clearly leads the way compared to some other communities. Whoever put this together in the past made some wise long-term decisions, and this serves this community quite well.
Thank you. Town Council, how did you vote?
5 in favor, none opposed.
All right, Budget Committee?
7 in favor, none opposed.
Thank you very much. Do we have any discussion on this article?
For the record, there is currently about approximately $2,874,000 in this fund.
Any further discussion? All right, seeing no further discussion, we will move this article to the ballot as printed.
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? All right, thank you. Reconsideration is restricted. Moving on to Article 10, Fire Department Truck Capital Reserve Fund. This article is to raise and appropriate $300,000 for said fund. We are authorizing the use from the June 30th unassigned fund balance for this amount, resulting in a tax impact of $0. Do I have a motion to open discussion?
So moved.
Second. Thank you. And presentation.
This is a capital reserve fund for fire department vehicles, the trucks. I watched your last town meeting, and there was some discussion about the ladder truck. The situation that municipalities across the country are faced with, there are 3 companies that build fire trucks, and then during COVID, they sort of cornered that market, and prices have gone up very significantly. In fact, there was testimony in front of in Congress about this issue, about the price spikes that go along with that. But needless to say, the prices have gone up a lot. Fire trucks that were somewhere in the range of $600,000, $800,000 are now $1 to $2 to $1.4 million. Ladder trucks are as much as $4 million when they are, in the past, they were like $1.2 million. And the lead times are multiple years, sometimes as much as 4 years to receive delivery of a fire truck, which is considerable. And the contracts that we have to enter into them have changed as well. They used to be a fixed price. Now they're putting provisions where they can change that price, which is very problematic, especially for towns like us. So what this does is it allows us to maintain our fire department, our apparatus replacement program, again, planning ahead and providing the reserves necessary to be able to fund as much of that with cash as possible. It sets aside funds now to avoid future spikes in taxes in the future. And it takes its fund balance money that's already been appropriated to be able to use to offset that cost. And it supports our emergency response reliability and firefighter safety. It ensures that we can protect our citizens adequately.
Thank you. Town Council, your vote?
5 in favor, none opposed.
Budget Committee?
7 in favor, none opposed.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on this article?
There is currently approximately $412,000 in this fund, with 2 fire trucks, anticipated delivery of August and September, which these funds would be utilized to lower the annual payment, as Mr. Mulholland has stated.
All right, seeing no further discussion, this article is moved to the ballot.
Second.
Thank you. All in favor of restricting reconsideration? All opposed? All right, this is moving to the ballot and it has now been restricted for reconsideration. Moving on to Article 11. This is the Fire Department Equipment Capital Reserve Fund. This article is to raise and appropriate $800,000 to that fund and further authorize use of the June 30th unassigned fund balance of $550,000, therefore leaving a balance of $250,000, resulting in a tax impact of 0.033. Do I have a motion to open discussion?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Thank you. And presentation.
This fund is an existing fund. It, again, provides funding to be able to replace the equipment that firefighters use from the air tanks and things like that they use. Yes, they call it SCBA, but it's the air tanks that they use in the breathing apparatus. And also defibrillators. We have to replace all of our defibrillators. I think there's 16 of them. Chief, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe there's 16 that we have to replace. They are significantly outdated. And we have a situation of block obsolescence where they all need to be replaced. So that's where a lot of these funds will be going to do just that. And again, this is the same strategy of being able to pay as you go, putting cash reserves aside, knowing we have an expenditure in the future, planning ahead to be able to have sufficient funds to, if not offset that completely, at least offset it partially. And again, it assures our readiness and our firefighters have the equipment they need to protect themselves so that they can serve all of us and protect the citizenry of the community.
Thank you. Council, how did you vote?
4 in favor, 1 opposed.
Budget Committee?
7 in favor, none opposed.
Thank you. I'll now open discussion.
There's approximately 277,000 in this fund.
Jonathan Esposito, 5 Shelley Drive. Could we just get an explanation from the one council member who voted no?
I voted for it.
I don't know who voted no. It could have been me. But you know what? That thing went so late. At that point in time, at like midnight, I had no idea what I was voting. We were getting confused. And I think we should take account again. And I would vote. I would say my vote is for it. There you go.
Thank you.
Madam Moderator,
Go ahead.
could I ask our fire chief to come up and explain to us exactly what these funds are designated for? And if this doesn't pass, what happens?
Good afternoon, I guess, at this point. So these funds will be used for the replacement of our 16 defibrillators. It's probably the second most used piece of equipment that we have next to rubber gloves. I don't think that's my mic. Anywho, and then this also allows us to plan for the future replacement of our self-contained breathing apparatus or the air tanks that we wear on our backs. Those are roughly $10,000 a piece, and we have upwards of 40 of them that will be up for replacement in the next 5 years or so. The defibrillators, like I said, are probably the second most used piece of equipment that we have, and they're 15 years old at this point. So like any piece of technology, they can be serviced, but the software, hardware, things of that nature are becoming obsolete, which doesn't allow us to then update them to be able to send, say, EKGs to the hospital. If someone's having a heart attack, before we get there, we have to bring it with us. Transmit information ahead of time where it needs to go so that we're lessening the time doctors and nurses have to evaluate before we show up. So these funds go towards really replacing those two items specifically, and then, other smaller items.
So can I jump in real quick too to kind of elaborate a little further? So the fire department informed me of the need to replace the defibrillators and the potential to get a 0% loan, essentially, to buy them. So putting it in this fund will allow us to utilize these funds to make the annual payment while the money remains in there earning interest, to hopefully lower the amount that we need when we have to replace the SCBA's. This fund is also utilized for when they apply for grants as matching funds, things of that nature, and the general fire equipment, as Phil had stated. I just wanted to let people know that that was part of the reason why, if you look at this article last year, there's a jump up, and the plan was to try and prepare for when the SCBA's get that interest from the banks rather than the taxpayers, to lower what we need when that time comes.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Madam Moderator, I'd like to make an amendment to this motion to see if the town of Londonderry will vote to raise and appropriate $800,000 to be placed in the Fire Equipment Capital Reserve Fund, and further to authorize the use of $800,000 from the June 30th undesignated fund balance towards this appropriation.
All right, so your motion to amend is to increase the amount of the unused funds that would result in a $0 tax rate, correct?
Correct.
Do I have a second? All right, I'll open discussion on the amendment.
The reason I'm making this amendment is you're using the money for equipment that's very crucial to the fire department that you need. My concern is if this gets voted down, because we're going to be trying to raise more taxes on it, what's going to happen with that, not being able to purchase that equipment. So the undesignated fund balance, I look at it as this is where it needs to be used for equipment like this that is crucial to our fire department to be able to use. So that's why I made the amendment. Instead of raising more tax dollars, we already have raised it. It's in our account. Let's use it.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Go ahead.
I think it's important to recognize that we We took steps to make sure that we didn't draw too much out of the undesignated fund balance. I'm a little concerned that we just increased it for the expendable trust fund, maintenance trust fund. I'm concerned we're going to be drawing too much of that out of there, especially if the petition warrant article passes. We're going to be, our reserves are going to be drawn down to a point that is below what the normal range is expected. I don't expect we're going to turn a whole lot back this year like we've done in previous years because of the library situation. We are already going to be over budget on snow maintenance and a number of other items. So I'm a little concerned about drawing too much out of that. I would urge caution again in doing that.
Go ahead.
So I'd just like to echo Sean's comments. I think that we've painstakingly poured over this budget to get something to you to the right result. As Deb said, sometimes till 1:30 in the morning. We have carefully selected which articles to select or put a net designated fund balance towards. I think just altering at this point is just irresponsible. I think we're getting to a dangerously low level. I think undesignated fund balance makes sense for something like the library where it's an unaccounted for emergency where none of us could anticipating to get that building open and functionable. I think altering it at this state would just be something where we're putting it down to a dangerously low level of something that was planned, and now we're just throwing a wrench in the plan.
Richard Belinsky, 89 Hall Road. I was thinking the same thing both you and the town manager said, but I want a question for Justin. Justin, how low can we go on the reserve, that fund, before it affects our bond rating? Because if my understanding is correct, the more you have there, the better your bond ratings can be. So how low can we go before it affects our bond rating? We get worse bond ratings, and now those bonds cost us more money.
So, I don't have an exact answer with that.
Roughly.
They recommend you stay within your policy, as well as they'll also look at other policies to make sure that you're within. I can't give you a confident answer on that. I don't want to mislead people into thinking one way or the other.
How close are we getting to being below our policy?
Our current policy, there is still significant, probably about 3 million. The old policy, which I
after this 800, after the 800.
The old policy, which is what I tend to go by because it acknowledges that come the first of the month we have to pay the school district and the cash flow. We are over by just under $500,000, so we're over where we would be and we're below the threshold.
So we're getting close.
Where the old policy that includes the school district appropriations, we're under the.
Under. Okay. So I don't disagree with what you want to do, Dan. I just think we need to look at that part of it too. Because if you save here and it costs you more on bonds, you're not ahead of the game. You're level or potentially behind.
And again, I apologize, I don't have that. It's
No, I knew you wouldn't have
all
it
over.
exact.
Madam Chair?
Is there, oh, yeah, go ahead.
Madam Moderator, rather, I'm sorry. I really do think that we as a council need to fix that number, and I don't know the appropriate place to do that. The voting number on the council, if it's all yes or no, or. And I do agree with you, Dan, but.
If this amendment passes, you'll be able to re-vote on it.
Okay, thank you.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment?
Dave Plaza, 207 Pillsbury. So, Justin, you said we're about $12 million right now for the undesignated fund balance, right?
11.5.
11.5, so minus $5 million-ish for what we currently had on the warrant as of 9 o'clock this morning. So we're down to about 6.5.
I have about 6 million of additional of UFB being utilized this year, which brings us to back
About
down to about 5.5 million.
Okay, thanks.
Any further discussion on the amendment? All right, we will now vote on the amendment then. All those in favor of the amendment, please show your cards. All those opposed? The amendment fails. We're now going to go back to discussion on the original warrant article. Is there any further discussion? All right, warrant article number 11 will move to the ballot. All those in favor of reconstructing? All those opposed? All right. Article 11 now moves to the ballot as printed and has now been restricted for reconsideration. Moving on to Article 12. Article 12 is the Information Technology Capital Reserve Fund. Article is to raise and appropriate $350,000 into said fund and further authorize the use of the June 30th unassigned fund balance of $50,000, therefore a balance of $300,000, resulting in a tax impact of 4 cents. Do I have a motion to open discussion? Second?
Second.
All right, we'll go on to the presentation.
This fund was created in the past to be able to manage the needs, the hardware needs and software needs of the town for plan replacement, so they're not reacting to or planning ahead. Our cybersecurity threats and software life cycles make capital planning absolutely essential. The article balances fund balance use with modest tax support. Replacement of the present finance and HR software programs is critical. We're presently using New World, which is no longer being sold. We are the last community in New Hampshire to do that. This is an older program that does not meet the modern needs that we need for a community of our size or any size. Again, that's why the other communities no longer use it. It's just a matter of time before the security patches and other integration updates are no longer supported. Again, we need to plan ahead because there's an 18-month implementation time just to implement a new program from the date that we actually purchase it. We are clearly on borrowed time. The present program, again, does not provide the functionality needed to be able to plan budgets, monitor spending, produce usable data, and employee tracking. Doesn't have, we have, I think I've heard from 4 to 7 different payroll programs we have, and none of them are actually real payroll programs. So we're not operating in the modern world to be able to track the things we need to be able to track. We should be able to project what it's going to cost if we're going to add a position today, 5 years from now. Have a range of that. The software we have at present does not do that. The public has no way to interact with the software that we have. We need to really modernize this, and it's going to require funding to do that. So this capital reserve fund is critical to make that happen. Again, we are on borrowed time.
All right, Town Council, how did you vote?
2 in favor, 3 opposed.
Budget Committee?
7 in favor, 0 opposed.
Thank you. I'll now open discussion on the article.
Hi. I actually want to do what Dan just did for the fire thing, and I would like to take that from 50 to 100,000 out of undesignated fund balance. I'd like to make that amendment.
Okay, so we have a motion for an amendment,
Yes, ma'am.
and you're looking to add the entire amount, the $350,000 from the
No, I just want to change the 50,000 to 100,000.
to 100,000. Okay.
Yes.
Do we have a second?
No? Okay.
All right, we do have a second on that, so I'll open that for discussion.
Sandy Legoo. Thanks, Sandy.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment?
The reason why I want to do this, and technology is very, very important to us, we're really behind the 8 ball as far as it comes with the systems that we have. Our biggest part of the budget is staff and employees. And if we have a effective and efficient operating systems, then this justifies not adding a lot of employees in the future, because a lot of it will be done with software and computers. And so I believe that this is very important moving forward. We can't think about right now because it's not set up, and we probably don't understand how much it will affect that. But in the future, I believe that the more technological we become as a town, the more we will see the benefit of it in our staffing. So that's why I wanted this to pass. Thank you.
What would an additional $50,000 accomplish?
Joe, just to be honest, I think that it would, just make it a tad more attractive to the public, and I think that the public doesn't really understand this. This data and this information that we gather from all of this technology puts us leaps and bounds ahead of other towns in getting grants and be able to move a little bit better if we put things in place for development to be able to say, this is what it's gonna cost, this is what we need to do. The town for a very long time has been more reactive than proactive, and I see this technology by gathering data and becoming effective and efficient and proactive instead of reactive will in the future save the town a lot of money. And that was the reason why I voted yes for it. And that's why I wanted to add a little bit more to it, just to make it a little bit more attractive. I mean, I'm open for options, but that's my mindset.
So why now?
Excuse me?
So why now? Like, you could have asked for this when we debated it like 3 weeks ago.
Well, you know what? You think about things, and we were told that we had some extra money. I saw it happen this morning. You know, things went up in using undesignated fund balance, and why not now?
Any
You're
further
against it,
discussion
you're
on the
against it,
amendment?
That's fine.
All right, seeing no further discussion, we will vote on the amendment at this time. And just to be clear, we are voting on the amendment to now be that the amount is $350,000, with $100,000 coming from the June 30th unassigned fund, leaving the town to raise $250,000 in property taxes. All those in favor of the amendment, please raise your card. All those opposed? The amendment fails. Now reopen discussion on the original amendment. Excuse me, the original article.
Jonathan Esposito, 5 Shelley Drive. My favorite question, could the 3 town councilors who voted no give us some background as to why?
Absolutely. I voted no because I believe there's enough money already in this fund to serve this purpose, and I believe we've already burdened our taxpayers with enough this year, so I think we have to give somewhere. I think there's enough money in this current fund to do what we want to do right now. We can add to it next year.
So I voted no because the police, the fire, the DPW, there are other core needs of this community. We're already asking a lot of the community in this budget season. I do believe in transparency and things not hidden in the budget. Towards the end, there was a warrant article requested by the budget committee that was not put in here that equals a cost of $800,000 of spending on IT software that we don't get a choice on. We get a choice on this software. So on this software, when it's New World, I wanted to make sure, and I work in technology, as everyone knows, so I called up New World just to see with their support of this system going forward in the future, because when you do have a deprecated piece of software, you want to make sure what level they're going to support it. Some people support it for 6 months, and with the 18-month implementation, that is a concern. But some people support things for years. They just don't continue selling it. What they had told me is they are continuing to actually hire in the supporting department, because while we are the last within this state, they do have a big presence nationwide. And if they're hiring and scaling up, to me, that gives an indication they support. That doesn't mean this time next year, we don't put something forward. But I figure something has to give, and a want or a need. With the other technology spending we're already doing without voter choice, I don't think we should support this one going forward.
Thank you very much.
Any further discussion?
Yeah, really quickly, Jeff Penta, 30 Holstein Ave. You know, in principle, we have to invest in our IT, capital infrastructure. But what I think needs to come with that is that, like everything that we're throwing against the wall here, it has to come from a long-term plan, and that's why kind of the overall strategic plan for the town is important, map back to the master plan when appropriate. Working in technology as well, we will be needing to make those investments to ensure that the services that we provide to the town is what's expected. The thing that I am most concerned with is throwing money without a plan, a transparent plan that we as the community really needs to kind of see the roadmap and see how it will improve going down the road. So that's just kind of where where I'm standing and where I think, you know, as a town, overall, all of us in the community really need to kind of grow up and plan and not spend. Thank you.
Scott Harrington, 21 Buckingham Drive. I heard some concerns about the existing fund balance. I don't think I heard what that existing fund balance is in this one. Do you have that information?
So do you meet, so the 100,000, did that fail?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
He means in this fund. How much is in this fund?
How much is already in the existing information
sorry.
technology?
Approximately 196,000. The last time we got a quote for software was in 2018, and I'm looking at it, it was 330,000-ish.
Any further discussion?
Sandra Legue, 2 Fiddlers Ridge Road. I just want to speak in favor of this article. This is how you modernize. This is how you get efficient. This is how you take something that takes 2 or 3 people to do down to 1 person. We have to catch up where we have fallen behind, and I just want to speak in favor of this. It's smart money. This is how you invest in order to save. And you know, if you have 6 pieces of software touching payroll or whatever the number is, that is a glaring set of Band-Aids. And Band-Aids peel off and fall off. And I just want to say thank you to the Budget Committee, who often will say no, 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 because that's kind of the role. Is 7 people saying yes really speaks to me. And because I know you guys are watching like a hawk. And so I'm in favor of that. Just wanted to share that perspective. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? All right, seeing no further discussion, Article number 12 is moved to the ballot as printed. Second. All right. All those in favor of restricting reconsideration? All those opposed? All right, thank you. Ballot, Article 12 is moved to the ballot with the restricted reconsideration in place. Moving on to Article number 13. This is the Recreation Capital Reserve Fund. This article is to raise and appropriate $25,000, further authorizing the use of the June 30th unassigned fund balance for that amount, resulting in an estimated tax impact of $0. Do I have a motion to open discussion?
I'd like to make a motion to open discussion.
Thank you. A second?
Second.
All right, presentation, please.
This obviously supports the long-term planning for parks, fields, and recreational assets, and fully funds it with the existing fund balance, no tax impact. Helps maintain quality of life amenities valued by the residents of our community. Again, this is part of Londonderry's long-term strategy to be able to reduce tax spikes in the future and be able to plan ahead, to put reserves aside to be able to pay for these things.
Thank you very much. Town Council, how did you vote?
5 in favor, none opposed.
Budget Committee?
7 in favor, none opposed.
Thank you very much. It's now open for discussion.
There is approximately $31,500 in this account currently.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll move Article 13 to the ballot as printed. Thank you. All those in favor of restricting reconsideration? All those opposed? Thank you. Reconsideration passes. I'll be moving Article 13 to the ballot with restricted reconsideration in place. Moving on to Article 14. Article 14 is the Pillsbury Cemetery Expansion Capital Reserve Fund. This article is to raise and appropriate $75,000 to this fund. The estimated tax impact is 1 cent. Do I have a motion to open discussion?
So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. Ahead of the game. We'll go back to the presentation.
New Hampshire requires that municipalities have to have cemeteries. Not every state does that, but our state does. Obviously, our community is growing, and obviously, unfortunately, sooner or later, we're going to need places to put persons when they pass away. None of us are going to live forever. Planning ahead for adequate space in the facilities to be allowed for those burials is important to the community. Again, this is part of a longer-term strategy to make sure that we're doing a little bit at a time to be able to put funds away to be able to expand that cemetery when that becomes necessary to do so. And we are running out of space, unfortunately. And again, our population is growing, so there'll be more demands on the limited space that we have. And this is, again, responsible stewardship on behalf of the town, part of a longer-term strategy.
Thank you. Town Council, your votes?
4 in favor, 1 opposed.
And Budget Committee?
7 in favor, none opposed.
All right, I've learned, so I'm going to ask Town Council, for the one who opposed, could you please give an example?
Sure, no problem. Justin, how much money is in this fund?
Currently, there is 524,700.
Could you say that a little louder, please?
524,700 is the approximate number.
Okay, thank you. So we were looking to save money, and this year and this year only, I think this should be something we do every other year as opposed to every single year. I have not heard yet if we've even, I know they've done a lot of looking at what we charge for cemetery plots. We have been under the rate. I think that we've now adjusted that. I have not heard of us looking or evaluating any new areas in town to add to the lots that we have. So I think that right now, if I had to pick some place to cut money, and it's not a lot of money, but if I had to pick, this was the place I thought would be appropriate. And again, I think it's something that could happen every other year. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion on Article 14? Seeing none, Article 14 is moved to the ballot as printed. Thank you. All in favor of restricting reconsideration, signify raising your card. All those opposed? Thank you very much. Article 14 is moved to the ballot as printed with restricted reconsideration. Moving on to Article 15. Article 15 is Cable Equipment Capital Reserve Fund. This article is to raise and appropriate $32,500 from said fund. The funding will come from an annual distribution of public educational and government access programming from current franchise agreement, therefore a tax impact of $0.
I make a motion to open discussion.
Thank you, Deb. Second?
Second.
Thank you. Presentation.
This is an existing capital reserve fund. It is funded through not property taxpayer dollars, but it is a tax franchise fee that goes on everybody who has cable TV, not for internet, but cable TV. And that tax is for the use of the right-of-way in which those cable TV lines are run. And it is used for the capital and operating, not operating expenses, but the capital and the maintenance of the building and facilities and the equipment therein for the cable TV programming.
Thank you. Town Council, how did you vote?
5 in favor, none opposed.
Thank you. Budget Committee?
6 in favor, none opposed, 1 abstention.
Okay, thank you very much. And Budget Committee, could you please explain the abstention?
Yes, I'm the one who abstained. I abstained for 2 reasons. One, because this is funded from the annual franchise agreement, and the other, I'll confess to ignorance on this one. I'm not much of a TV watcher, and I'm curious to learn more in future years about how this department will evolve, giving cable cutting and streaming and so on. So.
Okay, thank you. This is now open for discussion. Seeing no further discussion, this article is moved to the ballot as printed. Thank you. All in favor of restricting reconsideration? All opposed? Thank you. Article 15 moved to the ballot as printed, and it has now been restricted for reconsideration. And now I'm passing it back to Jonathan. Thanks for making my job easy.
Article number 16, Fire Department add 1 full-time executive assistant. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $143,303 for the purpose of adding 1 full-time fire executive assistant. Should this article be passed, the position and its appropriation will be part of both the operating and default budgets in future years. If passed, the article will require the town to raise $143,303 with a tax rate impact of 1.9 cents. I will accept the motion to open discussion.
So moved.
Second. Thank you. Presentation?
This is based on a priority in terms of both of these positions for 16 and 17. We identified the needs of the community. The fire department provided us with a request for 11 full-time positions that they have the numbers to be able to justify. Our fire department, if you look at the calls for service and the activity that are going on there, those numbers continue to climb, and a lot of that has to do with, one, the population of our community that continues to grow, plus also our community is getting older. So this is an area that I chose to focus on. Obviously, we can't fund all 11 of those positions. We don't have the money to be able to do that. Other departments also asked for staffing, DPW, and again, there are others, and I declined those requests to do that because I'm trying to prioritize what we need to do. In terms of this, the fire department used to have an administrative assistant, and that was eliminated years ago to allow for additional fire department staff. But unfortunately, what's happening is we have administrative tasks that are being done by people that are paid up here when we could be paying somebody down much lower to do these functions. It does not make a whole lot of sense. There is no administrative support in the fire department whatsoever. It makes a lot more sense to have somebody who has the skill base to do that, that's at a lower level of compensation than the very high command of the fire department. So that's the reason for putting this full-time position in the fire department. And I'll have Deputy Chief LeBlanc also articulate that a little bit further, if you would, sir.
The town manager actually said it really well, but at the end of the day, there is currently 2 of us, and the new fire chief will start here in a week, so there'll be 3 of us doing the tasks that probably 4 or 5 should be doing. My primary role as deputy fire chief, when the new fire chief starts, is doing a lot of these administrative tasks, payroll, accounts payable, odds and ends, you name it, I do it. And so by adding this position, it will allow me to focus my energies, Chief Heinrich to focus some of his energies on tasks that aren't getting done, like for instance, updating our ISO report for the town, which by doing so, and in looking into it recently, we currently sit at a 4.4Y, which means nothing to most people, but we could be able to lower that to a 3, but that's going to take 6 months worth of energy and efforts to get us there. By adding these positions, it allows that time freed up for myself, Chief Heinrich, the fire chief, to work on those types of projects. It also creates a more streamlined process with our finance department and town hall, which Justin can attest. I'm in his office probably every other day, dropping things off, bringing things over, discussing different items that could be done by someone else. So by adding this, it allows for a much better workflow within the fire department. It allows us to accomplish tasks, projects that at the administrative level that aren't getting done. It also allows for better oversight on the operations of the fire department. For context, in 1998, we had 9, and I'm counting the 4 battalion chiefs in this administrative positions. In 2025, we have 8. So we've gone backwards. But call volume has gone up, doubled, or more than doubled. The amount of personnel has gone up. The budget has gone up. Technologies have increased, but we have not. So that's where this comes into play and is vitally important.
Thank you. Town council vote on this article?
5 in favor, none opposed.
Budget committee?
7 in favor, none opposed.
The article is open for discussion. Is that somebody coming in?
Jonathan Esposito, 5 Shelley Drive. I missed some of the previous meetings, or I imagine this was discussed by the council or the budget committee. Can someone just give me an idea of where we came up with this number? Is this like a market survey that was done? Is this a comparable salary that other towns pay similar assistants? Or can someone just back brief me on that?
It's the range we pay for an executive position. So what we did is we funded the entire year, so you don't see part of a year. This is the total cost to do that, including the benefits, NHRS, the retirement system, health insurance, all of the benefits that go along with it.
Thank you very much.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, this article will move to the ballot as written. Thank you. We have a second. Yes, sir. Point of order. Who called it?
You'll have to correct me, Mr. Moderator. Jonathan Esposito, 5 Shelley Drive, if I'm incorrect in asking for a point of order on this, but if you're going to acknowledge a motion and acknowledge a second, these are serious proceedings. Could we ask people to do so in their normal voice instead of the sing-song nonsense that's coming from this direction in the room? It would be appreciated.
Your comment is noted. Thank you. All those in favor, we have a motion, we have a second on the floor to restrict reconsideration. All those in favor, raise your card. All those opposed? Thank you. Reconsideration is restricted. Article 17, Fire Department, add 1 full-time training officer. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $173,226 for the purpose of adding 1 full-time fire training officer. Like the prior position, should this warrant article be passed, the position and its appropriation will be part of both the operating and default budget in future years. If passed, the tax impact rate on this article is, the tax rate impact is 2.3 cents. Motion to open discussion.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Presentation?
I sort of liken this to when I was a kid, which is a long time ago, in the 1970s, when I was at a barber shop and I'm sitting there getting my hair cut, and the fire whistle went off in the town I grew up in. And the barber left, and half the guys that were in the barber shop, they ran over to the truck because this was they were called firefighters. It was their sort of part-time thing they did. They didn't even get paid in those days. And they jumped in the truck and went about their business to protect the community. Those days are pretty much over with. Communities our size require full-time fire departments, and this is now a profession, and there are good reasons for doing that. It has evolved over the years, and the training requirements have grown considerably to be able to meet the needs of the community, and more importantly, protect firefighters that are responding to those calls. We have a young fire department here, and we have a lot of younger folks that need training to be able to develop. We have to properly record and track that training in the system that we have. We don't have anybody dedicated to that right now. It's an additional duty responsibility of one of the fire battalion chiefs, but we have nobody coordinating training in terms of exercises and doing the things that we should be that we're not able to do. We do one exercise, and that is over at the airport on an annual basis, and they run that event. We do have occasional burns where we burn a building to be able to get training for our firefighters. But somebody needs to be properly trained to do that, and we also need to have the adequate time to be able to focus on training and making sure we have a training program, and we coordinate that training for every single firefighter that we have. And this is critical in being able to do that. And I'm going to have the Deputy Chief speak a little bit more about that, if you would, sir.
So this position is vitally important for the fire department and quite frankly, for the town citizens. And I say that because if our firefighters are well trained, and they are at this point, but can be continue to train more, their response times lessen when they get to your homes. Whatever the task may be, whatever the emergency may be, they'll be doing it more efficiently because they'll have an understanding or a stronger understanding of what it may be, because our business is not black and white, it's very gray. Every situation is different. Some are very similar, but they're all slightly different, which requires you to have to think outside the box. By having this position and by building a true training plan, our members are learning how to think outside the box. They're taking the fundamental teachings and then growing on that, so that when they show up and something is slightly different or very different, they can quickly transition and do their jobs well. The other piece of this is that training is another piece. I come back to the ISO rating for our community. Training is a huge piece of that ISO rating, and by having a true training program and documenting that training program properly, it adds to lowering our ISO rating, which in turn adds to lowering the insurance rates on homes in our community. So that is another piece of this. At the end of the day, the town manager brought it up. We have a very young workforce. And unfortunately, at the fire academy level, due to funding, the training that was once provided is a lot less. It's a lot more basic. And so they're coming in with very little experience, and we are then trying to train them on the job. I'm sure you all heard this morning the fire trucks go back and forth. I think by this time of the day, we've done 9 calls already today. It does not leave a lot of time in the day to dive deep into training. So by creating a true training plan, by having somebody who goes out and does CQI on training, that goes on calls and watches how the members are doing their job and then adapting what they see to the training program. It's going to make our members safer, it's going to be better for the community, and it's going to build a stronger fire department.
Can you just add that this is obviously going to provide another firefighter during the daytime for us?
Yes, and then this adds another firefighter during the daytime who can be a multifaceted position. So, for instance, we have a building fire, they would go on that call and they would be the safety officer. What a safety officer is basically somebody that walks around and makes sure that the extremely unsafe things that go on during a building fire are being done as safe as possible. And when they see something, because everybody else is too involved in fighting the fire, they can stop whatever that action is going on so that somebody doesn't get hurt or die. So that's one of the many things that they could do on top of the administrative duties of building the training plan and executing on it.
Mr. Moderator? Thank you. Mr. Moderator, may
Yes.
I say something? I think I'm in support of this. I'm just going to think out of the box, and maybe I'm inappropriately speaking or whatever, but does every fire department around us that we do mutual aid with have this person? Because if they don't, is it possible for us to outsource our trainer to go over to their facilities for us to make, money off of it and help the fire department even more?
So most of the departments around us do,
Okay,
especially
so
the
we
ones
don't.
of the ones of our size or larger. Yes, so your Litchfields, they don't, but Derry, Salem, Manchester, Nashua, Hudson.
Right, but what about Litchfield?
I would say right now, no, because the amount of work they need to do for us is going to consume their time, right?
Okay.
Overtime, possibly, but again, there's legalities to that I can't speak on because that's not my area.
No, just a thought to throw out there. I mean, I personally think that Southern New Hampshire has grown so much, and we really need to think about more regional concepts and overlaps and how, each fire department, because you do mutual aid already.
Sure.
How you guys can work better together to be more cost effective for the taxpayer, I think is the wave of the future. And that's all I was trying to get at. Thank you.
I see from the record that the town council's vote is unanimous, 5 in favor. The Budget Committee, your vote, please.
5 in favor, 2 against.
The 2 against, please.
Yeah, I'll go first. I was opposed to this. When I looked at all these warrant articles, we've talked a lot about prioritization and looking at and understanding the needs of the fire department. I personally prioritize the executive assistant over this position, and talking with neighboring departments that I have friends on. They handled this training with an existing firefighter. I talked to the town manager about what this role will entail. It's a lot of administrative work. We're hiring an executive assistant that, in theory, maybe could take on a lot of that administrative burden. We also have a new fire chief starting, and I'd like to see him evaluate the current situation, come up with creative ways of handling and administrating the training before we hire 2 new FTEs.
I was also the other no. Coming into this meeting, I had a different view, and then when we took the vote, I did realize that there's a lot of clerical administrative work that the assistant could potentially take over. So instead of voting for both for this fiscal year, I thought that it was more fit to vote yes on the executive assistant position.
Thank you. This article is open for discussion. Mr. DeFrancesco.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Tony DeFrancesco, 1 Cheshire Court. I think of all the things that we've been asked to do today. I'm not into night yet. I have to look to double check. This is probably one of the more important things. If you've ever spent time in a firehouse, you understand that what they do, aside from run around in fire trucks all day or on 93 and not get reimbursed by the state, sorry, I digress. The fact is, what they do is they train for things that they hope will never happen. I'm going to say that again. They train for things that they hope will never happen. So when they do happen, and they will, they're prepared. We're asking men and women under our employ to do things that the average person runs away from, that they run into. As a member of the planning board, I will tell you that we are seeing things come across our desk that we've never had before. There are properties in our industrial zones that have anhydrous ammonia. Did I say that right? For those of you who don't know, that's another word for a bomb. There is no better thing that we can do for the fire department, one person's opinion, than make sure that our employees are trained to the highest level possible, and then pray that the things that they're trained for never happen. I urge all of the voters that will take part in March to vote in favor of this article. Thank you.
Megan Donovan, 45 Chase Road. Just to clarify, there was 11 positions that you put in,
Yes.
and these were the top 2 priority.
Yes.
I mean, I think that just makes sense. Just, my mom almost died a year and a half ago, and the fire department saved her life. If they showed up a few minutes later, she would have not made it. So, training to respond to calls faster is saving lives. This is a no-brainer. It's an essential priority position. We just need it.
Thank you. Further discussion?
Bruce Oliwell, 10 Phillipsburg Lane. I'm also one of the fire battalion chiefs. Just wanted to voice my support for this article in particular. The fire department, as has been eloquently stated, is young. With retirements, we've lost a lot of years of experience. We probably shouldn't be called the fire department anymore. There should be a better terminology for what we do. We truly are responsible for public safety. Our firefighters are called upon to do any one of a number of tasks throughout a day, whether it be hazardous materials response, whether it be motor vehicle accidents, whether it be rescue from confined space, whether it be rescue from heights, fires, medical emergencies. If you look at the tasks and assignments that we are responsible for, it's immense. It takes a lot of training. It takes a lot of practice. As the deputy indicated, we're very busy, 13 to 15 calls a day, each call anywhere from 1 to 2 hours for completion. So within a 24-hour period, our staff is highly utilized. It's unrealistic to execute on training plans throughout your 24-hour shift anymore. As a battalion chief for the department, my job is to run the day-to-day operations of the fire trucks and ambulances that occur throughout the town. In addition to that, because there's not an assigned training officer that works a daytime position Monday through Friday, 8 to 5, I'm also responsible for, during the day, trying to execute on training while my ambulances and fire trucks are running out and coming back, as well as myself going on calls. So this position will help to solidify the ability for us to have planned and structured trainings that are set up and then executed upon throughout our monthly trainings. Of course, as indicated, the fire department is understaffed, and we would love to have the 11 positions that we put in for in the budget, but the administrative secretary and the training officer will help us to support those positions in the future. So thank you very much for your support. both on the last two articles that we've spoken about, as well as supporting the fire department. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
So I'll be brief with this, but to give the citizens a understanding of what their fire department does, we have 14 miles of highway, 4 lanes on either side. They respond out there for anything and everything that drives up and down the highway. We have a major airport. We have a power plant. We have ammonia. We have citizens. We have farms. We have horse farms, right? We have industry. We have 1 million square foot buildings. It's not one task, right? And it's far too much for any one person to be perfect at all of it. So our goal is to teach everybody to be good at all of it, and then find the individuals inside our fire department who are perfect at certain aspects of it and bring that forth on a day-to-day basis. And that's where this is important. City firefighters, they do very linear tasks. There's enough of them that they can say, this is my role today. On any given day, somebody rolls out the doors across the street or up north or south, and they could go to a plane crash, a medical call, a hazardous materials spill, a motor vehicle accident, and then a confined space rescue, all on the same day, right? That's extreme. If that happened in one day, I would let you all know. But that is a possibility in our community. So that is where this is vitally important, because at the end of the day, the loss of life of an employee or a citizen is the greatest cost, and we are working diligently to make that not happen.
Jonathan Esposito, 5 Sherwood Drive. Just 1 or 2 clarifying questions, if I may. I know, like in the healthcare sphere, they usually have a software package that tracks like continuing education for clinical staff and hours and certifications and so on. Do you guys have an existing software package that you use for that?
We do, and we actually just implemented a newer one that's even better on tracking all of that, and it lays out, the new software lays out, at BC Howell is actually part of the implementation process. It lays out exactly what, for instance, ISO is looking for on trainings. It lays out what the NFPA requirements are for training, and then it tracks those hours per individual every year. It allows us to upload all of their training certifications, which also gets tracked. So we've implemented that software to better track that, and the goal of that, and the goal of us implementing that, is to create the basement, the ground floor for this position. So with this software in place and the data implemented into it, this position comes in play, and they can start growing from there, right? So yes, to answer your question.
That sounds excellent. The only other question I had is, do like communities that are comparable in size and composition to ours, do they also typically have a full-time training officer on the department?
Yes, they do.
Thank you very much.
Any further discussion on this article? Mr. Wally.
Good afternoon, Dave Wally, 18 Mammoth Road, and also proudly serve as your Public Works Director. I just wanted to rise in support of this position here. For the better part of 4 hours we've been here, we've heard the fire department, even just Central Fire Station alone, 3 or 4 calls coming out of that department. And when they head out into elements like this, they can train, and there should be a full-time focus year-round effort. And when they're out in these situations, you can't replicate every single accident or every single type of response that they were just talking about. But what you can do is train rigorously and routinely, so that it becomes second nature for them as a supporting member of a first responder unit for this department that takes great pride in trying to keep the roads safe so that they don't have to respond in these situations. I think you can never do enough for public safety, and this officer is somebody that's going to be fully focused and dedicated to that venture. So I support that for them. Thank you.
Anything further? Seeing none, this article moves to the ballot as written. I have a motion. I'm sorry?
Second?
Thank you. I have a motion and a second to restrict reconsideration. All those in favor, please raise your cards. Opposed? Thank you. Reconsideration is restricted. Article 18, Human Resources Department, part-time Human Resources Assistant. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $44,812 for the purpose of adding a part-time HR assistant position to provide support to the HR department. If passed, the article will require the town to raise $44,812 with a tax impact of 0.6 cents in fiscal year '27. Like the other positions, this would become part of the operating and default budgets in future years. I'll entertain a motion to open discussion.
Motion to open discussion.
Second.
Thank you. Presentation.
This, again, this article and the subsequent one proposes 2 part-time positions. We're obviously not in a position to be able to afford full-time positions. A number of things need to occur on the HR side. We talked about this earlier about the need for technology to automate the processes. They are not automated. That's a key component of that. The other component of that is we need the resources, we need the personnel resources to be able to manage the number of staff that we have. We presently do not have that, especially when it comes to the benefits piece, and that's what this position, this HR assistant, really needs to focus on, is being able to manage those benefits of existing employees as well as retirees in the system. We don't have the staff to do that. The size of the HR department hasn't changed in years, and we have added additional positions. We need the resources to be able to do that, to improve their responsiveness, comply with the law, and the law continues to change, and the requirements that go along with that continue to change. The benefits situation out there is rapidly developing, especially when it comes to health insurance. It's unclear what that's going to look like over the next couple of years. Right now, we're part of a health insurance pool through Health Trust. But again, that's really unclear whether or not we're going to be able to continue to do that, whether in the future we're going to have to look at self-insurance or buying health insurance directly from a company. That's going to add to the level of complexity. A lot of those tasks are presently being carried out by Health Trust, but if they don't continue to exist, then that's, and there's efforts to try to make it such that they can no longer exist, that adds significant challenge to us. So right now, we need the resources to be able to manage the people we have right now, never mind the ones we add in the future. We're not able to do that, and that's critical.
Thank you. Town Council, your vote?
2 in favor, 3 opposed.
If the 3 in opposition could succinctly state their reasons, please.
Sure. I voted opposed. I think I evaluated the different positions, and I think that the 2 firefighting positions are very critical. And I think at some point something has to give with the budget. If all these warrant articles pass, I don't think it's sustainable for our future. So I think this is something that can wait another year.
Thank you.
So succinctly, as you saw, over $1 million from last year as part of the increase this year. This is something where, you know, we had 131,000 go into the 16 to 25% raises that were given out. You voters had no choice in that. This actually was buried in the budget. We decided to pull it out, give voters more of a choice in that. I feel like we've spent our money already this year on additional personnel, and personnel are what exponentially drives it for the future, so I think we just can't afford these going forward this year.
And I was the third no, for many reasons, but I will say, for the most part, what Sean and Ron have said, the fire department to me was exponentially more important. I also think as we update and get more software, we're going to look at these positions and say, what does this job actually require? And personally, I think it's a disservice to hire someone to do a job and then say, oh, well, you don't have the qualifications for this anymore because of the software that we have. This is what we really look for. I think we have to see, and as this software grows and it gets put out there, we say, okay, this is what's needed for the position. You reevaluate it and you look at it and say, okay, that's what we need, this person to do this because of this. I also think that, and I've said this many times, maybe not totally outsourcing, but if it gets a heavy workload or if there's an exceptional amount of something, I think pieces of it for a period of time that we need it, because I don't see that we have employees leaving and hiring on a daily basis. I think that most of the people we hire stay, and I do understand the benefits end of it, but again, I do not believe that this is something that happens every single day, that is totally encompassing, and I think that we need to evaluate it better, have a better handle of the exact numbers, the exact hours that are being used, where the burden is, and why the burden is, because I don't believe all of it should be as heavy as it is. And I do think we can outsource some of that and say, okay, we have a lot of these complaints, can we put them here? Or we have a lot of people looking to find out what's going on in health insurance. Can we hire someone temporarily for, I don't know, or outsource temporarily to handle and have us catch up, because I don't think that the busyness of the HR department is 24/7. I don't think, or it's 5 days a week, whatever, 40 hours a week. I don't believe in my heart that it is that intense. So for those reasons, and for that the fire department is, I believe, a priority, is why I said no.
Thank you. Budget Committee?
Budget Committee voted 6 in favor and 1 against. So I was the individual who voted against warrant Article 18. My reasoning for this, when initially during the budget season, taking a look at where can we find places to cut without cutting from the fire department, DPW, police officers, or reducing staff that in positions that are already filled. Both this position and then the one that's going to be coming up in the next warrant article, they're new, they aren't filled. It wouldn't require an individual losing their position in town, and would have allowed for us to get closer to that $400,000 goal to make up for the monies that were added to be taxes raised in prior warrant articles. Because I made this suggestion, I didn't feel that it was appropriate to also then to vote in favor of this warrant article, because I recommended this cut. And that's why I stand opposed. It's purely fiscal.
Thank you. Any discussion on this article?
I just have some things to add.
I'm sorry?
I have some things to add when you're ready.
Okay, please, go ahead.
I just want to make sure that we're very clear about the situation presently. When my HR director is emailing me on Saturdays and Sundays trying to do her work late into the evening, that's an indicator, we would call that a clue in my former business, that we don't have sufficient resources to be able to do the work that we're doing. When we're not able to comply with several of the labor laws because I don't have staff to be able to do that. When we have an outdated personnel evaluation system because we don't have the staff, the capacity to be able to make sure we have a modern one, those are all indicators that we don't have enough resources to be able to do that. When my HR director is running around having to try to do internal investigations and deal with complaints that come in on a regular basis, and I have one person that's dealing with benefits, and they don't have sufficient time to be able to do that, people are going to get lost in the shuffle. When we have comp time that we're not adequately tracking because we don't have a proper system to do that, and we don't even have the time to be able to have someone to train them to do that, those are all clues of what we would call system failure. And that's why we are where we are. And again, to me, this is critical. And I don't want this to get lost, that this is somehow just a nice thing to have and not necessary. It is. And there are consequences for that, especially when I go into Article 19 in a few minutes to talk about the need for that.
Thank you. Any further discussion?
Jonathan Esposito, 5 Shelley Drive. Mr. Mulholland, I thank you for kind of illuminating some of the challenges that the HR department is facing. I just want to point out I do have somewhat of an HR background, and most HR directors in the private sector do spend a little bit of time working on weekends. It's not exactly uncommon. I don't see why it would be uncommon in the municipal sector either, but everything that you just listed are comprehensive, systematic issues that are not going to be resolved by hiring one part-time human resources assistant, whether you have an outdated evaluation system or somebody's not tracking on benefits or compliance with labor laws and so on. One part-time assistant is not going to be a fix to that. So it sounds like a comprehensive overview and assessment is needed for the Human Resources Department, and this warrant article would just be a Band-Aid to some of the issues you listed, sir.
Further discussion?
Mr. Moderator, would we be able to have our Human Resource Director come forth to give a bit of a presentation on her end?
She may. Hang on a second, please. Tara, yes, please come up. Yes, Budget Committee.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to make a comment in support of this. When you're growing the staff in all of the different departments, it's important to remember that HR, while it's behind the scenes, is absolutely the support underneath all of those other roles for the reasons that the town manager mentioned. There's a lot of risk that we acquire by not staffing properly here. And additionally, when we look at our town employees, we don't want to be in a position to squeeze people so that they are working 24 hours a day, every day. I don't care what people do in other businesses on the weekends. We should not expect people here to be working 24 hours a day. And we should be thrilled that we have people who are willing to go above and beyond, but if we don't treat them appropriately and staff those departments appropriately and give them the resources they need in order to be successful, they're not going to want to be here. And I feel very, very strongly that we should be supporting these departments because that support filters to every department that otherwise is considered also very important, like the police and the fire and all of that. So I would urge people to vote yes here.
I will get to you, Ms. Paul.
Thank you.
Ms. Koza, go ahead.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Speak into the microphone, please.
A little better?
Yes, thank
Great.
you.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to talk a little bit about this position. It is a very important position for the Human Resources Department. To respond a little bit to some of the concerns that I heard today, which I do appreciate, one position I agree isn't going to come in and overhaul the HR department. But what this position will do in particular is provide the two current full-time positions the time that's needed to adequately address the higher level HR initiatives that we simply can't get to because we are triaging problems as they come through our door on a daily basis. So we are reactive at the moment in the way that we operate. We would love to get to the point where we can be a little bit more proactive with some of the higher level initiatives that need to be tackled. So we are looking for somebody to come in to handle those day-to-day administrative tasks that you are paying an HR director and an HR administrator to handle, for example, processing of payroll forms, putting together recruitment packets, handling employment verifications. These are very simple tasks that can be handled by an HR assistant. They could handle our performance evaluation tracking system, all of those kind of daily tasks that can be handled at an administrative level that would allow us to focus on those higher level things that really lack our focus, that really need focus. So things that the town manager mentioned in terms of compliance, those are the kind of things that keep me up at night. We need to stay on top of all of the employment laws, assure that we are compliant with Department of Labor. We had Department of Labor in here for an audit not long ago. So we want to make sure that we are doing everything we can to position ourselves the best way that we can to respond to those kind of inquiries. We deal with employee relations every single day, and we want to be available to handle those inquiries as they come. Talent acquisition and retention is very important. We are a very busy department when it comes to recruitment, so we are not constantly onboarding full-time new hires, but we are gearing up, for example, for the summer season here. And we'll bring on part-time people. We'll have 20 people coming in for our recreation programs. We have the summer recreation program. We have our field maintenance folks. We have our folks who work over at the drop-off center. So summer gets very, very busy for us. We are onboarding 100 election workers, so we've had to get some help to do those kind of things. So I can assure you we are a very busy HR department. You will never hear a complaint from me or from my coworker about the hours that we work. We are here to support the departments that support this town. That's very important to us. So as you are onboarding, I am in favor of the fire positions, for example, that were presented. But those are 2 new full-time employees that we will support as an HR department. So we keep busy. We would love to get some assistance to help us continue to serve the employees of this town.
Thank you. And I recommend you stay there. We may need you for the next article as well.
Thank you.
Councilor Paul.
Thank you for your presentation. It was brought to my attention that the way we onboard election people has changed. We always 1099 them, and we've decided, since you were busy, you wanted to add more work, and we're not doing that anymore, so you created that yourself. The other thing is, I think it's funny that this is, out of how many years I've been covering the town and paying attention, this is the first time I am hearing that there is a problem there. I don't understand what has changed. I don't understand why it's changed. I don't understand how much growth we've had in the last year in employees that would warrant this to escalate to the urgency that we're seeing now. And if these things that I just said were going on, why didn't you come forward and tell the council this? Why did you let it sit for so long? That's a huge question for me. I do not understand it, and I still don't understand what's causing, if these weren't issues in the past, and they're new, what has triggered What has changed to cause it to escalate to the level that you said you need 2 part-time assistants? And as what I'm hearing from you is that's not enough. They need to be full-time. So within a year or two, probably a year, maybe not even a year, maybe a half a year, this will escalate into 2 full-time employees, costing the taxpayers even more money, meaning we have 4 full-time employees managing 250 employees, where the school has 750 employees, and they have, what, 5 or 4 people doing it? So I really have a hard time wrapping my brain around what is wrong with this department.
Okay, well, hopefully I
So
can help you
let me
with
answer that first, if I may. So first, it sounds like an attack on one of my employees. I want to state that from the beginning, because that's what it sure sounds like to me. You reference what she did. She's following the statute. I will also tell you, prior to me, departments were not encouraged to bring forward what their needs are. The fire department, I told them, I want you to come forward with what you need, and they came forward 11 positions. And I know I can't afford that. DPW came forward too, and I said I can't afford to do that this year, but I need to know what the magnitude of the issue is. So I did an assessment of the staffing that we have right now. She hasn't asked for it because she really hasn't been allowed to do that. People were told, don't ask for anything because you're not going to get it. And that's understandable in the environment that we're in. But people do need to understand what the needs of this town are. And that's why we're talking about those. And I have prioritized those. I've reduced, again, those requests significantly. And that's why I'm presenting the ones that I have presented to you. So I want to be very clear about that.
Thank you, and it's not an attack, it's just observation, sir. Sorry you feel it's that way.
I'd be happy to respond to some of your questions, Ms. Paul. In terms of the election workers, this wasn't something that I took on because I was looking for more work, I can assure you of that. We have to comply with the law, and that is why I brought this to the town manager's attention.
If you let her finish, if you would.
So we had reached out to our legal counsel. We did reach out to them to get their advice on this and their guidance on this, and it was clear that we needed to move forward in this way. So that's why we have moved forward in that regard. In terms of whether these positions will be full-time, that is not my intention. I can't say what will happen in the future, but that has not been discussed with the town manager. We are clear that these are going to be part-time positions, non-benefits eligible. That's what we're asking for this year, and I don't have an intention on asking for an increase in those positions. Again, I don't know what will happen in the future, but that's what we're asking for right now. And also, I can tell you that I've been with the town since 2017. This has been discussed in the past. We had a I don't know if it's been discussed with you. I see you're shaking your head.
I don't think it was discussed publicly, so nobody knows outside of the pervy people.
I understand. I understand. So this is something that has been discussed internally then. Let me clarify that. But to the town manager's point, he has encouraged us to come forward with the needs that we see, and this is something that I think is important to the support that we provide, again, to the employees of this town, and that is why I brought it forward this year.
My questions weren't answered, all of them.
What was your, I'm sorry, what did I miss?
How much growth do we have this year in employees? How many new employees? Not the part-time, like the election people, the rec people. I mean, actual employees have we gotten this year?
So how many new hires have we had, or how many additions to staff?
How many new hires? How many people have you onboarded since January 1, 2000, whatever, to now?
So January 1, 2020.
Yeah, from then till now, 1 year.
Okay, I don't have that, but that is something we can certainly get for you.
Okay, and you didn't answer what changed. What changed to make this be such a hub of needing help?
Okay, so again, I don't think that that's changed. I just think that it was brought forward this year with the town manager's encouragement. Now, things continue to change in terms of technology. So, for example, we have a HRIS system that we are going to need to implement, and that is a huge undertaking. We've been with New World since I've been here, so that has not been a project that we've needed to take on. We have a wage classification study that we're undertaking, so that is something new that we're undergoing as well. Again, some of these legal issues that have arisen, such as with the election workers, that's something that's been a big initiative that's taken a lot of work. We have a new anonymous hotline, so we're getting more complaints coming in. The town manager put forward a new complaints and investigations policy this year, which has been a wonderful tool for the town. It's given employees the opportunity to come forward in a way they hadn't before with complaints that we are investigating because we are required to do so, and it's important to do so. So the work in human resources is never going to go away. It's a very busy department, and it continues to grow.
And that's fine. So, but what I'm trying to understand is, so far, you've never had problems. It was able to get through what you needed to get through, and we had not been sued or anything like that. And now that the lawyer has said we need these election people, and the town manager believes that we need to have a hotline and things like that. Those are the triggers that have changed this to escalate to that up.
So again,
I'm trying to understand it.
No,
I'm
I
sorry.
appreciate the questions, and I'm happy to answer any more that you have. So the election workers' questions, again, I am the one who brought that forward because I was aware that this was not legal the way that we were treating these workers. So I did go seek guidance from our legal counsel.
And I would like to see that law, and I would
Sure.
like to see where it came from and the RSA that covers it, because
Not a problem.
I just.
Not a problem. I've got plenty of documentation. I'm happy to.
That would be fine.
share
I'd
with
love
you.
to see it.
Yes.
I'm going to step
Thank
in
you.
here. We've gotten into the weeds
Yep.
on this. We're
Yep.
still discussing the article of, we're here to discuss whether or not to hire a part-time HR assistant. Are there any other discussion? Mr. Bouchard?
I voted in support of this, and I'll tell you why I voted in support of it. In 2008, when I retired, there was an issue concerning compensation time. Back then, that we were having problems tracking. And state labor board had to come in and tell them, listen, you're doing things wrong. You got to correct things. And when I hear our town manager saying, we're having an issue with this, and having dealt personally with HR, being a retiree, you know, your medical benefits change. And when your medical benefits change, at my age, I get like, okay, what's going on? Call my wife, handle it. My wife is on the phone with HR. You guys are phenomenal at what you do, okay? I think it's great. But there's a lot to it when you retire, especially when you retire and as a retiree, you have to take the insurance from the town, and we have to pay for it 100%, okay? And that's complicated, especially when you switch from that to Medicare. That is a whole new, issue that we had to deal with. Very complicated, and I appreciate everything that HR did, and I think you do need the help. I mean, I look at it and go, it's a part-time position. You're not asking for full-time. It's part-time, and there's no medical benefits that go along with this. This is huge, because we know that when we're hiring an employee and we add medical benefits, we have to look at the most expensive, which is a family plan. And a family plan, Justin, runs roughly $48,000.
Around that.
$48,000. So
47, I think, actually, sorry.
So that's a big savings, when we can go part-time. So that's why I voted for this.
Thank you.
Philip LeBlanc, 3 King John Drive, also the acting fire chief. So earlier we talked about the executive assistant at the fire department, right? And all of the things I do. Well, one of the hats I wear is HR, and I can tell you that on a regular basis, probably 7 to 10 times a day, I email with Tara on anything and everything. And I can tell you over the last 2 years, the things that she has had to do outside of the higher level HR functions that consume all of her time is incredible. From investigating into labor laws so that we are operating the proper way with our unions. And I'm sure that's across the board, not just the fire department, that's probably the police department, the DBW department. And then to investigations, to hiring. So you asked how many people. Last year we hired 6 people at the fire department. I could tell you it's an 8-week process to hire 6 people because we work hand in hand on it, and she's the only one doing it. So we talked about the training officer, we talked about the basement that has to be built. Well, it's the same with HR. HR is the basement of the town. It is the foundation that holds up the employees of this community, right? And so I'm here to tell you that I support Tara and I support Sherry and I support these 2 positions because there are a lot of things that aren't getting done because there's only 2 of them, right? And that affects the fire department, that affects the police department, that affects all of the town the town departments. And so again, in trying to build a more efficient operation and a more well-rounded operation, these two positions will help do that. So, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Esposito, thank you for sitting near the front.
Jonathan Esposito, 5 Shelley Drive. Mr. Moderator, I know you're trying to keep us on track and help us kind of tighten our shot group back to the warrant article here. I had a question for Mr. Mulholland. Sir, if you could expand on your previous remarks. We as the citizens were led to understand that Mr. Malaguti and prior town managers worked closely with department heads to improve the efficiency of Town Hall, to help them deliver on citizens' needs and do so in a manner compliant with, New Hampshire statute and so on. Can you elaborate as to how department heads were not encouraged to previously bring forward their concerns and how that may have directly led to the urgency of this warrant article?
Again, they were told not to ask for additional staffing positions.
Who would have told them not to ask for additional staffing positions?
People on the council in the past.
Thank you very much.
Further discussion?
Dave Waller, 18 Mammoth Road. Just to partially answer some of your questions, Deb, on just from speaking from my department, the DPW. So in the past year, as you know, at the beginning, we started at the beginning with the retirees. We had 2 that are moving on to the New Hampshire retirement system and whatnot. We also went through 9 hiring processes this year that resulted in 7 of them becoming permanent. 3 positions we had to do a complete rewrite of, and then we created, I should say, the deputy director position that was added into our department as well, and that all goes from the support of the HR department. And Tara made me remember too. I think it was right around when you came in, or maybe before that even. We received an email from the HR department to actually, basically directing all of us that please, send an email to the HR department if you have any needs to come in and whatnot, and change plans and ask for documents and things of that nature, because they're just so underwater. I could stand here and pontificate all day long for how many of our departments we're all struggling and whatnot, but that's not the idea. There are a few here that I've risen to the occasion now that I think that they're so underwater, and I have even exchanged emails and phone calls and texts and whatnot with Tara in the after hours, holidays, weekends and whatnot, and that just goes to her own due diligence of her job. But I just wanted to share at least that information of what she's helped our department with.
And I'm glad she has. That
Yep.
is her job.
Yep.
And it's her job to know all the rules, all the
understand.
regulations, all of that. That's her job.
Yep.
And I get that. But for me, it's all of a sudden, out of the blue, there's this problem
Well,
that we never seem
yeah.
to have before. No, just hear me out, just to understand where I'm coming from.
I'm going to interrupt
But,
here.
all right,
It's
he's
the
gonna say
same
it's
point
not
we've
good.
made before.
I'm gonna say I'm not for it.
I was just trying to help, bring about, you ask specifics on data from the past year, and that's where we're at. So.
Does
Thank you very
anybody
much.
have anything additional to add that hasn't already been mentioned?
Nope.
And then let's move the question. I'd like to see this on the ballot so that the citizens can just decide, and I'm personally undecided on this one. I'm going to take between now and voting day to figure it out on this one and the other one. So I don't know anything inside the HR profession, but I did run a team of 135 professionals, and I interacted with HR all the time. And I interacted with my CFO, CEO, about adding new positions. And you go to the mat and you tell them what you need, and I think it's super smart that the town manager is saying, tell us everything you need. You're not going to get it, but tell us everything you need, and I'm going to take forward the ones I think are the most critical. So that's the line of thinking that you want to have in the process. But on the other side, because I'm undecided, I will share with you that plenty of times whoever I reported to told me, I understand why you need that, go find it somewhere else. Give up something that's less important, give up something that is not, no longer, because times change, technology changes, roles change, and you find that, and sometimes the person can move into that new role, and sometimes the person is not qualified to move into that new role, and you have to create a vacancy of a head count that you move over. So I'm undecided. I appreciate the discipline that the town manager brings forward. Tell me everything that the department heads need, then let's whittle it down and go forward with the most important. I'm not an HR professional, so the question I have, and so I can't have a strong opinion on what they need, because I don't really understand the day-to-day work. I really like what Ron relayed as how he interacted with them. I thought that was also telling. So I'm here to learn too about how, what's that?
Dan, not
Dan,
Ron.
sorry Dan, Dan, yeah. Where's your name? Oh, there it is. It's been a long, long morning. And at the end of the day, I'm gonna make my decision, and for me, benchmarking often helps. I appreciate benchmarking, and I don't expect anyone here to have this number, but I'm gonna go get it. What's a typical HR department in a municipality near us per capita of people they're supporting? So I'm gonna go do that work, and that's gonna help me figure out where, how I'm gonna vote. Because if it's many more people, or one more, or two more people for 250 employees, then I'm gonna vote yes. So I'm gonna kind of go through that. So I appreciate the discussion. Let's move it on, right?
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, this article will move to the ballot as written. I have a motion to restrict reconsideration. Do I have a second? Second. Thank you. All those in favor of restricting reconsideration? All those opposed? Reconsideration is restricted. Move to the ballot. Warrant Article 19, Human Resources Department, part-time Human Resources Specialist. Very similar to the prior warrant article. The proposed dollar amount is $58,218 for adding a part-time human resources specialist to assist with certain tasks. It's, again, like the others, this position, the cost of this position would be part of both the operating and default budgets in future years. If passed, the article will require the town to raise $58,218 in property taxes with a tax rate impact of 0.8 cents in fiscal year 27. Motion to open discussion.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Presentation, Mr. Mulholland.
The purpose of this position is to conduct background investigations. That's its first priority. Right now, we don't conduct background investigations of our people. I'll be very clear about that. What we do is a criminal records check. That's not a background investigation. Our police department does that. They're required. They have administrative rules to do that. They do that for those positions. We contract out for some of our department head positions. We hire a private company to do that. It's usually about $1,500 to $3,000 per investigation that needs to occur with that. But all of our other positions, we don't do that. So we don't know what we're getting from employees. Obviously we do interviews with them, but we don't go to their previous employer and say, what kind of person is this? Did they commit sexual harassment complaints? Are they involved in discrimination? Do they not show up to work on a regular basis? Do they have other issues that we should be concerned about? We're not doing that. When we don't do that, we end up in a situation where there is significant risk because we don't know what we're going to get. And a lot of times when you have to deal with those, it's exceptionally expensive to do that. That's part of it. Internal investigations. You never hear about those because they're internal investigations, but they occur on a regular basis. Right now, we are paying, no offense to my person to the right, but we're paying attorneys $250 to $300 an hour to investigate this. They're attorneys, they're not investigators, they're not trained investigators. I'm suggesting we pay somebody significantly less to do that so that we don't have to pay that kind of money. And we have a number of those going on right now. I would suggest to you that's not the best use of our money. There are times when it makes sense to go out and contract outside, and there are times when it makes sense to do that work inside, especially in the case of a part-time position. I have practical experience with this type of thing in the community that I previously came from. They were doing the same thing you're doing right now. They were spending $300 an hour to have an attorney investigate things when we could pay somebody $40-something an hour, add the fringe benefits on that, again, without health insurance, without retirement. That cost went way up here, all the way down here. It allowed us to do those internal investigations. And also, when we have workplace accidents, our people are not trained to do that. We just recently did a training with our supervisory staff to at least give them some basics of those. The purpose of looking at those is to make sure that we have a safe workplace, that we're not doing things putting our people at risk and our residents at risk. The value of that is considerable. This is about risk management. So again, we're talking about reducing our existing costs. We're about to go over our legal budget considerably because we're using attorneys to do things that people being paid at a lower level should be able to do. To me, this only makes sense to do that, and that's why we need to get this done.
Town council vote.
2 in favor, 3 opposed.
Budget committee.
4 in favor, 2 opposed, 1 abstention.
Okay. Is there any discussion on this article?
Kristen Hildenan, 30B Mohawk Drive. I'm also the Administrative Services Director. One thing I do want to point out with this position, and this is something I spoke about in the meeting, in one of the budget workshop meetings, is that you opted to keep the legal line at default for next year, $200,000. We had asked for $75,000 more to balance off the 3-year average of what we were spending on that. And as the town manager said, our costs continue to go up for that. And I, again, love Attorney Carrier, but this position, not only, it's less than was cut from the legal line, so that's good, and it can do so much more. One of the things that was asked that I didn't hear addressed was what has changed for Tara and Human Resources. One of those things is laws keep changing. The number of investigations keep increasing. The legal requirements keep changing, and the detail that has to go into these investigations is bonkers. Tara is brilliant, and Sherry is brilliant with the time that they have. But a position like this would go so far into helping us reduce those legal fees and helping us reduce those outsourcing fees and help free up the time, even just quite as simply as formatting those reports, which takes an extraordinarily long time, and you can't predict how long they're going to take when you start an investigation. So I just wanted to bring that point up in conjunction with the cuts that you made to the legal line. Supporting this position is a great way to support that decision. So, thank you.
Further discussion?
Jonathan Esposito, 5 Shelley Drive. My favorite question, Mr. Moderator, if we could just ask the Town Council and Budget Committee no votes to briefly elaborate on why they voted against this.
I would love to hear the explanations, provided they're different from what the explanations were for the prior position.
I think I'm the only one that voted no on this article, but not the previous. And again, it was a matter of prioritization. Asked the HR director which of the 2 positions would be a priority, and it was the assistant as opposed to the specialist. So in order to reduce the burden on the taxpayer, I voted no on this article.
I will say there's some unique reason. Is this working? Hello? Okay. I will say there's some reasons that I voted no on this versus the previous one. I do think, we allocated our money already towards HR. We put extra money into it this year as far as staffing goes. I also just believe that if we're going to do investigations, particularly doing them internally, sometimes you do not get the best result as if you did something externally. And I do believe that, yes, as we've stated here, we've got a lot more of them. And I do believe that we need some reform in how our investigation system was even put up. I think it was poorly implemented. I think it's caused a whole bunch more workload that we have not had in the past. And I think we've got to look into conducting that in a different manner. But just, this is something that should not be centralized and internal under a reporting structure to someone within the town. If we're going to accurately look at something and investigate something, we should make it worthwhile, and we should spend the money and have it externally, not internally, because it's too much centralization of power. So with that, I voted no.
Mr. Bouchard?
I voted yes for this article, and I'll tell you why I voted yes for this article, because we see all the time people slipping through the cracks, moving from one town to another town, and then when something happens, it's like, why didn't you do a background? Well, this is what we did. We were limited. So I think when we hire employees, it's very important that we do thorough backgrounds, and we need somebody to do that. And yeah, we do get a lot of complaints, and those have to be investigated as well.
Okay, so this one has been really interesting to figure out. So, sorry. This, in my opinion, is not an HR specialist. It's an investigator who the town manager is planning to hire is an ex-police officer. To me, that's absolutely overkill. And especially if he hires him as an ex-cop, I just don't trust that plan at all. And we just found this out day that we were voting on it, and I abstained because I was in shock. But if I can change my vote now, I would vote no on this one.
And I'll keep my remarks brief, but again, I voted no on this warrant article. We're looking for places to cut, had to prioritize what we absolutely needed, where the least amount of hurt would be, and this position was one of those.
Excuse me. I voted yes here, and without reiterating what Kirsten had said when she came up, at the end of the day, this is, again, about risk management, and not having appropriate risk management can and will cost a lot more money in the long term. So that is the main reason that I would vote yes here, and that I did vote yes.
Thank you.
Just one quick addition. I was originally going to vote no on this one. I did change my vote to vote yes after the town manager's presentation at a budget committee meeting where we debated this one. And I did it strictly from a fiscal perspective. The perspective I understood during that discussion was that us not doing this is not an option, unfortunately. We can't just zero this out with the legal risk and such that's been discussed, but this presumably and ideally would be a more cost-effective way to do this than hiring very expensive attorneys to do work that could be done by somebody less expensive. It is a part-time position, and so also for that reason, I hope that in the future, if it turns out that we could do this a better way or otherwise, it's an easier issue then for the town to address. But I did want to explain why I switched my vote during that from no to yes.
Thank you.
I will say historically, the amount of investigations that we've done have been able to be counted on one hand in probably the past 15 years. It's significantly increased with the new policy, and I think part of that is the issue here, and I think we need to resolve that before we get to adding a position to take care of something that isn't fully refined.
Any further discussion from the legislative body?
Mr. Moderator.
Mr. Combs.
So I had voted yes on both of these items. This is the smallest department in the whole entire town. They have 2 people handling all of the staff with all of the major issues that they're facing, from hiring to benefits to investigations. And as we've heard from our HR director, they're overworked. We should not be treating our staff that are taking care of all the rest of the staff in town with a short-sightedness of shortening their staff load. We should be trying to help them out to alleviate the staff load. That is why I had voted yes on both of these items. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion? Seeing none, this article will vote. Somebody speak?
I just want to reiterate that it should be an independent third party doing investigations.
I'm sorry.
I just want to reiterate that it should be an independent third party doing investigations and not someone that we hire internally.
Seeing no further discussion, this article passes to the ballot as written. I will entertain a motion to restrict reconsideration. So moved. Do I have a second? I have a second. Thank you. All those in favor of restricting reconsideration, raise your card. Thank you. We're in Article number 20. Establish and fund a revolving fund for senior affairs in the senior center under RSA 31:95-H. To see if the town will vote to establish a senior affairs revolving fund pursuant to RSA 31:95-H for the purpose of providing activities and services for senior citizens through the Senior Affairs Department and assist in maintaining any necessary building equipment furnishings within the senior center. And further, to raise and appropriate $1 to establish the revolving fund, with funding come from donations received. The town treasurer shall have custody of all monies in the fund and shall pay out the same only upon order of the town manager. If passed, this article will require the town to raise $0 in property taxes with a tax rate impact of 0. Motion to open discussion.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Mr. Town Manager?
The purpose of this is to create a legal mechanism to be able to take the revenues that come in from the senior center and be able to turn around and actually expend those funds. You have similar funds. You have the recreation revolving account. You also have a police detail account. Similar, it's the same statute, similar mechanisms. In December of 2024, there was a nonprofit that was partially or fully running the senior center, and they were taking those funds in, which is perfectly fine. They can do that. But when it reverted to the town, we have to have a legal mechanism by which we're allowed to do that. And obviously in December of 24 when that occurred, it was too late probably to add things to the warrant article. I wasn't here, but now's our opportunity to do that so we can properly account for those monies coming in and then going out and being spent, and that they're transparent. That's the short story to that. If I can provide more explanation if it's necessary.
Thank you. And I see from the slide that both the Town Council and Budget Committee support this article unanimously. I will open the floor for discussion. Seeing none, this article passes to the ballot as written. Thank you. I have a motion. I have a second. All those in favor of restricting reconsideration, raise your cards. Thank you. We're on Article 21, establish and fund a capital reserve fund for transportation under RSA 35:1. To see if the town will vote to establish a transportation capital reserve fund under that RSA provision for the purpose of making transportation infrastructure improvements along for a wide variety of reasons. Further, to raise and appropriate the sum of $500,000 to be placed in this fund, and further to authorize the use of $500,000 from the June 30 unassigned fund balance towards this appropriation. The Town Council will be the agents to expend from said funds for purposes for which it was established. Motion to open discussion.
So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Presentation.
This is a new fund, obviously, and the purpose of that is to deal with one of the primary objectives that our voters talked about, and that the need to deal with traffic safety and traffic congestion. The town needs to have a comprehensive plan to do that. In order to do that, we have to have data. We need traffic counting devices. We need the engineering studies and traffic studies that are necessary to be able to plan ahead. What we're going to do with these intersections, these sections of roadway that are under considerable pressure and have considerable congestion due to the growth that we have in our community and the communities around us for people traveling through the community. This was a high priority, again, in the master plan survey, and we're going to need these funds to be able to do that. Just as an example, we have 4 speed counting devices. If you look at those on Stonehenge and down the road here, those were put in. It's unclear when they were put in, the exact year. I know in Stonehenge that was done, I guess, by a developer, and those are not functioning. We don't even know how long they have no longer been functioning. They need to be replaced, and we need to have devices that produce traffic counts, real-time traffic counts, so we can make the appropriate assessments of where to spend the limited funds that we do have, and also be able to articulate, if there are any grant funds available, to be able to say we need these funds to be able to allow for a transportation system in our community to grow. In addition to that, we're also going to need matching funds here and there. $500,000 is not going to get us very far, but it does allow for some matching funds if we are able to get grants to be able to make these improvements. And also, one other part is when we have developers that are going to be held accountable and responsible for some of these impacts on these transportation systems, is to have some of the offsetting funds to be able to do that. That's a tall order for the limited funds that are in here, in this fund that are being proposed.
Thank you. I see from the slide that both the Town Council and the Budget Committee voted unanimously in favor of this article. The article is open for discussion.
Mr. Moderator. I just want to say it's one of my council goals this year. This has been one of my big issues that I've been trying to help with this community, because our roadways just haven't handled what we've had for development, and we're finally getting around to do this. I've been trying to work with, back when Mike Malaguti was still the town manager, getting something forward, so I'm very pleased to finally get something on the ballot. These things get expensive, so we've got to start contributing to this today and do it so we can get our roads to keep up with what we're doing, because they haven't to this point. So I think we need the right data to make the right decisions, and so I'm fully in support of this warrant article, and I'm so grateful to see it come forward.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, this article will pass to the ballot as written. Thank you. Motion and the second to restrict reconsideration. All those in favor, raise your cards. Thank you. Reconsideration is restricted. Warrant Article number 22, establish municipal and transportation improvement fund under RSA 261:153, Roman numeral 6, and capital reserve under RSA 35:1, to see if the town will vote to collect an additional motor vehicle registration fee of $5 per vehicle to support eligible local transportation projects as permitted under that RSA, and there's a long list of them. If passed, this article will require the town to raise $0 in property taxes, resulting in a tax rate impact of $0 in fiscal year '27. Motion to open discussion.
Make motion, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Second.
Second for Mr. Combs. Thank you. Mr. Town Manager.
This is a warrant article that was requested by the Senior Resource Committee, and the council moved forward with submitting that to the ballot. I'll just talk about it in general. I know they're going to speak to it as well. But we have approximately registered 32,360 vehicles for fiscal year 2025 that would actually pay this fee, and that would bring in an estimated $161,800 annually. As you can see, it indicates what the purposes of the fund are. There's a whole list in there, and I'm not going to get into too much more detail than that. I know they're going to speak to it, but I'll leave it at that. I will just say this, though, that obviously we have rental car fleets. As I indicated previously, we have the largest rental car fleet in the state here, and they would be contributing to that, and that's about, I think it was $32,000, something like that. They would be paying towards that. That obviously would not have to be offset by property taxpayers. And we also have fleets as well, construction companies that have vehicles to do that. Other communities have this. Various communities have these types of fees. Manchester, to our north, has this as well. I'll let the Senior Resource Committee talk more about it.
Quick work. Thank you. And NASCAR pit crew. Okay, thank you for the presentation. I see the town council voted 3-2 in favor. The budget committee does not take a vote on this because there's no appropriation, but I'm interested to hear from the town council members.
Absolutely. I voted no on this. My biggest thing is we're creating another fee, and fees never go away. We currently have a fee on the books right now that has, I think, $800,000 in the account.
834.
And we don't use the money, but we fee people. It's just the fee anyway. This is something where once the fee starts, it never goes away. It just stays in the books, and it continues on and on. And this cost is passed on to consumers and taxpayers. If you go to rent a car, the rent-a-car company's not going to pick up this extra money. You are, as the consumer. So let's not mislead anybody. The consumer's going to pay for this one way or another, or the taxpayer's going to pay for this. This is going to be passed on to you as the consumer. So I am opposed to this fee. Fees never go away, and I just don't see the need for it.
So I voted no on this because while I support doing CART, I support doing it through the budget. I think with this fee, we are doing something. First of all, the $5 is far more than we can do. You can see in the language of the warrant article, it says for other purposes. So this is one of those, we say it's for something and it comes for something else. We're already taking $3 off for every registration, and you can deposit up to 4 17-inch tires, which nobody has on their car anymore. So this is piled up to $834,000 a year. That $3 already takes in $40,000 a year, which could be used for other things. So we often say that, the school and the town is, front bucket, pocket, back pocket, it's all the same pair of pants. I think when you've got a fee like this, it's pickpocket. You don't notice it, and it just slips out of your wallet, and pretty soon you're paying for it, it fills up a fund, and you never see it again, but it's there and it's building up.
So I had voted yes on this item as taking care of our senior citizens in town is at most important, and certainly people are aging in this town and need the ability to be given transportation to their doctor's appointments, to be able to get around town to wherever they may need. And as well, it's not just paying for cart, but also you have the ability to improve crosswalks where may need be for vehicles to pick up people, and as well the ability to pay for signage for where that bus will then be parked to pick people up. And I think that, you know, this is an utmost important thing. There's many communities around us that have been doing this since 1999 when this was put into effect with the state, and they've been collecting their monies for years on years. We are really behind the 8 ball compared to those other communities, that we could have had a much better transportation system for the people within our community. And I mean, that's where I have it. I would hate to see the wording of this article to be diminished, where we do not have the ability to improve signage for people and ability to get access to this vehicle when need be. So that's what I have. Thank you.
I voted for this warrant article, and also part of the Senior Resource Committee, and they've put a lot of time and effort into this. I will say that what's nice about this is you can use this for long-term planning. It's not just doing a warrant article and saying we're going to put $200,000, and then when that money's gone, now we have to come back to the taxpayers. It's not only the taxpayers, the homeowners who are paying for this. We have fleets with a minimum of 25 vehicles in this town that are going to be contributing to this. There's 28 different businesses in this town that have fleets that have over 25 vehicles that are going to be contributing to this. I think it's a great way to collect money, not only for transportation for our seniors, but I look at, and I use an example of on Winding Pond Road, on the left-hand side, there's a 55 and over community. Boy, would it be nice if they could put a crosswalk in there, signalize, so they could walk to Shaw's. This warrant article would allow that. You'd be able to do something like that. So that's why I supported it.
I voted yes for this for a lot of the reasons that Dan just said, but I would hope that next year we have a warrant article that takes the $2 that we're paying, or $3 off for the tires, and have all the money go into this instead, because I feel that 800 and something that's sitting there is not being used. Dan did suggest it could be used to remove the oil thing behind the fire station. Thank you. But I'd like to see that happen, take that money to be used, and then next year have an article that says it's just this one, just the 5, to talk about what Sean and Ron said, the fee that stays there forever. At least this way, the fee that stays there forever is actually doing something positive in the community on all aspects. So for that reason, that is the reason why I voted yes, but I do hope to put in something that takes away the other one. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Gagnon?
So while I do have an amendment, before I put the amendment forward, was the Senior Resource Committee going to present on this warrant article or no? Was it your intention to give a presentation on this warrant article?
You are making a presentation? please move the microphone closer, speak into it. Thank you.
Sherry Farrell, Chair of the Senior Resource Committee, and John Wilson, who has been a member for many, many years. And I'd say that our biggest ask of this is that we know there's varying opinions on it. Councilor Bouchard, thank you. You've been on the committee with us. And what you explained is our vision for it. What we're really asking here, and there are going to be different opinions, is to allow this to go to the ballot as it is, and to allow the residents to vote and make the decision as to what happens and what the outcome is, because there are a lot of different assets to this. So thank you for listening, and thank you at the council meetings. Last year we brought this forward too. So again, the ask is to just let us move it forward and let the residents decide. Warrant Article 22 proposes a $5 vehicle registration fee to expand CART, Cooperative Alliance for Regional Transportation Services. By supporting this small fee, we empower our seniors and residents with disabilities to maintain their health and independence through reliable, accessible transportation and secondarily roadway improvements for our pedestrians. Why your vote matters. No property tax increase. This is not a property tax. By applying a flat $5 fee to vehicle registrations, the cost is shared fairly among all road users, not just homeowners. It's budget neutral. Passing this article moves current CART funding from the general budget into a dedicated reserve, slightly reducing the general budget. Federal match. Every dollar Londonderry contributes is matched dollar for dollar by the federal government, doubling the value of your contribution. Increasing our services. While neighboring towns like Derry and Salem have extended daily hours and added shuttle services, Londonderry's services have been stagnant for many years, I would add. It hasn't changed. And John's wish and the committee's wish on this is to extend and offer our residents, our seniors, residents with disabilities, Saturday hours, extended hours in the evening. Perhaps they could go to Nashua for doctor's appointments or to other locations, which they can't now. And again, increasing our services. And that's probably the biggest one that we have here. Transparency on the article's wording. After last year's proposal was tabled over wording and funding concerns, we have adopted a broader framework for this year's ballot. While the new language includes general roadway and signal improvements, our committee remains firmly dedicated to prioritizing CART services for seniors and residents with disabilities. Although the specific mention of pedestrian facilities was replaced with road improvements, this change is a strategic advantage. It provides the flexibility to improve pedestrian safety under a wider maintenance umbrella, allowing us to pursue our primary goal, which is public transportation. And Councilor Combs, you have been a supporter of this for us for many years. You've kind of walked the walk when we had the van that past Councilor Joe Green worked very diligently to have donated to our town, which was a huge move back then. But sadly, we haven't really progressed, and you've seen that vision, you know, through the years with us. Looking to the future, while we serve as an advisory committee, it takes the whole town to make this a reality. We are ready to work with the town management to ensure a successful launch, using proven models from our neighbors to guide us. The $5 fee is vital because it creates a dedicated, sustainable fund, making it harder for transportation money to be diverted elsewhere. Our goal is simple: to invest your transportation funds effectively, transparently, and with the long-term needs of residents in mind. Please vote yes on warrant Article 22, John added in here, to keep Londonderry moving. And that's what we're asking. There was a concern as to what happens as people, all of us, change throughout the years, who will be actually applying where this money is going to go. But we vote all of you in, and we trust you, so that's not a concern of the Senior Resource Committee. You're there because of our trust in you. And If there's something that we don't agree with, we know we have the voice to come before you and state that, and then it can be discussed. So I'm sorry to be reading this to you, but if, John, is there anything else you want to add?
We haven't heard from the voters yet, but
With the,
I'm sorry. You had mentioned that this warrant article, once it gets going, the money will just keep rolling in. No one will pay any attention, and it'll go on forever. Well, if I'm not mistaken, when I originally looked at this warrant article, I believe that you can go into the warrant article the way it is right now, and I think you can go in there and make one word change in the warrant and put the warrant on the ballot, and you would rescind this. So this can be changed with virtually no work except typing up a warrant article. Okay. So that whole argument, I guess, doesn't work for me. And the idea of, well, we don't want to add more fees, okay? That's what caused this not to be on the ballot last year. So that's a whole year went by and people could have had services that, like other towns in the area, but we didn't have it because we didn't want to increase any more fees. Now, one of you goes up to Concord and votes for stuff. And what do you vote on? New laws, new laws, new laws. I don't see anybody yet up in Concord turning around and say, well, if you don't cut some of these laws out, we're not going to add more. So I just don't think that philosophy works well in a small town, or a big town for that matter. What we're trying to do is what's best for the people, okay? And it's not best for the people to hold up progress in transportation for people that really need it because you don't believe in adding another fee, okay? There's good fees and bad fees. This fee and the warrant article along with it is made for each other, okay? This brings in a slow but steady stream of funds that we can use, right away. We have several ideas that are proven ideas other towns are doing, and that allows us to work on the future. You can't plan transportation systems and think you're going to be, but you have to go back every year to the town and ask them to pass the warrant article. It just doesn't work.
We're a tag team on this together. So again, we thank you for listening. The biggest priorities will and have always been for our Senior Resource Committee to be advisory, and that's what we're doing here, is advising what the committee of a great group of people. We've gone through this, we've looked at it. John has done more research than is probably, it seems humanly impossible on the topic for the last 2 years. So our goals are simply to do lots of outreach to our seniors, because in Londonderry we know that our houses are spread out. It's very difficult to get to the market, to get to your doctor's appointments. Transportation is the key. If you have any questions, we'll take those.
thank you for your presentation. You may stay there in case people do have questions, but Mr. Gagnon.
Joseph Gagnon, 219 Wanting Pond Road. I wish to submit an amendment to this warrant article. My amendment request is to remove the words roadway improvements, signal upgrades, and development of new bicycle and pedestrian paths from the warrant article.
Thank you.
So my reasoning for removing those words is to constrict the use of this fund once it's established. When the Senior Resource Committee came forward, right,
Mr. Gagnon, excuse me, do you have a
Yes,
second
Mr.
for your amendment?
Oh.
The amendment which he read has been presented. We have a second for Mr. Richard Belinsky. Thank you. Please, go ahead.
Yes, so my reasoning behind this, it's to constrict the wording and to constrict the use of this fund so that it can only be used for transportation purposes. As has been, told to us and presented to us in prior meetings, this fund should accumulate approximately $200,000 due to the current vehicle registrations in town.
I think that number might be wrong from what the town clerk had presented.
Closer to, oh, did I not say 200,000?
You said 20.
You said 20.
20? Wait.
Yeah, you said 20.
Oh, apologies then. Yeah, so $200,000. Right now, card services has its in the budget is approximately $50,000. Now, yes, we'll be collecting more monies than what we're currently spending for card. For the Senior Resource Committee, they wish to expand these services. What my fear is that if we start taking a look at other projects without plan and start tackling other things besides transportation, we are limiting the ability for the Senior Resource Committee to advise the council to be able to push towards expanding cards services. That is why that they brought this warrant, asked for this warrant article to be brought forward. And if we're going to be asking the voters to, add an additional $5 to their registration, it should be going towards what its intention was. So that's all I've got.
So thank you. We have an amendment on the floor. I will now open the amendment, which is to remove certain aspects of the language, specifically roadway improvement, signal upgrades, and development of new bicycle and pedestrian paths from the warrant article as presented. Mr. Bouchard.
I'd like to hear from our attorney, because when I look at RSA 261:153, it's pretty specific on what the money is to be used for.
Yes, so the RSA is specific as to what the money is to be used for. That doesn't mean that the town can't. That's sort of the way the statute is written. You can use the funds for any of those things. That's not to say that the town could select only certain of those things to include in the warrant article. I do have a concern, though, because that same statute provides that in setting the fee amount, which can be a maximum of $5, it needs to base that amount on the anticipated funding needs. So if there's going to be an amendment that restricts the scope of projects that this can cover, I would advise the legislative body to consider whether that would also require us, or require you, to move that $5 amount down, because what we don't want to do is raise more money than we need and thereby run afoul of what the law allows.
Just to add that, if I could, there's an additional statute, RSA 41(9)(a), that also talks to that very issue. You can't, in the case of a fee, you can't raise more money than you anticipate actually using. It's different than a tax. The concern I have is if we do this as proposed, the actual amount for 2025 was $161,800 is what we would bring in annually. CART is $37,000, so we're going to bring in way above the amount of money we would use for public transportation. We don't have any particular plans to expand that transportation. We don't have any of that at the present time. My concern is we run afoul of that. If we go and implement that, because that would take effect on March 11th, the day after the meeting, because there is no specific date listed in here, we have to collect that right away. If one person who pays that user fee challenges that in court, we're going to have to write checks to every single person who registered a vehicle in this community. That's an extensive task to be able to get done. We've got to be very careful that we don't run afoul of this statute. The reason why the legislature created that is so that we had some degree of, that they have some degree of control, that we're only raising the amount of money in the case of a fee that's necessary to provide the service involved.
So I have a question for the attorney. So for consistency's sake, we have this other fee that we are clearly collecting more than we need, and we're doing it at the tune of $40,000 a year. I guess what's the difference between the other $3 fee that we're collecting that is building up in a fund and this?
So I don't have a lot of information about that other fee, but if you are collecting significantly more than what you would need, and it is a fee within the scope of the RSA that Mr. Mulholland was just referencing, I would suggest that be reevaluated.
Let me just add to that, there's a difference in that definition of that one. It also says for other recycling purposes. That is far broader, and we use that to replace the carts, the recycling carts that we use, and also to make upgrades if we need to make those at the transportation center that we have, or the drop-off center that we have. And also, we have a recycling, oil recycling facility that needs to be demobilized. So there will not be enough funds in there to do that, so that we can justify why we do that. And it's also the tires too to be replaced, to be disposed of.
I guess to that argument then, what are the other plans for the use of the remaining funds if they're not going towards carts? What plans have been drawn up? How are the rest of the money is going to be allocated? If the reasoning that, right, we just limit it to transportation and we're going to be running under, and there has to be an allocation for that funding, why, I guess, what's the difference of where it stands now versus if it's amended?
So roadway improvements, we've got millions and millions of dollars of roadway improvements that need to occur in this town. So I wouldn't have any issue at all standing in front of a judge and explaining that, we've got 137 road miles in this community, and the cost of maintaining that is far exceeding what we're appropriating in other places. So we're not gonna have an issue in articulating that and be able to defend that.
Mr. Bouchard, did you have a question?
I just want to make a statement that our Senior Resource Committee has done a really good job, vetting this and going back and forth. I know last year there was some wordage, they were going back and forth. I've spoken to people on the committee, and they're very comfortable with this. They trust the council to do the right thing, and I would recommend that you vote down this amendment.
Sorry, I should have spoken, not pointed. I believe that Mr. Faber had his card up first.
All right, go ahead, Sean.
And then it'll be your turn.
Thank you.
I guess as we look at this, I want to be clear. I fully support CART. I fully support everything that you guys have talked about. I met with John before this, and I think we've got great ideas to support this. But I think the issue is, and this is why I ended up voting no, and it's become crystal clear for everybody sitting here, we're clearly going to take in far more money than to do that. And so I think the amount is even wrong on this. If we can't limit it in language, then we've got too high an amount here. And I feel like this is one thing where we go out and try to do things as a community with a well-intentioned, great purpose. And we over-collect, we overdo, and then the money gets diverted into something else, and we go, why are my taxes so high? It's because we're not spending the right amount for what we're trying to achieve. And I think that we have a great purpose here we're trying to achieve. Let's just get the amount right.
Councilor Paul?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I think it's a great idea, and I support it. So I would like to elaborate, sorry, it's getting late and I'm cangry. CART's going to go up in cost. So to say that you drop the numbers down, you have to anticipate growth. And I know from going to most of the master plan meetings and the workshops that we had, people want bike paths, they want biking and walking to be able, it kills me every year to see the track team run down Mammoth Road, up Pillsbury, down Hardy. I am surprised that these boys don't get killed. It breaks, because where are they going to go? It's like they're going to jump into poison ivy. At least this way there's a place to keep them safer. And so as we widen our roads, little bits by little bits, we can make the roads a little wider and put in those pods, and eventually they'll all connect. And I think that we have to take the word transportation. It's everything, bicycle, walking, and yes, seniors are included in this. It's not just seniors, it's young people, it's mothers with a carriage, it's everything. And this all takes money. And to be able to divert some of that cost through this, I think is a good thing. So I am opposed to dropping the dollar amounts, and I'm opposed to changing the words, but I am for what you're saying here, because I think it's the bigger picture. It's the bigger picture. This year CART's 50, maybe next year it's 70, or 2 years from now it's 100. We don't know. And so I think that's why you need that cushion in there to be able to do that. That's all. Thank you.
Did you want to reply? I see you, Mr. Gianfresco. I won't forget you.
Sorry, Tony. No, we don't have a reply.
Oh, I thought you were, okay. It's your turn.
I'm sorry, Moderator, John would like to say something.
You may. Yes, please speak into the microphone.
I'd like to get a clarification on a couple things that was said. My hearing is not very good. It's not your fault. Nobody's talking bad. I just can't try to pick everything up. I understand the concept of when we did this last year, we had 2 items on the warrant article. We put for public transportation, and we put another piece in there as a secondary piece, which was pedestrian facilities, okay? And that was meant to basically have an event for the money to get out of there. If we didn't spend it all, earn on transportation, we can use other places. And I understand, what is it, 41, the regulation that restricts the amount of the fees. What I don't understand is if we have three or four items on the warrant article like now, okay, and we propose to use that for, does that mean that the money, in order to spend the money, does that mean we have to spend the money that we bring in allocated to those various fees? In other words, the transportation, we're not spending a lot of money on transportation, and the whole concept of the $5 fee is to do more. So it contradicts the law that's basically saying that you can't collect the fee for more than the presumed amount that you're going to use. So if there's adding those other items on there, like roadway improvement, solve that problem, and then we can in fact put the money into transportation, or do we have to make an allocation to roadway improvements?
So I don't think you need to separately allocate within the warrant article or within the fund, like this % of the money is going to go to roadway improvements and this % is going to go to public transportation. And the way the warrant article is written, not without the amendment, I don't have concerns, because I understand that from Mr. Mulholland that there are enough projects within all of those categories that the amount of funds that would be collected via the fee would not be less than or more than what you would need to complete those projects. But I am concerned if we start limiting what those roadway improvements can be overall, if we start taking out categories and limiting what the funds can be used for. I just want to make sure that we look at the cost, that if we're going to say this can only be used for roadway improvements, I want to know how much we expect to spend on roadway improvements to make sure we're not raising too much money. I don't know if that answers your question.
Mr. DeFrancesco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Tony DeFrancesco, 1 Cheshire. That answered part of my question, actually, but are we still talking about the amendment?
We're speaking about the amendment, which is to remove 3 aspects of the warrant article as written. Yes, thank you.
Okay, so firstly, I apologize for wearing my winter coat, but one of the ways that the school department limits the time of the meetings is they shut the heat off in the winter after a certain amount of hours. So in the future, if we want to have more heat because we're here more hours, you have to donate more to the heating fund from the town side to the school side. But again, I digress. So for the reasons just described by our attorney, I would say that we should leave the language as it is and defeat the amendment, and then see what happens when we vote on the article. So thank you.
Which part is left, just for clarity? You said remove 3, but
We're removing, the amendment is to remove roadway improvements, signal upgrades, and development of new bicycle and pedestrian paths.
So I guess isn't public transportation, though, a broad enough category where that could include a whole lot of things where we don't run into a legislative issue with that? And I guess I'll ask that for our attorney, because that's a very broad category, and I think we'd be able to defend that in court, that we can use a lot of different things for public transportation.
I think that a court would look at the intent of the legislative body, and while public transportation, I agree, is relatively broad, I understand from my conversations with town staff that there are concerns that the projects that they feel would fall into that category would be significantly less in terms of cost than what this fee would bring in. But as I mentioned, I do think that the court would look at the intent of the legislative body, and I note that the way this is written, it says the funds are to be used to support eligible local transportation projects as permitted under RSA 261-153, such as. So there could be an argument made that regardless of this amendment, anything that is permitted under 261-153 would be permissible. But I am concerned that a court looking at the specific removal of roadway improvements, signal upgrades, and development of new bicycle and pedestrian paths, I would be very concerned about the town using these funds for anything that would fall into those categories.
Mr. Belinsky.
Richard Belinsky, 89 Powell Road. I agree with the amendment, and one of the reasons I agree with it, if you look at the previous article before this, 21, you're kind of doing the same thing twice. Bicycle paths and that are mentioned in both of these. How many times are we going to do this? So, yeah, I know they're two separate warrant articles, but the way I'm reading this, they got the same intent. So, you got to eliminate it somewhere. I think the amount being collected is too much. When this was presented to me last year, and I spoke with Sherry about this, it was to help out with the cart. Now we're expanding that, but you already got that expansion in the previous warrant article that was just moved. All right? I don't want another, I'm the one that found out about the fund they're talking about, which is the waste fund. But we got $834,000 sitting there, getting $1,600 to $1,700 a month in interest. You guys, you know, it's for waste. Why didn't you use some of that money when they were doing when you had the increase in the contracts with waste management? No, it still sat there. So you need to get, I agree with the amendment. I think that needs to go. You're already covering that in the previous one. You need to lower the amount to, in my opinion, to collect the right amount of money for it. Even if you're a little over, but not way over. All right? We already have one of these things. I can't even use it because I'm the one who told them 17-inch tires. Everything I have is 18 to 20-inch tires. I can't even use the thing and I'm paying for it. So we don't need another one of these. Not in this form anyway. So I agree with the amendment. I actually think you should modify it to lower the amount too.
Megan Donovan, 45 Chase Road. I disagree with the amendment. I think we should vote that down and leave it as is. This is a vitally important service that they're trying to offer and the way to expand. I work at the library. I'm the head of circulation. I talk to, well, not as many now because we're at the police station, but this is something that people ask for all the time, public transport for seniors. The number one thing that's going around the listservs right now is how to improve getting people out of their home and reduce isolation, because that increases mental decline, increases the dementia risk and things like that. So having more money to expand it, maybe we get a second car, we get more drivers, we have more permanent routes, things like that. There is so much need in this town for this, that even if for some reason CART can't use the entire funds, then it gives you other funds that will help more people, and you guys are the ones making the decision of where it gets used. So the intent is for CART, do CART. If there's money left over, do these other projects that we also really need for infrastructure. So I would say no to the amendment and pass it as is for the ballot.
Okay, so we're still discussing the amendment, which was to remove those aspects. I'm ready to call a vote on the amendment. If you vote in favor of this, you're voting to remove roadway improvements, signal upgrades, and development of new bicycle and pedestrian paths from the warrant article. All those in favor of the amendment, please raise your card. All those opposed? Okay, by majority, the amendment fails. That means the original warrant article remains open for any discussion that hasn't already been made. Seeing none, the article will move to the ballot as written. We have a motion and a second to restrict reconsideration. All those in favor? Thank you. Warrant Article 23, reallocation of remaining funds appropriated for the High Range Road Water Supply Project. To see if the town will vote to expand the authorized scope of the water infrastructure project approved under Article 3 at the March 12, 2024 town election, so that any unexpended funds remaining after completion of the project may be used for the installation of public water and infrastructure along South Road, Shasta Drive, Red Deer Road, Gregg Circle, Bear Meadow Road, Lawson Farm Road, Alexander Road, Litchfield Road, Misty Lane, Hidden Meadow Drive, and Rabbit Run for the purpose of extending safe and clean drinking water. This article will require us to raise $0 in property taxes, so the tax impact is zero. Motion to open discussion.
So moved.
Thank you. Second. Thank you. We have a motion and a second to open discussion. Presentation, please.
When this article was passed by the voters to expand the water line up High Range Road, it was specific to allow it to occur on High Range Road and service the houses along that particular roadway. We do anticipate that we're going to have additional funds left over at the end of that project, so it requires this warrant article to allow us to be able to use those funds to the extent that there are funds left over to be able to extend water into other areas east of High Range Road, as has been listed on there. This is, I would suggest this is more of a housekeeping type of item. It's important to understand that the municipality has approximately, well, it's over $250 million worth of water projects that will be necessary to address the PFAS in our community. We presently have 12 planned projects to extend water to be able to provide water to folks who have contaminated wells, and that's $45 to $50 million. Obviously not even close to what's necessary to solve the whole problem, but it's at least a step in that direction. So again, these neighborhoods are part of those 12 projects. So if we have funds left over at the end of the High Range Road project as we go into the fall, we'll be able to use those and move those and start to work on those neighborhoods.
Thank you. This article is open for discussion. Favor? Thank you. Reconsideration is restricted. Article 25, Fund Water Special Assessment District. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $400,000 to be placed in the Water Special Assessment District, and further to authorize the use of $400,000 from the June 30th unassigned fund balance. $0 in property taxes to be raised, so the tax rate impact is 0. Mr. Dunn, a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Presentation, please.
This is a little bit different. The previous article we talked about is we're talking about the water mains in the street, pump stations, and all those things that go along with that. What we're talking about here, the Water Special Assessment District, there's a statute that allows for this. I don't believe Leonard has ever used a special assessment district. And on top of that, how we're proposing to use it, to my knowledge, has never been done in our state. So our Utilities Committee is key in helping to move these initiatives forward, working with the town council. So those folks are the ones leading the charge here to actually get this moving. So what this does is when you put a water line in the street, when we do that, we run a lateral line to the edge of the roadway. From there to the house, we call it the curb stop. From there to the house, it's the responsibility of the property owner to extend that water line. If you're close to the street, that's not that far. If you don't have any ledge on your property, that's not as big of an issue. But if you're further away and you have ledge, that cost is going to be different. What we're proposing to do here is simply to create a fund to do this and put the dollar amounts that are necessary in there. It requires half of the property owners in that district have to submit a petition to the council for consideration to do that. It is not a mandatory program. Most special assessment districts, you don't get a choice. You're assessed an additional amount of money that you have to pay. This one is not like that. It is different. It's voluntary. So property owners, if they wish to take advantage of that to hook up, to go from that curb stop to their house, they have to do some initial things first. They have to apply for the state funds, either $5,000 or $10,000, depending on whether they have a port system at the present time, to be able to hook into that. They have to do that first. And then they're eligible to do this. And they can do it at any time they wish to. They don't have to do it when we're putting a water line in the roadway. They can choose 2 or 3 years to do that. And then also what it does is it allows them to, in essence, borrow the money. They don't refer to it as a loan because that's not what the statute reads. For whatever period of time, whether that be a year, 5, 7, 10, whatever we choose to do on that. They have to pay that amount back to the town. It hasn't been determined yet because we haven't set it up yet. We need the funds in the first place and the authority to be able to do this. As to whether there'll be either a low interest rate, a no interest rate, or a fee to be able to get that set up. You got to remember, these folks, their water has been contaminated due to no fault of their own. A private company has done this, not even in our own community, and they are stuck with this situation. So it's a little bit different than other scenarios. So that's what this proposes to do. Again, I want to stress that it is voluntary, and they have to pay it back. If they don't pay it back, it's an assessment that goes onto their tax bill. And if they don't pay that back, then like with any other taxes, their property is subject to being foreclosed on by the municipality and sold. So they voluntarily get to choose to do this or not, which is not typical of special assessment districts. That's sort of the 60,000 view of what this actually does. I'd be glad to go into more detail if there are further questions.
I see from the report that the town council voted unanimously in favor. Budget committee, 6 in favor, 1 opposed. Opposition, for what purpose, what reason?
I voted against this. While I understand and appreciate the purpose of it, and to help out homeowners who want to connect their homes to that curbside, a couple of points about this. Number one, it gets the town into loaning and managing repayments to individual homeowners. By doing that, we're duplicating what HELOCs and banks already do. I understand the motivation here, which is to spread out that payback over, let's say, if you do this, you get a benefit to your property for 20 or 50 years. What if you move in 3 years? Are you bearing the entire cost of that? No, let's spread it out by an assessment on the home instead. But I think that as with putting a well on your property, upgrading your kitchen, adding a sunroom, etc., as was said, this is a free choice, and if you make those kind of improvements, arguably you can amortize them by incorporating them into a future resale price of the house. So my concern here is simply that we've been talking today about adding a lot of positions to take on some of the additional administrative burdens we've incurred here and there. This, to me, managing individual loans and the repayments of them over time is an entirely avoidable administrative burden that I think we can look to available sources of homeowner lending that are already out there.
Great. Thank you. Councilor Paul?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I want to say that I'm in favor of this. This is out-of-the-box thinking. This is true village mentality. This is what Londonderry does best. It comes together as a village, even though we're a big town, to support each other. You know, but like Mr. Mulholland said, by no fault of their own, these people, it's not a choice, it's a necessity for people to have clean, fresh drinking water come to their house. And it's not something that they did. It's not, oh, I want to upgrade my kitchen to look better for a better profit or for feeling good. This is a necessity. And I think that this is out-of-the-box thinking, and I believe in my heart of hearts, but Mr. Mulholland can tell me if I'm wrong, the new software that we are looking at getting or already have will be able to track and keep records of all of this so that it would not need additional employees to function, to get this, to maintain this. I'm sorry, I'm stumbling over my words because I don't know. But that's what I wanted to say. Mr. Mulholland, could you answer those two questions, please?
Yes, as you know, in the budget, we have the 5 additional hours that are for administrative assistant to work from 35 to 40 hours a week in the DPW department, and this would, if you charge the fee to be able to do that, this is going to help offset that cost.
Any other discussion?
I have something. So, as our volunteer of the year always says, what's the most important thing, you know, for us as a government to think about, and it's water. Clean water is super important to this community. These last 3 warrant articles are really critical. I appreciate the creative thinking on it. If anyone has any further questions about this, there was a presentation done by the town, and I do believe that's recorded, where you can go take a look. Chairman Dunn was presenting there at that to answer some of the deeper questions about this. I just want to thank you again for the creative thinking of this, and then your work you've done up in Concord on water. It's one of the most important things facing this town, and I support this article.
Any further discussion? I'm sorry? Chairman Dunn.
Yeah, I just want to add a couple things to help Patrick with why this is so important. Is, once again, people didn't choose to have contaminated wells. It was put upon them. And we'll say someone who has been in their home for 40 years, and they do not have a mortgage. Reverse mortgage is not the best choice for them, I don't believe. This would be a better choice for them, I think. You know, so I think for someone that has a long driveway, or for someone who owns their own home, this is a much better choice for them. And keep in mind that this stays with the property. It doesn't stay with the person. So if they put it over 20 years and they sell their home after 10 years, it stays with the home. So that person isn't burdened with, I don't know, say it's $30,000 because they have a long driveway. They're not burdened with that amount of money up front. And it's not like adding a sunroom or adding a kitchen or redoing your bathroom. They didn't get this choice. This isn't something that they elected to do. This is something that was forced upon them. So this is a really, really good option, I think, for the people that need it, that have a long driveway, or that own their own home already. So I'm full support of this, and I think this is an excellent option.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Mr. Chair of the Town Council, Mr. Dunn, I couldn't quite understand you. Were you saying that reverse osmosis is not a good choice here?
No, I said a reverse mortgage.
I see. Understood. Well, the reason I said that is because there are actually other options than running from the curbside. Reverse osmosis and other point-of-use systems do exist, which you can install. And I just wanted to make that technical point to make it clear this is not actually the only choice here. Now, I recognize I'm completely outvoted here, but again, my concern about additional administrative burden and cost and getting the town into lending stand. I respectfully acknowledge other opinions.
And just to follow up with that, as far as your reverse osmosis, it is a choice. However, it does waste water to get clean water. So I believe that putting people on a public water system is a much better choice.
Something new, Counselor Paul?
Yes, it is, sir.
Okay, please.
I just want to say, this isn't for everybody in the town. It's only in this area. So you're not talking about the 11,000 homes or 9,000 homes that we have in town.
Correct.
You're only talking, I'm just saying, it's in this one little area. You're talking, I used to know the number. I want to say it's like 30 or 40 houses. So I just want you to understand that it's not, it may even be less than that, so somebody will probably correct me. But it's not the whole town, and not everybody will opt into this. So you have to, I just think it's an option, and again, I think it's just showing a true sense of community.
Counselor Combs?
Yes. Thank you for the comment on reverse osmosis systems. I have one at my home, and they are not cheap. And as well, it is not cheap to replace the cartridges that are inside of there to stop the contaminants. And they have to replace them, they say, somewhere between 3 to 5 years. So then you're incurring that cost every 3 to 5 years to replace that cartridge. And as well, they have not come up with a proper way of disposing of those cartridges either. So if you can actually get hooked up instead to the water pipes on the street and then have the clean water coming to your home that way instead of having the large expense every 3 to 5 years on the homeowners. Obviously, I do not have pipes on my street just yet, but it'd be wonderful for the people who do have access when those pipes come down, that they have that ability to do so.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, this article passes to the ballot as written. We have a motion.
Second.
We have a second. All in favor of restricting reconsideration? Thank you. Reconsideration is restricted. I have good news. We already did warrant article number 26. So we're moving to warrant article 27. This is a citizen petition warrant article. It's one of two. New law this year, the petitioner is allowed a maximum of 10 minutes to make their presentation about the article. I will accept a motion from the council to open discussion.
Make a motion to open it for discussion. Thank you.
Second.
We have a second to open discussion. Presenting is our lead petitioner, Paul Skudlarig. So please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. So warrant Article 27 comes to the ballot as a citizen's petition signed by 60 voters over a 3-day collection period. The article asks that our 8 state legislators protect local taxpayers by ensuring adequate state revenues for essential services and by avoiding policies that shift costs onto local property taxpayers. This article should result in a resounding yes by Londonderry voters in March and a strong message to our local legislators to end the downshifting of costs onto the backs of local taxpayers and the resulting yearly spikes in our property taxes. Towns like ours are bearing an increasing burden of costs that in previous periods have been broadly shared by our state government. The natural result of that purposeful and systematic downshifting of costs by the state legislature is ever higher property taxes. In 2025, this state legislature, in its thirst to reduce state taxes, regardless of its impacts on state and town revenue needs, eliminated the interest and dividends tax, phasing it down from 5% to 0%, costing the state $60 million in yearly revenue with no offsetting alternate revenue stream. The business profits tax has been reduced from 8.5% to 7.5%, and the business enterprise tax has been reduced from 0.75% to 0.55%. The reductions in those two state taxes resulted in a loss of $1.2 billion in state revenue. And current proposed legislation aims to take them even lower. The meals and room tax was reduced from 9% to 8.5%. Current legislation seeks to lower that tax to 6%. And I think we all know what's happening with tourism dollars from our neighbors to the north. That dropped 30% in 2025. 1/3 of our state revenue comes from the Fed. And I think God only knows what direction that may head in the coming years, but it probably isn't up. It has also been reported that the state has already depleted 25% of its rainy day fund. I could go on, but I've probably depressed you enough and sufficiently made my point. This town and our neighboring towns need revenue to support growing needs for our communities. We desperately need a new DPW building. I think Dave would agree with that. We have water infrastructure needs. We have road infrastructure needs. Our library will need significant funding to help it get back up and running. There are growing demands in our fire and police departments. Our public schools need greater support. It would be great if the state could help us with our important historical building, the Morrison House. That needs $3.4 million or $3.5 million to keep it operational, or to make it operational. Each of these areas are important to this community, and they all require revenue and long-term commitment, which brings me back to the citizens petition. The ask is that taxpayers send a clear message to our 8 legislators, to Sharon Carson, our Senate President, and Sherm Packard, our House Speaker, that they end this constant and destructive effort to further reduce multinational corporate and high-income earner state taxes at the expense of local property taxpayers. I would wager a guess that few, if any, people in our community have benefited from any state tax reductions during these past 6 years. We need to challenge our representatives to tell us precisely how the reductions in state revenues that they voted for have benefited our community or lessened our property tax burden. How have those cuts helped our veterans, our young families, seniors, and so many others who will need support? Let's stop the downshifting of costs to Londonderry taxpayers. I ask for a yes vote on Article 27.
Thank you. Any discussion on the citizens petition warrant article? Seeing none, it will move to the ballot as written.
Second.
Moved and seconded to restrict reconsideration. All those in favor? Reconsideration is restricted. Same scenario. We have another citizens petition warrant article, which I will let the lead petitioner present. First, though, I will entertain a motion to open discussion. So moved. Thank you. Second from Councilor Paul. And Mr. Skudlarek, you again have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I wasn't expecting to do this one today, but my wife is ill, and this was her petition, so I'm going to follow through and make sure we get it done. So Article 28 is an article my wife, Robin, brought forward. She, for many years, has worked in the area of gun safety and the common sense gun measures, and so we're offering this as a way in which to try to push our legislators forward on a specific type of legislation. So today in the U.S. there are between 400 and 500 million civilian-owned firearms in circulation. Roughly 1/3 of the U.S. Adults own a firearm, and another 10% have firearms in their household, according to Pew Research. Among 65 high-income countries and territories, not surprisingly, the U.S. stands out for its high level of gun violence. We stand alone as a country in our incidence of gun violence. In a 2024 study that looked at data from 36 Western nations, of which the U.S. makes up 33% of the combined population, it was found that the U.S. accounts for 76% of mass shooting deaths. More than 110 people per day are shot in the U.S., not including suicide. In 2024, an average of 2,300 Americans died by firearm suicide per month, or nearly 28,000 Americans. Also in 2024, firearms became the leading cause of death for Americans under the age of 18. Think about that for a minute. Firearms are the leading cause of death for Americans under the age of 18. If you give this depressing information to construct a backdrop to a persistent, pervasive problem that is unique to this country, I also give this information to garner support for a tool that has been proven to strengthen public safety in communities throughout the country. Emergency Risk Protection Orders, ERPOs, or red flag laws, as they've come to be known, are highly effective tools that allow local law enforcement, families, and household members to petition the district court for the temporary removal of firearms from individuals deemed a danger to themselves or others. As described in the petition, our state loses someone to suicide with a firearm every 3 days. This epidemic has been particularly hard-hitting on our veterans and young people. A red flag law, if implemented by our legislature, as they have been enacted in 22 other states, and most recently in Maine, gives families working with local law enforcement and courts the ability to temporarily remove a firearm from the possession of someone who may be an imminent threat to themselves or others in the community. Law enforcement professionals across the country support red flag laws as an important and effective tool to strengthen public safety while providing due process for the at-risk individuals. This warrant article calls on our eight Londonderry representatives to reassess their opposition to gun safety measures that will strengthen public safety. This article allows for Londonderry residents to show their support for common sense gun safety measures, specifically a red flag law, and the benefits it provides to our families and law enforcement professionals. I also ask that you vote yes on this article and send a clear message to our representatives. I'd like to note as well that Chief Bernard provided his support for red flag law, recognizing the law's value as an effective public safety tool for our community. Our legislators need to listen to our community and these, like the LPD, who are tasked with keeping us safe. So again, I ask for a yes vote on Article 28. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any discussion on Article 28? Yes, sir. Please approach the microphone.
Good afternoon, Patrick Alazim, 22 Summer Drive. I speak to you as an individual citizen on this one, not as a member of the Budget Committee. I just want to be clear about that on the record. Little personal context to why, after I saw this, I decided to read up on it a bit. I have two sons, both of whom are active duty military. One's a Marine, one's about to commission as a lieutenant in the United States Army. My son's a Marine Corps sergeant, and if you've been around or you were a Marine, you know that Marines are not the most touchy-feely of people, okay? As a bumper sticker on Camp Lejeune that I've seen a few times says, when you absolutely positively need it destroyed overnight, okay? That's our Marines. Now, why do I bring that up to you? It's because Marines aren't that touchy-feely, and Mr. Skidlark actually mentioned the words due process in there. Here's the problem, among many, with this particular initiative, and with these things from these organizations. This article has no provision for a defense against or consequences for false or politically motivated accusations. I know my son has ruffled people's feather. I don't want him, after he graduates from the Marine Corps and is a veteran like so many others who have been caught up in this system of these red flag laws, to be falsely accused. And these laws have no provision for due process, restricting the duration of orders. By the way, these orders can be permanent, and I'll give you a quick little stat. In the state of Florida, over a 7-year period, 99% of petitions filed were granted for permanent removal. 99%. There's no due process there whatsoever. And so I hate to see that gone. What does that mean for a veteran, or actually for anyone, when they're caught up by one of these that has no due process? Most of these state laws require a mandatory report of you once you're red flagged to the FBI's NICS, National Criminal Background Check System. It's mandatory, and it prevents you from any future firearm transactions. You are essentially guilty until proven innocent. And I'll just say on an emotional note, I am a naturalized citizen. There are millions of people like me who want to come to this country for the amazing constitutional excellence that we have. To have someone be guilty until proven innocent, just like civil asset forfeiture, is to me entirely inconsistent with who we are as a people and as a nation. And I'll tell you, that day when I got to take my oath of citizenship in Faneuil Hall and we high-fived after that, we don't see people leaving this country. We see people coming here because of who we are and what we have. And so, yes, this is a very important issue for me. I don't want either one of my sons or anybody else to be red flagged by a false accusation by a neighbor who doesn't like them or their bumper stickers, and to have to go through the process and the expense and the time and the headache of clearing your name. For those of you who've never been through that or have researched it, you're taking on a federal agency, often with time limits on it. You're paying for the lawyers at your own expense, and these laws never contain any provisions to indemnify you or protect you against that burden. Now, switching a little bit here, New Hampshire has for years been found by the United States Department of Justice to either be the safest or second safest state in the nation. So to some extent, I would say this is a bit of a solution in search of a problem, okay? Moreover, as I'm sure Mr. Skudlarek knows, when you take some of those stats that were quoted and you do a little bit of cleansing and you remove, say, the top 10 municipalities from it, we actually, as a country, in terms of violence, land somewhere near the bottom decile of Western countries, okay? So you can make data say anything you want, but you also should ask questions of the data. I really encourage you to think about I acknowledge the intent here. It's safety, right? And just like all those people that we voted for today, our first responders, our fire, our police, as somebody else said before, these are the people that run to danger while the rest of us run away from danger. Our Marines, our soldiers, our airmen, our sailors, these are people who put up their right hands voluntarily to run towards danger. When they come back out of the civilian life, is it really appropriate for us to greet them with, the second that someone accuses them, rather than giving them a chance to get over PTSD or to take that bumper sticker off, that we greet them with this? I'll leave you with my thought here. What Ben Franklin said, those who would give up essential liberty for temporary safety deserve neither. That's not who we are as a people. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jonathan Esposito, 5 Shelley Drive. I want to thank Mr. Alazim for his remarks. I also want to offer some of my own. I'm a veteran of the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. I'm more than familiar with the issues that surround the veteran population, specifically concerning mental health and suicide prevention. However, I would point out that veterans at large as a population, in nearly every national study that has ever been conducted, are overwhelmingly against red flag laws. The Veterans of Foreign Wars, as well as the American Legion, which are 2 of the largest veteran service organizations in the country, both have position statements on behalf of veterans that we are against red flag laws. So I do particularly take exception when the petitioner or others use my population as a prop to support their misguided political views, and I would ask the citizens of Londonderry to vote against the citizens' petition. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'd just like to respond a little bit. I appreciate Mr. Al-Azim's comments. I do. This certainly is not a measure that impacts specifically the veteran community in the sense that we're trying to take guns away from people. That isn't the effort here at all. There is a lot of due process in this legislation. To suggest that there isn't is just being disingenuous. There is. You can be subject to criminal prosecution if you falsely accuse someone of these types of scenarios. So I want to just kind of provide people with a little bit of personal context. I wasn't going to share this, but I'm going to do this now. About 20 years ago, a little over 20 years ago, I had a close family member of mine, lived in New Hampshire at the time, in Manchester, who we know was distraught, we knew was depressed, we knew was in a bad situation. We also knew he had a gun. And that individual, we get a knock on our door one evening by the state police, came to the door to tell us that he had shot himself in the head. Immediately, obviously, we rushed to go figure out what was happening, rushed to the hospital. Still alive, he was, and still is to this day, miraculously. And he lives with this bullet in his head. Well, again, we knew he had a gun. We were fearful of that. And so many families in this country, so many people that have young kids, college kids for that matter, that are distraught, that have issues today with mental health. If we have a tool that allows us to petition the court to help that person and also get that firearm away from them for a period of time, is a tool that's effective. It's useful, and it's been used in 22 other states very successfully. And again, these are not permanent. These are temporary measures. There is due process, and it's an effective tool, and one that most police forces, most police you talk to, find to be an effective tool to use in the community. And I, again, would strongly recommend that people vote yes on this, and their legislators take another look at this, because it's a measure that's needed. I thank you.
Thank you. Do you have any further comments?
My name is Barbara Finnemore, 4 Young Road in Londonderry. I just had 2 quick points. In the gun control debate, the gun safety debate for years, we've heard that it's the people, not the guns, that are the problem. And to me, this red flag law is designed to address that issue, that people who have mental health problems or risk of suicide or of hurting other people can be addressed, the guns can be temporarily taken away from them before they take some lives. So if you're concerned about guns in the hands of people who should not have them, that's what these red flag laws are about. Secondly, as a lawyer, I'd like to point out that the fact that the petition is going to a court is exactly what due process is about. So saying that there's no due process is flatly incorrect. And finally, I just wanted to say this issue, of course, is also, not of course, but it's also of great interest to me personally because I was mugged with a gun to my head and narrowly escaped with my life by people who had mental health problems. So I urge you to allow the citizens of this town who voted for this or signed this citizens petition to allow it to come to a vote and see what they say. Thank you.
Thank you. Quickly, please.
2 quick points. It is entirely dependent on each state as it writes this legislation to decide whether it's temporary or permanent, and it is absolutely up to each state's legislation when they write these laws to determine what the process is. So none of the guarantees that you heard here are written there, and none of them are explicit. So I would just ask people to keep in mind that this, as written, is vague and general and includes no protections, only asks for removal. Thank you.
Thank you. See no further discussion. This ballot measure will go before the voters on March 10th as written.
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second to restrict reconsideration. All those in favor? Thank you. Reconsideration is restricted. Article 29, transaction of other business. To transact any other business that may legally come before this meeting. No business enacted under this article shall have any binding effect upon the town. Councilor Combs?
Motion to open discussion.
Second.
Thank you. Have any presentation with this one? No. Is there any other business to come before this body?
Mr. Moderator.
Yes.
I just want to commend our plowing crews who've been cleaning up our roads since midnight this morning. They've been away from their families, away from their beds, and handling everything on the roads for the people at home and for those of us here today. We have been here for 6 hours. They've been on the road for over 15. I want to personally thank them for the hard work that they are doing in this storm today.
Thank you. I echo that. So our deliberations here today are concluded, and I can tell you I've been looking out the windows while you've been looking at us. The number of plow trucks going